Forum, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, in that case, I'm going to call this meeting, this city council meeting of March the 13th, 2023 to order. Will you take roll, please?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Mayor Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka, and Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, all 6 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to start with our study session. The first item is Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Update and Study Session. This was an item that was continued from February 13th, 2023. Hello, Mr. Gargliardo.
Good evening, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, members of the council, Steve Guagliardo, Assistant to the City Manager, here for this item to talk about the development of a comprehensive economic development strategy. This was an item, as the mayor mentioned, that was continued from February. We're here today to talk about it. It really is the cornerstone of the continuing priority of the council for economic development and recovery. The overall strategy is really going to be a roadmap that's going to provide guidance on our future investments. If we go to the next slide, we'll see the other pieces that it's going to do for us. One of the big parts is organizing our work on economic development and investments and really making sure that they're sequenced appropriately, that we're pursuing them in concert appropriately, and that they can all become greater than the sum of their parts individually. So with us here tonight, we have our consultants that are helping us develop this. They are StreetSense, and they're going to be participating online through the hybrid meeting option that we have. Their report is presented as a diagnostic, and it really is that. It's diagnosing the environment that we're looking at in Palo Alto, and it's helping us understand what options we have going forward. So with that, I'm happy to turn it over to our partners. Larissa Ortiz, take it away.
Hi, thank you so much, Steve. Well, we're really pleased to be here. Thank you so much for having us. If there are 3 things that you take away from
Larissa, we see that you're unmuted, but unfortunately we're having some audio options. I'm not sure if there's anything you can change on your end.
Hold on. Can you hear me now? No?
We can hear you on the call.
Oh, Anya can hear me. Can you hear Anya?
Can you guys hear me? No, I think they have.
Oh. I will send a chat. Steve? Or do you have his
Yeah. I'll text him.
Okay. Can others on the call hear us who are joining remote?
Well, all of StreetSense, it looks like, is trying to cycle through and get it going, and it's not. Don't know if we have anyone else remote or if there's anything. We're making some minor adjustments on our end.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. It was on our end. Resolved.
Oh, okay.
Great work. Thank you for your patience, council members, public, and Larissa, back to you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. We're really pleased to be here. If you walk away from this presentation with anything, there are really 3 messages we want to share with you. One is that Palo Alto exists in a very competitive environment. You are competing for tenants, you're competing for workers, and you're competing for shoppers. And to quote from your own comprehensive plan, you strive to be a business-friendly and thriving environment. And that's what we're really trying to help you do here. Acknowledge where you have deficiencies and where we can improve your competitiveness. The second is, you have seen the impact and felt the impact of the loss of daytime office workers. I mean, we will be talking about how that has impacted how much retail you can support in your downtown. And then third, it's, we'd like to note that the city, as the leader of this exercise and effort, can influence, but cannot dictate the decisions of your private sector property owners. You have to do that together. And so when we get to the recommendations in the plan, that's an acknowledgement of the lane that this city plays and the role that they play in supporting economic development, and also the kinds of partnerships that need to be developed as a result. Next slide. So just to give you a sense of where we are within the project, next slide. We pause here at this moment of diagnostic. It's very important to us. We want you all to understand all of the information and data that's been collected. Essentially, this is, if you go to a doctor and you get blood work done, before there's a diagnosis, they do tests. So essentially, this is our form of testing, understanding what the challenges are, what the gaps in your market are, what your needs are, so that we can give you a roadmap to successful economic development. We have applied this diagnostic methodology to every single one of your commercial districts. And in fact, the presentation you see here is a truncated version of the full diagnostic. And that analysis will certainly inform our recommendations, but today we're really giving you a high-level overview. We've conducted this diagnostic in coordination with the efforts on California Avenue and Ramona Street, and this is the summary of those presentations. And this moment is for us to acknowledge, what we heard, make sure we understand the challenges and that you're in agreement before moving on to strategy. Next slide. So our assessment really looks at 4 elements. We will be speaking to market analysis, your competition and retail demand, which Anya Chan will be leading. We also cover your capacity to get things done. Who's getting things done at the local level? As I said, the city cannot and should not do this alone. And so we assess who the partners are and whether they have the resources and the technical expertise to be good partners in this effort. We assess your business environment, and HDL is our sub-consultant on this team, leading the sales tax analysis. We also conducted a hospitality and tourism assessment. And then finally, we looked at the physical environment for the city, citywide, and for each of your districts, because probably the most powerful thing you can do in an environment to support economic development and business is to make sure that businesses and customers and workers have access to businesses. And so we'll be walking through elements of this today. Next slide. So first and foremost, we want to share with you, our focus has been on your commercial districts. And these are the study areas that were defined for this exercise and that received sort of the full comprehensive analysis. Stanford Shopping Center and downtown Palo Alto were defined in part because of their customer base, the number of businesses they have, their draw as regional and super regional centers. They are your most significant tax-based contributors. And they also face the greatest competition for visitors within the region. So they have to be best-in-class environments to remain competitive. Then you have community serving centers. California Avenue and Town and Country Village fall into that categorization. Their tax base impacts is somewhat moderate, and mostly they're pulling from a much smaller trade area, more local, and they tend to benefit from the kind of activation that really ingratiates them with your local community. And then last, we have neighborhood serving centers. Midtown and Charleston Shopping Center fall into that categorization. Their tax base impact is really minimal. I think it's about 1% of your total tax base. They were least affected by COVID because people were still shopping and needing food and groceries, convenience goods. They're very, very stable assets, and they're really local in their draw. And so they have very little need for the kind of promotion and activation that you might find in downtown, for instance. Next slide. And all of those districts exist in a very complicated ecosystem that reflects your landlords who purchase properties with the expectation of a certain degree of return on investment, and tenants who remain in place for a long period of time. Your tenants who are choosing locations in Palo Alto because they have confidence that they will be able to make their sales and meet their profit margins over time. And they move and locate because of that expectation and because of the co-tenancies they see and the alignment of Palo Alto with the brand that they have. And lastly, consumers who are the shoppers who are looking for not only a place to spend their time and money, but to have a place and a sense of place where they have the kinds of tenants they want to visit and patronize. They've got events, they expect safety and cleanliness and accessibility. these three elements of the ecosystem are powerful and work together. Next slide. So you might ask, where does the public sector play a role in influencing this? Well, there are a number of tools at the public sector's disposal that play a role in, for example, mitigating risk for landlords and helping them overcome, in some cases, the capital deficiencies that small businesses often have when they're trying to locate in spaces. So we've worked in a number of communities where they've provided financial incentives to small business, for example, to mitigate risk. Tenants often look to cities to perhaps support co-tenancy through financial incentives again, or through regulatory frameworks that inform the kinds of businesses that can or can't locate somewhere. And also, cities are often participating in informing branding and marketing for downtown. So cities can support with brand alignment. And lastly, the public sector can play a role in improving sense of place through investments in safety and cleanliness, through events that really draw in the community, through marketing and branding, and supporting improvements to accessibility and convenience that make a place easier for shoppers to visit and to leave. And so those are the places where we see the opportunity for the city to stage the visitor and shopper. And that's the role that we think that your city should play. Next slide. We know that there are a number of global and national trends that are impacting the success of many of our downtown environments. We acknowledge that, and this is all that we do nationally, so we want you to know that our recommendations exist with this recognition. We know that retail is changing their footprints, that brick and mortar and the demand for brick and mortar space is softening. We know that spending patterns have changed, and the way in which people live their lives and the ways in which they spend online versus in person have changed. We know that given some of those conditions, tenants are now in the driver's seat, and they have many, many options. Palo Alto included among other downtowns in your region where they can locate. And we know that there are implications to hybrid work that have created some winners and losers, depending on whether a resident is home and spending money locally, or going into the office maybe 2 or 3 days a week and spending money there. But that has changed. The kind of spending that's happening in our downtowns has changed. Next slide. So with that, I will hand this over to my colleague, Anya Chan.
Thanks, Larissa. Hi, I'm Anya Chan. I lead our research and analysis team here at StreetSense. So I'll be walking you through our retail market assessment. As Larissa mentioned, the full report, you should have the full report with appendix. So this is a bit of a truncated version, but really hitting on the high points. So our approach, we are specialists in retail environments, and our approach to understanding retail is very nuanced and comprehensive. We recognize that retail is an ecosystem, and that is driven by finite customer spending. Customers have a lot more options, but their spending is finite. And you'll hear me say this throughout. We start by doing a deep dive into the competitive landscape to assess the competition's impact on retail districts within the city. Next slide. Given Palo Alto's suburban urban dynamic, we look at competition from 2 levels. We look at regional as well as locally serving, neighborhood serving retail. Next slide. So to begin to really understand this retail ecosystem in the region, we look at the macro level. We look at the regional competition. This is a highly competitive region. There are multiple comparable downtowns densely concentrated in and around Palo Alto. This makes it much more difficult to stand out and capture customers' attention and spending. Within Palo Alto alone, there are 2 downtown environments between University Ave or downtown and California Ave. So that's already spreading retail thin and making it critical to understand the character of each district. The city does benefit from Stanford Shopping Center, considered one of the top shopping destinations in the area. and its ability to attract regional customers, but also coveted retail tenants by offering those attractive co-tenancy opportunities and constantly reinvesting in retail appropriate spaces. Stanford Shopping Center also cannibalizes many of the other retail districts within the city. So it is a bit of a double-edged sword. According to conversations we have with retail brokers, there is a perception that asking rents within Palo Alto, within downtown Palo Alto, are highly elevated and do not reflect the current state of the retail market, which does favor tenants over landlords. This starts to speak at the high vacancies that we're seeing on California Avenue and within downtown Palo Alto, which are exacerbated by those high rents, which are on par with that of Stanford Shopping Center. However, the spaces offered downtown are older, more challenging, and often in need of tenant improvement investments. Next slide. Taking a more micro view and looking at the neighborhood serving and locally serving competition, we did find that the region is also dense with both grocery and other neighborhood serving retail offerings. The one thing I want to note here on this map is that, you know, we understand that big box retailers like Target and Costco are not allowed within the city of Palo Alto by regulation. However, as you'll see on the map, they are concentrated along the periphery of the city, and that really does result in a leakage of resident dollars leaving the city and going there. Next slide. So our competitive assessment serves as really the basis for understanding the regional dynamics and ultimately the retail opportunity within the city. Based on our competitive assessment, we draw custom trade areas, which define how each of Palo Alto's retail districts trade and who their core customers are. Since again, retail is an ecosystem and that is driven by customer spending, we then evaluate the retail spending patterns of each of those customer groups, and that includes your trade area residents, employees, and visitors. And then we use capture rates to define how much of that spending is likely to be captured within the city of Palo Alto, within retail in the city. So that ultimately determines the retail opportunity, which is the demand side of our equation. We then compare that to the existing retail supply within the city and determine any potential gaps, oversupplies, or opportunities in the market. Next slide. The trade areas that we've defined here really represent your most consistent customers. You'll see the primary trade area, which is comprised of the entire city of Palo Alto, plus Stanford University and Stanford Research Park, consists of almost 35,000 households, 115,000 employees, over 17,000 students, and over 1 million visitors per year. So this really represents your most frequent customer base, and they do generate the largest share of your retail demand. Collectively, looking at all 6 of these examined trade areas, you have a total of 610,000 households. So it's a very densely populated area. Spending levels are quite high and income levels are high. So that really does drive towards that retail demand. Next. Speaking to some of those shifts we've seen, we know that many downtowns have experienced declines in their daytime populations post-COVID. And that's really shifting the balance between residents and employees. So to understand that change and how that impacts Palo Alto, we did conduct an impact analysis that measured the effects of a hybrid work schedule for the 45,000 office-based employees, including the 23,000 tech employees within Stanford Research Park. So based on this analysis, we did find that Palo Alto's post-COVID daytime population has reduced the demand for retail by over 100,000 square feet. To put that into perspective, that roughly equates to the amount of retail space within Midtown and Charleston Shopping Center combined. So that is kind of the direct impact of that hybrid work schedule and decline in daytime population. Next. So building back that daytime population is critical. It's critical to supporting additional retail. It's critical to supporting your retail ecosystem. Population density and that consistent daytime foot traffic really do drive retail spending and therefore drive support and demand for retail. As you can see on the map here, many of your neighboring cities like Menlo Park and Mountain View are working towards building back that daytime population with a robust development pipeline of both residential, office, and life sciences spaces, really in order to grow the density and build back future daytime populations. So that is definitely an opportunity to kind of grow and the retail demand in the future. Next slide. So ultimately, our analysis based on that methodology I spoke to in the beginning found that the city of Palo Alto currently has demand for a total of 2.57 million square feet of retail. Given the roughly 3 million square feet of current retail supply in the city, that results in an oversupply of just under 500,000 square feet of retail. So that oversupply, recognizing that there is quite a bit of vacancy among retail in the city, that oversupply still outpaces the overall retail vacancy of around 240,000 square feet. So that does indicate that vacancy is likely to continue to grow among lower quality or poor quality retail spaces in the city. As you can see, while population growth does grow that retail demand to just under 2.7 million square feet, it still will not keep pace with the current supply. So it really indicates that the city would need to start right sizing its retail footprint and or, implementing interventions into that retail ecosystem that will help drive demand. As part of our competitive deep dive and our competitive analysis, we did, which you can reference within the appendix of the full report, we did examine entertainment uses and other uses that are not considered traditional retail uses, and found that there is potential gaps within the city of Palo Alto. So we do recognize that entertainment is a big part of that ecosystem and can contribute to great downtowns, often having synergies with retail, and that there is potential opportunity for the cities to supplement some of that retail oversupply with symbiotic retail uses. Next. And I'll pass it over to Ashley.
Actually, this will be for Barry.
Oh, Barry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Hi, my name is Barry Foster. I'm a principal and managing director with HDL Companies. I head up our economic development division, so excited to be here tonight and talk to you about this. Just a little bit about our company. HDL, we do work for over 400 local governments in California, about 385 cities we do sales tax analysis for. Every county except I think 4 in the state of California. So we have data for 99.2% of every business in California that produces sales tax. So it's a pretty massive database that we have. And so the appendix includes a lot of other information on sales tax, but we want to give you kind of a high level analysis tonight just to look at some of the key points. And I'm just going to hit on some of those high points in the slides that we've got for the PowerPoint. Can you go to the next slide, please? And so again, we're going to look a little bit at some of those national trends and some of the areas that really impacted Palo Alto, especially looking at some of the performers for sales tax. Sales tax is really important to cities. It really is an important revenue source and one that really needs to be looked at. But we're going to look at some of those trends, look at some of the performance before the pandemic hit. And then some of the growth after, and kind of where you're at right now. Also looking at those key business areas that Larissa talked about, and we're going to look a little bit then at some of the competing cities and their downtowns in the general area of Palo Alto, and just a few key takeaways at the end. Can you go to the next slide, please? So again, I'm just gonna hit some of the high points here, but I think as we get through these few PowerPoint slides that we have, I think it's really powerful when you look at some of the charts and graphs that we've got here, because I think they really tell the story in terms of how Palo Alto was kind of growing, slipped a little bit even before the pandemic. And it was very pronounced during the pandemic. There's been rebound, but there's still kind of not back to where it was before the pandemic. So I think it's really important to understand some of those influences. And so if you look at the sixth bullet here, I'm not going to go into every one of them, but I think you're all familiar with them. But there really was just a lot of different things that when the pandemic hit that caused a lot of those economic conditions. And kind of a key point here is that Palo Alto, before the pandemic hit, there was a downward trend in terms of sales tax. And so, and looking at that, I think it's really important to note that there were still some things that needed to be corrected before the pandemic. It just became a lot more pronounced with it. If you look at the fiscal year 21-22 revenues, they've bounced back, but they're still not back to pre-pandemic. They're still 6% below where they were in fiscal year 2018-19. And again, when you look at CPI increases and inflation, those kinds of things, that makes it even more pronounced in terms of needing to get back to recovery. One of the really important things I think to consider, and we've seen this all over the state, is that small businesses especially, while their sales are up, they're not able to pass all those costs on to their consumers and their customers. And so they're not back to pre-pandemic in terms of cash flow margins. And so I think it's really important to understand, especially in downtown Palo Alto. It was suffering before the pandemic. It's bounced back, but it hasn't bounced back nearly to where it should be. And so I think understanding just that environment, it's very different than looking at Stanford Shopping Center, which is just a very different kind of environment. Can you on the next slide, please? And again, looking at the four areas that we were looking at in terms of sales tax revenues and performance, I think again this graph really tells a powerful picture. And looking at Charleston, Town and Country, Midtown, Downtown, California Avenue, and Stanford Shopping Center, and you look at where some of those were at, and certainly you're led by Stanford Shopping Center. It's a very, very important piece of your revenue stream. But some of the others too, there were some issues before the pandemic. As Larissa talked about, Charleston and Midtown, they're more neighborhood serving. And so that they didn't have that kind of decline or that pronounced decline with the pandemic. But again, it's pretty minimal in terms of the revenue that they produce, but they're still important to the community. They're driving people to their areas for kind of your daily needs, whether it's shopping for food, for drugs, some of those just daily things that are needed, a lot of the services too. And so, and those services, a lot of those don't produce sales tax, but they drive people to those shopping centers and into those retail areas. If you look at just some of the key points here is, again, Stanford Shopping Center has really bounced back in a big way, and it's come back very strong. And so again, it's a very different environment. It's one owner. It's a very controlled environment. It's a little bit easier to understand that. I think again, the key takeaway here is that, especially in the downtown, it was in a decline before the pandemic. It's bounced back a little bit, but not nearly enough. And so, again, I think it talks about how fragile the environment is, especially with those independent-owned and small businesses that still are not back to cash flowing and achieving those proper margins. Can you go to the next one? So I think this one, again, I think also shows the different shopping areas and how they performed, but it gets into some of those areas in terms of different types of businesses. So you've got your neighborhood goods and services, you got food and beverage, you've got GAFO, and GAFO means general merchandise, apparel, furniture, and other. And that's a big part of sales tax that's generated along with food and beverage in Palo Alto. And then you've got non-retail too. But you can see This is for fiscal year 21, 22. So this is back after everything's kind of bounced back a little bit, and looking at the different makeup and different components they've got in terms of business types there, and how they perform compared to some of the other areas. Again, it's really important to understand that, especially with GAFO, that's a big part. Stanford and downtown combined make up 95% of all the GAFO sales tax in Palo Alto. So they're really driving a lot of that sales tax revenue from those two components and those two areas. You know, the next one. Then we took a look at some of the competing and surrounding and adjacent cities to Palo Alto, and looking at how their dollars are competing and how they're performing compared to Palo Alto. And again, I think this chart shows another compelling story, and looks at how you're performing compared to Redwood City, Mountain View, Burlingame, Menlo Park, and Los Altos. And these competing cities, they all have downtowns, and so they're competing specifically with downtown Palo Alto. And so when you're looking at these, again, I think in a lot of areas, Palo Alto is doing really, really well. And so food and beverage and GAFO especially, I think those are areas that you pull a lot of people in from other areas. So I think it's good to pull people from not only Palo Alto, but some of those surrounding communities. And so I think it's really important to look at how well you're competing with these other adjacent communities. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the Street Sense team.
Thank you, Barry. I'm going to run through, our regulatory assessment. I might skip a few slides in the interest of time. If we can move to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide. One thing we want to communicate is that your regulatory code is probably your most effective tool, and the easiest tool to control and manage from the public sector side. But your municipal codes are often very sticky, and they're a reflection of previous challenges and concerns and specific problems and specific challenges in specific places. And they often don't change when those situations change. So we know online shopping has changed. We know that there have been technological advances that allow things like breweries, for instance, that many zoning codes disallow. And there have been changes in demographics and lifestyle that zoning codes often don't keep up with. Next slide. And your zoning code is no different. One thing that really jumped out at us is that you have incredibly regulated environments. California Avenue, Midtown, and downtown have no less than 3 additional overlays over the base district. California has 5 additional overlays. Each of these overlays has separate permitting and use requirements that make it really challenging for businesses to figure out whether they can even locate in these places or not. In contrast, Town and Country Village and Stanford Shopping Center are very permissive, in comparison, environments where businesses that are interested in locating can locate without jumping through hoops. And that makes it easier for those districts to sort of retain their competitiveness over time. And as Barry demonstrated, they actually have recovered much more quickly than the other districts. Next slide. One thing to note, I think specific to California Ave, is that the retail and retail-like uses in particular on this street face many barriers to entry. This list on the left shows the uses where conditional use permits are required. Everything you see on the right would have to go through a conditional use permit if they could even get and occupy space on California Avenue. Beauty salons, barbershops, fitness, learning centers, dry cleaning, laundry, financial services. These are things that a community increasingly does, that these are things you actually can't do online. These are the kinds of uses that continue to help sustain many of our community and neighborhood serving business districts. And so we really need to look at these rules and step back and allow some degree of permissiveness. Next slide. We also do want to note the retail preservation ordinance is an example of a regulation that was passed in in response to market conditions in 2015, where you had record high commercial rents, incredibly low vacancy rates, which have completely changed until now, 2021, 2022, where we have vacancy rates of 17.7% in Silicon Valley, significant changes in, as we said, hybrid work that suggest the need to think about this preservation ordinance and perhaps remove its application citywide. Next slide. Next slide. And another key point which we want to drive home is that your organization, we mapped all of your organizations, any organization that sort of touches the kinds of activities you want to see in downtown environments. And we know that you are very well served at the city and district level by arts, culture, and entertainment organizations and nonprofits that serve those sectors. However, your economic development service delivery mechanisms are much weaker. At the city level, it's really the city and the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce. At the district level, California Ave, downtown, and the University Ave Parking Committee, all of these are either defunct or suspended. You, in fact, have no organization that champions these districts, markets and promotes them. And in our work, and I've been doing this for over 25 years, it's very difficult to have a successful environment without some degree of coordination. If you can imagine a mall without a manager that's managing the common areas, that would never happen. And it's something that our downtown districts in Palo Alto need. Next slide. And I will pass this over to Ashley, who will walk through the physical assessment.
Thanks, Larissa. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Ashley Labadie. I'm with the public and nonprofit team at StreetSense. For the physical assessment, the team performed a 3-part analysis. We first looked at the public and private realm elements that inform best-in-class competitive retail districts of all scales that we studied. 2, we looked at access and connectivity more specifically, so our transportation networks. And 3rd, we performed a SWOT analysis for each district, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Next slide, please. I'll quickly say that for access and connectivity, we primarily looked at the transit and bike networks, as these systems not only provide an alternative source of access to the single occupant vehicle, but also provide that last or oftentimes the first and only mile link to destinations. And this is specifically speaking to local residents, also students and professors, things like that. We see a robust regional bus network, but there is a lack of bus redundancy in parts of the city around neighborhood serving districts, which you can see here in the map to the right. Anywhere you don't see a colored dot is sort of outside of walking distance of a transit stop. We do recognize, however, that coverage will soon be addressed with an on-demand shuttle service, of which we think will be helpful in helping locals access shopping districts. We also noticed that while there is a tremendous bicycle network, we believe some network enhancements like better signage and wayfinding, bike lane markings, as well as consideration for micromobility programs across the city are needed to complete that system. Next slide, please. The SWOT analysis for each of the study areas looked first at strengths and weaknesses, and then we zeroed in on which provide for opportunities or elements that can be exploited to its advantage, and also threats, those elements that could be troublesome if unaddressed. If there's one thing to take away from the diagnostic, it's that the districts in the most need for improvement and where city-led efforts could have the most potential impact. Those include first, the downtown, where there's opportunity to address multimodal access, making parking a bit easier to navigate, and improving the streetscape, gathering spaces, and public alleyways. The second is California Avenue, here addressing the lack of gateways, branding, and improving alleyways and gathering spaces could be advantageous. And third are neighborhood centers like Midtown and Charleston Shopping Center. Here, addressing streetscapes and access and connectivity will be of the utmost importance in helping folks safely access these assets. We know from the full diagnostic that Stanford Shopping Center and Town and Country Village are doing well and have single ownership. So recommendations for this effort should be focused where there is a lack of stewardship, bifurcated ownership, lack of physical cohesion, and other needed public realm improvements, as I previously mentioned. For sake of time, I'm going to stop here and pass it back to Larissa for the final portion of the presentation, but I'm happy to go into more detail about each of these districts, answer any questions following the presentation.
Thank you, Ashley. So we can skip ahead, Steve, if you're controlling this, to the guiding principles. Where does this leave us? The goal of this diagnostic was to understand and use a data-driven approach to acknowledge deficiencies and where we need improvement. So we really have three takeaways. The first is connected to reinforcing hierarchy of place, acknowledging what places want to be and what they are. Downtown as a destination, downtown as a best-in-class environment that needs improvements in stewardship. California Avenue as a community and neighborhood serving place. And to quote your downtown plan, that says your retail that caters to the needs of residents. We know California Avenue wants to be that, and we want to make sure the code lets it be that. Next, accessibility. We know that one of the most powerful things you can do is improve accessibility to the district by shoppers, visitors, employees, and so enhancing and embracing walking and biking solutions, fixing those broken links that everyone experiences as you bike around Palo Alto will really address your commercial districts. And we think particularly for a place like California Avenue, which is in essence neighborhood and community serving, that will really reinforce it as a community-driven place. And then addressing policies and systems that really add complexity and burden, particularly to part-time workers and low-wage workers through some of your business parking mechanisms, the non-transferable permits, for instance, that make affordable parking for part-time low-wage employees very challenging. And we know your businesses have really struggled to maintain their employee base. And then last, as we said, acknowledging that there are changing market conditions, the rules that right now are really sticky and making it more challenging for businesses to locate in Palo Alto are perhaps outdated. And easing those regulatory burdens create and removing the hurdles to tenancy, particularly on California Ave. And then focusing retail and retail-like uses in the places where they are market supported. As we said, you're going to have an oversupply, and you do have an oversupply. So how do we right-size that and make sure that your businesses are co-located with one another, can benefit from cross-shopping that we know helps them over time, as opposed to spreading your retail too thin throughout your city, which actually undermines your wonderful districts. So that's where we want to land. These are the principles we'd like to discuss. Each has a number of tactics that we could build out and plan to build out through in the strategic planning phase. But we want to know if this is the right direction, and we'd love to take questions at this time.
Let's go to public comments first.
Our first speaker is Charlie Widens here in the council chamber.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor Koo and City Council and staff. Thank you. The Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce has been actively supporting businesses and the economic development in the city for over 100 years. We have been dedicated to keeping the local businesses thriving and maintaining a healthy financial resource for the city. From the very beginning of the pandemic, the Chamber implemented regular virtual town hall meetings between our businesses and key leaders, including city staff and city council members. With over 25 of these meetings, we were able to address the critical concerns businesses were facing during the shelter in place. And now, most recently, we have been active in participating with stakeholders and Street Sense, and we appreciate that City Council is addressing this study tonight. An important factor for us in this study is the fact that our chamber members fit right into the major categories identified: downtown and University Avenue, the Stanford Shopping Center, California Avenue, and Town and Country Village. And we particularly agree that recent trends in retail and changing work patterns warrant revisiting the Palo Alto zoning code, in particular for downtown and California Avenue. Our local businesses are still struggling and have not returned to pre-pandemic levels, and the chamber has been trying to continue our assistance to help them get back to normal levels of business. So during your study tonight, we ask that you look at more flexible zoning structure and provide more clarity of what is allowed and what is not allowed to aid the tenants. This type of rezoning can encourage more variety of business offering to fill the vacancies. It was also pointed out that there is a need for more partner organizations to help serve as stewards and partners in economic development. On behalf of the chamber and our members, I want you to know that we are here to partner and help move economic development forward and find ways to retain and help local businesses. We are here to help partner with you for a business-friendly environment. Thank you.
That's our only request to speak, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation and for public comment. Let's bring it back to council. So feel free to turn on your lights. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to staff and our consultants for this really impressive report. It was helpful. I definitely have several questions though based on it, and so my first one, maybe more generally, though I noticed in your presentation this was addressed a little bit, but the diagnostic report really tended to compare Palo Alto to national trends often. There are sometimes you compare it to Silicon Valley, but yeah, I just not sure how helpful that was, at least for me, given kind of the uniqueness of Palo Alto in the ecosystem of the peninsula here. And so I'd like to see how Palo Alto compares more to local jurisdictions, especially in terms of vacancy rates and retail rents. I think you addressed a little bit more the rents, but especially the vacancy rates. I saw on there was a comparison to Silicon Valley as a whole. Don't know what all that encompasses, but it looked like our vacancy rates are lower than Silicon Valley, but higher than the national trends. So can you speak more to how we kind of stack up regionally on some of these issues?
Sure. There is, as we mentioned, this is a truncated version of a much longer presentation that was given. And in fact, we have compared rents in each of the districts. We can certainly pull up that information if you like. But there was also a much deeper dive in what we call like a tenant stack up against each of your districts to see, what kinds of uses, are there gaps in certain kinds of uses on University Ave versus California Ave versus some of your much more local competitors. So we did not cover that tonight, but that is information we can share with you.
It might be worth going ahead and bringing that appropriate slide up. So if you give us a second.
Okay.
Slide 90. That's the
90.
90 of the page 90 of the full diagnostic. Larissa, that's the Palo Alto Retail District Stack Up Asking Rent slide.
You're lucky we didn't give you the whole presentation. You would have been here much longer.
Yeah.
Do you want to speak to this
Yeah,
one?
so yes. So we did look at it. Some of the neighboring markets had limited rental data, but we did look at it on a regional level. Overall, the region does have higher elevated asking rents. So this isn't necessarily unique to Palo Alto. However, it's not helping the city. I think on a on a more regional basis, they are on par. I think what the main point here is that University Avenue is on par with Stanford Shopping Center, and those spaces and the retail co-tenancy opportunities are far more attractive to tenants than they are along University Ave. So spaces along University Ave are often in need of tenant improvement investments, which just continues to increase the costs of operating there. So I think that is the main point here. Overall in the region, rents are elevated. And so it's not necessarily unique to Palo Alto.
Okay, yeah, those comparisons are more helpful for me, given we're competing regionally, not necessarily nationally on these issues. So continuing just on vacancy rates. So Cal Ave has a 15% vacancy compared to University Avenue, which is about 10%. Were you able to diagnose kind of why the vacancy rate is higher on California Avenue? What does that have to do with the street closure? If that has anything to do with that, did you study that?
Well, I will say that the administrative analysis highlighted the challenges that neighborhood serving and resident serving businesses have in locating in a place where they actually want to be. And so, both through that analysis, which identified many, many hurdles for businesses, and through anecdotal interviews with local property owners who, have tenants who are interested, who have not been able to open up, a small boxing gym, for instance, was still struggling to get through the permitting process many months after wanting to lease the space. I mean, these are, together paint a portrait of a highly regulated environment that's certainly a challenge and a hurdle that would make a ton of sense to remove.
And just kind of following. So just kind of following up on that, and then I'll end since I'm a little over time. I did find that enlightening that our kind of more centrally run and operated retail centers like the mall and Town and Country are faring better than downtown and California Avenue. And so the suggestion, we might want to revisit our zoning code, but what kind of amendments might be necessary, just off the top of your head, what you've seen in other jurisdictions that would provide that needed flexibility, but also while still maintaining kind of community serving businesses that our residents really need and want? Because I mean, there's a reason why these regulations are in place, and I think, at least in the past, reflected community values and desires. How do we balance that?
Yeah, so in the presentation, there were a very specific set of uses that were much more community serving, actually. The beauty shops, the salons, the barber shops, the exercise facilities, which are neighborhood serving, are community serving uses, which have a number of restrictions. For instance, I just saw the slide pop up. Here you go. Learning centers, laundry, dry cleaning. I mean, these are also businesses that tend to be run, aside from the dry bars of the world, tend to be run by smaller owners, where the profit margins are often lower. The hurdles to entry are lower. These are, especially when they're one-off salons, they're wonderful opportunities for local entrepreneurship. So, I absolutely would point this out. The second is that you do not have a central place at one single table of use, which is something that we see in many jurisdictions, that will enable a business to sort of look at the table and determine whether they're allowed to be in that district or not. They actually have to walk through written narrative text for every single overlay to determine whether they are allowed in a district. And I think and in a highly, competitive environment where they have many other options, why would they choose to go to a place where they're not sure, where they have a discretionary approval process and it's going to be expensive for them and costly to sign a lease and then maybe not be able to even open up their store?
That's helpful. Thank you. That does seem needlessly onerous. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. So I did want to follow up on one of the questions that the Vice Mayor asked, which was the comparative retail rates in our downtown versus surrounding communities. You made a reference to that the region is higher than most areas on retail rates and asserted that Palo Alto is comparable to the other communities. That's different from all the past data that I have seen on retail rates for Palo Alto compared to most surrounding communities. Do you have data to support that assertion?
As far as the retail rents, I did just pull it up. University Ave and Cal Ave are higher than the rest. Santana Row is next following that, followed by Burlingame. But University Ave and Cal Ave are highest.
So for instance, University Avenue rate compared to Mountain View or Burlingame or Menlo Park?
University Ave is at 70 and Mountain View is at 50. And Burlingame is at just under 60. So University Ave is quite a bit higher.
Okay, so that's important to get corrected on the record.
Yeah.
And that has been the case for a long while. When we've had downturns, and I think this is one of the more useful things that you fleshed out, that even our broker community has said that property owners are hanging on to higher rents during big economic downturns in the past, the dot-com bust, the Great Recession. In each circumstance, we had high vacancy rates, and it was a frustration that I knew from many retailers that still wanted to locate to University Avenue, but they simply couldn't afford the rates that were kept up because the property owners had faith that that demand would rebound, and they didn't want to be locked in to longer term leases at discounted rates. Now, we may be in a different period right now where we really finally do have structural changes. I will say that in each of those prior eras, there were broad assertions that this was a new normal and we'd never return to high demand periods again. And that was really disproven. So when you talked about your assumptions on retail demands going forward, what rate of return to office were you assuming in those outlying years?
Sure. So we were assuming the current rate within San Jose Metro of around 40% return to office would continue.
Oh, it wouldn't change.
Yes.
Oh.
For time. Yeah.
Why would you assume that?
Because right now there's only fluctuation, but it all stems and has stemmed around the 40-50 mark. And especially among tech workers, it's not growing.
You're asserting that it's not growing in return to office rate?
The data shows that it hasn't grown. Based on weekly, like Castle Systems return to office, it has fluctuated between 40 tops 50%, and that has been not in San Jose or not in the Bay Area.
And generally we are seeing, the Federal Reserve recently indicated concerns about the office market. We have seen major office REITs writing down, the value of their stock. Right now we are.
I don't dispute that. So we clearly have significantly lower office demand that's really in two categories. One is occupants giving up office space, and the other is them retaining the space and having low occupancies. And those aren't one and the same, but they're related to similar problems and challenges. But the going forward, I would like to see as a follow-up, the data that you've asserted that that there is not a trend toward gradual return to office. We track that very closely here in the Valley, and there are a variety of different trends. But even the pivot between being a kind of a seller's market versus a buyer's market among workers in the tech community, where we, up until just last few months, basically we had workforces that were allowed to work remotely during the pandemic and could really sort of dictate terms to employers, and that's all pivoting right now. It's not back to where it was by any means, but it's a significant change that's happening. Over time, what we will have is employers who, for the same number of workers, will not need the same amount of square footage if they have hybrid workers long-term, which is more likely the scenario. I don't assume we're going to get back to where we were, and I don't assume that we're going to stay at this current level of occupancy. But a given employer won't need the same amount of square footage for the same number of employees if employees are only there 60% of the time, say. But that does provide for growth in employment without growth in office square footage. So have been under the working assumption that we're not going to see much office growth in the region for quite some time. There's going to be a huge absorption like we had in the .com bust recovery period that really took a good number of years. But it eventually will hit a new equilibrium there. It may not be as high as the former, but it's not going to be where we are now. So I'm concerned about drawing these kinds of conclusions in a firm way based upon an assumption that we're going to stay at the same amount of office occupancy that we have today. I don't agree with that. And when you assert that all the trends are the data is supporting that assertion that you've made, that's contrary to a lot of what I've read, and I would be glad to share notes and be convinced differently if the facts show that. So then I did want to touch on a couple other good and valuable points that you made. Well, first, I wanted to question one other assertion, which was in the retail, I think it was on your page 29, that showed our city trends year by year. And the speaker had said that we had already declined before the pandemic, and that was the case in downtown, but I didn't see that the data supported that citywide. And the peak year was 2018, fiscal 2018, 2019. And then the decline citywide occurred in FY 2019-20, which included 4 months of virtual shutdown from the pandemic. And so up until that time, I don't believe that we were in a decline. And so
I think we should pull up that we're in a different presentation now. But I think this is Barry's slide,
yep.
Which does show downtown Palo Alto, in a
yeah, I agree that downtown Palo Alto showed a decline before the pandemic. So what I said was that citywide, I didn't believe it supported that.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption. I think, and there's also some other areas other than just the focus areas that we looked at. There's some things that I think auto sales and other kinds of things that they're not in those focus areas that we looked at. So I think they're, and this is not the right slide, but I think we're looking at. If you can go back, I think it's the very first slide under sales tax.
Here.
Right there it is, and it's a little bit hard because the pandemic hit in March of 2020, so it was kind of 3/4 of the way through that fiscal year. So
we have quarter by quarter data through that fiscal year.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. And so, but again, you're right on point when you say that the downtown and California Avenue are in decline. The city was not, and you're totally accurate with that comment.
Okay, so I think, and then you made a fair point. Well, first, where you have asserted in the report that we are not yet back up to our former level.
Right.
But that only, your data only takes us through FY22, which was through the end of last June. We have more recent data. Have you looked at the more recent data?
I have not looked at, we just got fourth quarter. We just got fourth quarter this week from the state. So we did look at third quarter too. And so it's continuing to grow. But again, that the point I was trying to make too is, especially in the downtown area and California Avenue, is those small independent owned businesses are still struggling. They're not back to pre-pandemic in terms of margins and cash flow.
So if you make the distinction between those certain areas and the broader citywide assertions that you actually did make, I'm good with that.
Yep.
But I am concerned that that wasn't how the presentation articulated those distinctions. So we actually have received, and it's in city reports already, data through the fall, or our projections. On a dollar basis, we're actually at or above where we left off. But you made the valid point that that doesn't account for inflation. And so in terms of, we'll call it numbers of goods sold, we'd still be down. But in terms of absolute dollars, I don't believe we are.
Correct.
So I'm past my time, so I'm going to follow up later, hopefully. Thank you.
Steve, could we go back to the last slide of guiding principles? Because I want to make sure with this time that we have, that we make sure that we receive, direction, on what this means in terms of recommendations for the city.
Yes, so from tonight's PowerPoint, the second to last slide. A little lower towards the end. Next one. Perfect. Thank you. Good idea, Larissa.
Thank you.
Did you want to speak to this, or is it just for us to remember?
I think she just
Well,
wanted
this
to
is-
reference.
Yeah, we want to make sure that, the purpose of this exercise is to make sure we're headed in the right direction, that, we may continue to discuss some of the details and some of the findings, but what we think it leads to in terms of the direction for the city is, and this is where we landed, and we have to make sure at this juncture that you're comfortable with this, because this is the basis of the strategic and tactical recommendations that come next.
So I'll just say that I think these are good guiding principles, and I'm good with those. My heartburn is over some of the assertions you've made of the number of square feet that we are definitely exceeding our present and future need in retail. I don't think you have an adequate basis for that strong of an assertion, but these guiding principles I fully embrace. I think they're solid, and so that's a real important distinction I want to make. I'm good with the directions, but I have real concern about some of the other assertions along the way, and the basis for the assertions that were in the report as well.
And I'm happy to show what an increase in that daytime population or in that return to work is. And I'm happy to provide additional support that the tech industry in particular is not returning to work. But I'm happy to show that alternative just so you can see the impact.
Thank you. Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. I just have a couple of things. One, a question that somewhat follows up on the immediate colloquy that was had between Councilmember Burt and the presenters. So I don't see it in the guiding principles, but when we talk about, or you talked about retail demand projections and takeaways on one of the slides and talked about potential interventions to the retail ecosystem being broadening the mix of uses to increase daytime customer base. And so there's a lot of talk throughout about daytime customer base. And so that relates to what are the workers coming back and things that Councilmember Burt was discussing. But we talk about broadening that mix with both office and residential uses. And I wanted to ask a couple of questions about the residential, about residents increasing daytime demand for retail. One is, have we looked at all at the number of Palo Altans that work from home, which may or may not be greater than the average in other cities? I suspect it might be larger here. And then I also wanted to ask about, have we factored in the increased housing we're expected to build, and particularly the interest in building it near retail centers in downtown areas that are near transit centers, et cetera, and what the effect of that would be on your takeaway that we should try to increase daytime demand in part by residential uses. So could you just comment on that, please?
Sure, yes. So we did look at your pipeline of both residential office as well as the surrounding areas. I believe we have a slide showing just that mapped. And so we do account for that future population growth through your residential pipeline. It's the density of it is a lot of it is just proposed, and they're much smaller scale compared to some of the surrounding cities. You know, in our analysis, the incremental demand of one additional unit, of one additional household, typically this obviously depends on the market, and I can double check what it is here, but typically only yields 3 to 6 square feet of additional retail demand. So, so density really has to be significant to really drive that demand.
And I will say that, you know, embedded within those guiding principles, you know, if we pulled that up and talked about, you know, the recommendations under hierarchy of place, the acknowledgement that California Ave in particular, I think that's really very much aligned with, you know, the work from home population. California Ave, its DNA is, you know, is Palo Alto serving. We want to do everything we can to make sure that the mix there offers, you know, the wide diversity of uses that meets the needs of local residents, many of whom are working from home. And, you know, a part of our analysis, which it was not in what we presented today, was, you know, looking at the land use in and around California Ave and the opportunities to increase the residential population, which, you know, while it doesn't, you know, tilt the scale, you know, tremendously, as Anya said, you know, it helps reinforce it as a neighborhood and community serving place. We think that's the DNA of California Ave. In contrast, University Ave is a destination. It is and must be in order to succeed. It cannot succeed on the spending of Palo Altans alone. And so we have to acknowledge that and continue to sort of embrace its DNA as a destination, which is why, you know, events and activations and entertainment, you know, continue to be powerful opportunities when we think about, you know, what a steward could do if they were unleashed with resources to do those things. You know, so a lot of what you're saying is really embedded in our desire to see University Ave retain its destination, you know, DNA, and California Ave embrace and expand its DNA as resident and community serving.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that there could be different blends, as you've described, in the different regions of our city, but just want to make sure we note that in this brave new world of work from home, that gets taken into account when we talk about the two different ways to increase daytime demand. My second question is a relatively narrow one, which is simply, you know, at the beginning when you're identifying the different commercial areas, and you know, you start with sort of the regional areas like Stanford Shopping Center and University Avenue, then you get to community serving, and then you get to neighborhood serving. There were a couple neighborhood serving ones that I was surprised not to see. One was Edgewood Shopping Center, and the other was just El Camino Real that some of the folks on the western side of our city use essentially as a neighborhood shopping center. So could you speak a little bit as to why the choice was made not to include either of those?
Sure. Our scope of work at the outset was informed by a desire to look at, downtown areas and concentrations of retail activity. And so together with the city, we defined those areas rather than El Camino, which was, long automobile oriented corridor. Maybe, Steve could speak to that piece of the decision as well.
Sure, happy to. Steve Guagliardo, assistant to the city manager. And in response to the question regarding Edgewood, for example, so Edgewood is classified firmly as a neighborhood serving shopping center. The recommendations we come up with for Midtown, for Charleston, are going to be focused on ways to activate the neighborhood serving retail. It's not one-to-one necessarily, but there's a lot of overlap. And so what's good for neighborhood serving retail is good for neighborhood serving retail. What we come forward with in terms of recommendations will probably be applied to Edgewood and other like-minded districts. Larissa, does that capture previous conversations there?
I think so. And part of what made the cut, it was also a look at, where we're seeing the most impact on the sales tax front. So, it was a mixture of decisions that went into what we chose to identify as study areas versus whatnot.
All right, thank you. I'm out of time.
Councilmember Lifcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Mr. Guagliardo and Street Sense for this excellent presentation. I have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Guagliardo. I'm trying really hard to say your name correctly. I know how important that is. Okay, good. To my colleague, Councilmember Vinker's point about housing, when I looked at the map of where our various shopping districts are and focused on South Palo Alto, which is, is my bent, South of Oregon has only 2 shopping areas. Both are neighborhood areas, Midtown and Charleston Shopping Center. And the Southwest side has nothing. Just ask the kids at Gunn versus the kids at Pali. Fortunately, for those of us who do live there, there's excellent shopping across the border in Mountain View and Los Altos. Unfortunately, that means that our sales tax dollars are being invested there and our brand loyalty is being developed there. So this underscores the case for revitalizing the retail on El Camino Real on the south portion of that road, maybe Stanford Research Park retail, and for more robust reside the thousands of new housing units we plan to put there. The consultant made the point that cities can influence but not dictate the decisions of private property owners. So my question for you as we look ahead to this imperative that we revitalize our economic circumstances and build more housing, Mr. Guagliardo, how will we incentivize more robust retail in the San Antonio-Charleston corridor?
Thank you for the question. Pulling up the map right now that's showing the demand and the options. There it is right there on screen. So we can all see exactly what you're referring to, how outside city borders there are those clusters. This is in part a question for Street Sense as well. To the extent we have regulatory overlays and other things making it less clear and less certain what businesses you can cite where, it becomes confusing for prospective vendors. And so through the benefit of the development of this comprehensive economic development strategy, as we're looking at those things, if we're able to come up with something like a single use table, that becomes the guiding cornerstone of what business do you want to set up? Where are you allowed to set that up? What does it take to get there? And can help inform all of those processes. So when the demand is identified, as you've done, we've got these new things coming online, there's already some demand there. It's much easier for someone to navigate the city process for citing the business there.
Okay, thank you.
I will say, can I say that, and Anya said this at the beginning, spending is finite. As you mentioned, it's already being captured by your competitors. And that's a really hard sell to say to a new tenant, a new business, locate someplace where residents are already meeting their needs somewhere else. That's actually a losing proposition for a tenant. And they often choose not to go in places where demand is already being met. They look for gaps where their services are needed already. And so that's the point we really made at the beginning, which is you exist in a regional marketplace. No one necessarily knows, these kids don't know that they're crossing over a boundary, and that sales tax is leaving, and tenants are making decisions based less on municipal boundaries than on where their customers are coming from. So, I would just caution you in that respect. And as we said, we can quibble about how much oversupply there is, but we are not seeing markets where there's a tremendous demand for new retail, and we are not making those recommendations to pursue new retail when we do see trends that suggest shrinkage and softening of brick and mortar opportunities and vacancies already in your districts. We want you to reinvest in your existing districts, reduce those vacancies, and make those districts the best that they can be, rather than adding more retail that competes with them. So, I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. I think the timer stopped for a while. I've worried that I'm over my 5 minutes. I'm trying to be very conscious of not using more than that. I do have one more thought to offer. Many of us are familiar with the concept of the third place, which for those who don't know is a concept from the field of sociology developed by Professor Ray Oldenburg. The notion being we all have a first place, which is home. We have a second place, which is either work or school, depending on our age and stage in life. And then we all need a third place, which is neither work or school nor home, but a third place we can go to where everyone knows your name, like the bar Cheers. As Palo Alto has become more shishi, more tech-oriented, more famous, we have lost many of our third places. We had a bowling alley, for example, down near where I live on the south side. And as we look forward to how to bring ourselves back to pre-pandemic levels and beyond, as this report itself pointed out, you referred to these non-traditional retail uses, which are third places. Light industrial maker spaces, the report pointed out, fall into this category. I am eager for us to figure out how to incentivize, inspire more of those types of businesses to come to our city, because those are the sorts of businesses that create this sense of destination, belonging. They really help form the character of the place. There are people in the audience nodding right now. I appreciate that. And I just they were sort of given an asterisk in this report, but I would love to see a little bit more attention paid to the vital role that category of business plays in maintaining and enhancing the vitality of a community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, thanks very much for this very expansive data. It's really helpful. Notwithstanding, we have some elements of debate around those, I'll say, on behalf of one of our council members, or two of our council members. And I do think that we can all assume that office traffic is not going to come back to where it will be. If it comes back to 50% or 60%, that's still down 40%. I think it'll take decades to get back. So that's a comfortable enough fact, I think, for us to make some stakes in the ground on. We have to kind of do some right sizing as is being recommended. So first of all, let me say, because your question tonight is, are you following the right direction? I think yes, you are. I think you're on the right alignment, and I don't want to push you too much on some strategy items, but I'll get close to it with a couple of my questions, combining with what I had prepared with what I've heard. One of the things that you talk about, even in your guiding principles here, is improve accessibility. But that seems to imply things like getting better trains and buses and last mile. I feel that, disclosure, I have a background career in retail, so I'm sorry about that. But I think that we need to think more about draw, which you're also thinking about. How can we just bring people to what's already there? And if there's enough draw, they'll figure out ways to get there. There's a couple comments in your report about how California Avenue doesn't really get the traffic. Well, it sure does on Farmers Market Day.
Yeah.
Right? And it sure does when we opened up restaurants in the street, which unfortunately some are blocking the retailers. You also mentioned that in the malls, you never have a mall without a manager, basically a manager, but also usually a promotion manager in addition, that is constantly putting together promotions to bring people to that mall. Not because the person's going there to buy a book, which is the business I was in, or anything else, it's because they want to bring them to the mall and they can figure out later what they buy on a spontaneous basis, or they plan to conveniently put it together. And we're not doing that. You also correctly noted that there are two shopping centers that are run by one landlord, Town Country and Sanford. So they can do that. It's really more complicated, where I think we need to step in some of these smaller areas and help coordinating some of those promotional efforts. California Avenue downtown, owned by multiple landlords, to the extent that we can help the Chamber of Commerce and or them, do some promotions down there. When there was a band that played on California Avenue, it was jammed, right? So I think this promotion of just bringing people to what's already there is one side of it. Secondly, I want to ask you a question. I also feel that what people are looking for is some sort of what they call in retail assortment. And it's not just assortment of goods in a store, it's an assortment of stores. So how would you recommend that we address the assortment of stores? Because we can't really master plan for the city for the reason that you also suggested, which is that we can't dictate what developers want to put in there. But perhaps, our city could give some guidelines that we want, a couple of shoe stores and a couple of this and a couple of that. And we don't want, this is how we got into the cups, by the way, we don't want 17 nail stores, nail preparation stores on California Avenue, because it doesn't look good. It's keeping other people out. And it doesn't have what we've always called for a number of years, which I think is a great category word for this, vibrancy. We want our downtowns to be vibrant. That speaks to excitement, people there, of course, assortment of stores, stuff happening. So is there a way that we could sort of master plan that informally to give guidelines without saying no to somebody that wants to come in and rent the space?
Well, I'll start with the first thing. Stewardship, I agree 1,000%. That is absolutely a direction we'd like to go. Particularly acknowledging along University Avenue, you need a steward that's going to bring people in through marketing and promotion, really critical. And I would say University and California both have opportunities and have in the past come together around this. So very important. On the second, that's a really dicey question. I have spent 25 years in this field, and I've come to the conclusion that, zoning and regulatory tools are way too blunt to effectively create the kind of assortment that happens, in a shopping center that's single owner. So you do end up with this overlay upon overlay upon overlay, and a response to a business people don't want, and the rule that restricts it, and so my position on it is that removing these unnecessary regulations, a district will recalibrate itself, right? Businesses will fill spaces that because they're going to be profitable, right? So I prefer the incentive piece of the stick as opposed to the incentive, the carrot, not the stick. Thinking through the kinds of incentives for the businesses you would like. How can you speed up their permitting process? For instance, in the city of New York, where I worked for many years and served as a city planning commissioner, Mayor Bloomberg in the Bloomberg administration created the New Business Acceleration Team, which focused on permitting exclusively for restaurants. So that made it, it was a way to help a particular kind of use open its doors much more quickly, right? So you can, perhaps that's a start, looking at your table of uses and removing some of the restrictions and then providing incentives. So, a little bit of the carrot, a little bit of the stick. But, I've worked in zoning for too long to know that over time, it ends up being much more challenging to create the kind of vibrancy that you're looking for if you're using zoning as the tool to try to create a merchandising strategy.
Okay, just lastly, I think I'm endorsing looking at a lot of zoning changes. Council actually already started on that last year, and we'll be looking at that again. And then also, I don't want to put you on the spot yet, but I'm taking it as a stake in the ground that there probably needs to be transition to more housing in downtown. So there's basically permanent residents who are going out all the time to their favorite restaurants, their favorite shoe stores and shoe repair stores and so on. So I think that that's a trend we should be looking at even in the context of our current housing planning. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing. Councilmember Tanaka, please.
Yeah, so I really want to thank you guys for your work on this. It's actually a very impressive report. I really liked it. So I'll make a few comments here. So, I've talked to quite a few landlords as well as realtors, and people are so desperate to rent out space, to rent it out at just about any price, sometimes even free. Sometimes they even pay money for tenant improvements for people to move in. So I think right now, the price of the rent is not the issue of why we have vacancies. I think right now, the reason why you have vacancies is for the other reasons you guys mentioned. So, because I think one of the key things is the trend you guys mentioned, which is a lot of people are working from home now after COVID. I can tell you something my family is, and I know a lot of other families are. And in fact, I think TechWorks in general prefer it. And so I don't know if we're going to see people go back to office full time unless you physically have to be there for some reason, like assembly or something like that. Now, so the question is, well, how do we solve that? So certainly, I think housing could be one of them, and more dense housing in these areas could certainly help. But I agree with my colleagues, which recommended having some sort of attraction, have some sort of draw. So for instance, like Sandbox VR is in San Mateo, right? It's a draw. It's a virtual reality thing and gets people there, or maker spaces or something like that drives people to these places, right? It's something that that will create that kind of foot traffic that we need. And it also means creating incentives for these businesses to locate in our city. I think that one thing we should look at is tax incentives, accelerating the permitting process, actually reaching out to these businesses. I think we have to do all of this. We have to be very aggressive because certainly our competitors are doing well. And if we don't hustle, I think we're going to be in trouble. And that really kind of leads me to the idea of really easing the Palo Alto process, because right now this kind of uncertainty really makes it tough to want to set up business here. Just before the pandemic, I was talking to a smoothie shop owner. He was trying to open on University Avenue. It took 2 years, right? 2 years to get a smoothie shop open, right? And so it's all that time you're paying rent. It's just like a lot of uncertainty. It's very hard to have a business like that. Right now in some areas we have regulations on formula retail, right? So retail concepts are very successful. We can't necessarily have in our city because of these restrictions. So I think we need to ease up on that. And it's a good observation about big box, right? Big box retail around our peripheries kind of sucks out a lot of the sales tax that could have been here in Palo Alto, right? I know a lot of families in our city shop at Costco, right? And so that's a humongous leakage of sales dollars. I was talking to just a month or so ago. I was talking to the person that's running Town and Country, and he was telling me about kind of like the trials and tribulations at Scott's Seafood. They're trying to replace Scott's Seafood. It's been a year now. And he said normally in other cities it would be 3 months, right, to get a permit to get a new restaurant in there. But instead it's vacant, right? That's sales tax that we're not getting. So I like the idea of having like Bloomberg's, some sort of focus on accelerating the permitting process, because I think that's really needed because it's a competitive space right now. I mean, if we're hard to work with, if we don't want to welcome these businesses, if we don't try to chase them down, if we don't create the incentives, they'll just open somewhere else because it's easier, less risk. And then I think the other thing I think we need to do is, especially for University Avenue, but this is also true for California Avenue, is I think we need to get our plans straight, especially for the parklets and outdoor dining, all that stuff. And it really needs to be much more, I know that staff is trying to work through it and there's like a 2-year timeline for this, but I think 2 years is too long. I think it really should be 6 months. It needs to be a lot faster because actually the mayor and I were at a opening of a restaurant, which was kind of nice. It was a hot pot plus bubble tea, right, place. Kind of a cool concept. And, I was talking to the owner and she's trying to figure out like how much does she want to invest outside, right? I mean, because of all the uncertainty, it's hard for people to know what to do, right? So that's why I think it's important that we come upon a plan sooner so that people can invest. versus having this cloud of uncertainty over their head. So anyways, I just want to really encourage staff and others to try to get our downtown plans settled quickly, because people are going to wait on the sidelines until that's done. But overall, I really like the recommendations you guys make. I support a lot of it. I think it's really good. I think the one thing that maybe you guys should also think about as well, and it's something recent that maybe you haven't been following, is we have the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, right? 16th largest bank, right? A lot of people have been affected. A lot of companies have been affected, payroll, et cetera. Maybe there'll be layoffs because of this. Don't know. But that could also have a very chilling effect. So we should think about that as how that will affect the business environment as well. But thank you for your work, and we'll love to see some of these recommendations implemented.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. I just want to say a few things. First, thank you very much for this diagnostic report. It's really helpful. I will say that I agree with my colleagues about, adding into the study the neighborhood centers such as Edgewood, as well as San Antonio and South Palo Alto. I do want to caution on the work at home hopes, as time changes and things turn around, that there might be a possibility of getting back into the office fully. But it's going to take time. We all understand that. But I just want to caution, and I want to make sure that we're looking at this realistically, especially when we look back at the historical data when we had a robust and vibrant retail scene in downtown and in other parts of our city. But when the tech companies started doing really well and started expanding, a lot of these spots, I'll give you an example that is like Didham's, and there's also University Arts. All of those businesses suddenly went away because it was much more lucrative for those spaces to be office space. I look at Jungle Copy, which is on, I think it's High Street. Now it's a private cafeteria, and we can't go in and use it. So I just want to caution on that, and perhaps this is something that our consultants can also work at understanding the historical data so that it's not repeated. I do think also with what Councilmember Lowing said about transit, and instead making sure that there's the draw. Now, I noticed that there isn't so much analysis in how many people actually use their vehicles to come to these shopping areas downtown, as well as California Avenue. I agree that we need the assortments of stores so that they complement each other and that they are going to be helping each other to be successful. In terms of analyzing the local sales tax revenue, I want to say pre-pandemic, we can say that retail was not, the sales tax was not high, but also we did not have an intentional focus on ensuring that we have a vibrant retail. There was no focus on that. So that's a big reason as to why it had been reduced. And now we do have that focus. And also Councilmember Tanaka mentioned about predictability. Throughout this time during COVID, really, we've been making decisions, to help certain businesses succeed, but then nobody really knows what we're going to decide next. So we really have to focus on making sure that we come up with something that people, business owners can understand and be able to have some stability as well as predictability. And then I also say we have to address, you put in here to improve accessibility, which is really good because we do have to address parking policies, especially for those low-wage part-time workers, as well as these essential workers. They need parking and they oftentimes work 2 or 3 jobs. So I just want to say, don't forget about these kind of things that are impactful. But mostly I want to make sure that we look at the historical data as to how the transitions happen when certain climate changes for tech businesses and so forth. I also want to ask with regard to organizational structure. I do want to understand how is the funding going to take place, as well as who are the organizations or committees that are going to be looking at ensuring that we have the events, the street cleaning, and on and on. So thank you.
Well, that might be a good place to say, our recommendations are really tactical, identify, projects, programs, and interventions, outline the funding that, the magnitude of funding that might be required. In some cases, it's staff time. In other cases, if it's capital investment, we know that's a higher magnitude. We look at the partners and the champions necessary to advance those recommendations. Again, the city cannot do this alone. They need partners. And so, every recommendation is we apply a rubric to each of these recommendations so that it's a true roadmap and work plan for the city to execute, over the next 3 to 5 years.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Will you also give us a timeline of what is going to be coming back?
Yes, thank you for that. Go ahead, Larissa, do you want to take a crack at that?
At the very beginning, we had, the sort of schedule where, go ahead, Steve.
So I was just going to say, we're working through this. We had initially anticipated returning to council for the third discussion, which would be focused on those recommendations, the outgrowth from these guiding principles, and getting to that tactical level that Larissa mentioned, the roadmap that would then give all stakeholders that predictability and that sense of what's coming next. We were slotting that to be before council broke to the end of this fiscal year. And Larissa, I'll kick it over to you. Are we, with this moving to March, are we still going to be able to make that timeline, or what's the expectation for when we'll be able to return?
What is that
June.
date?
So that would be June is council's last meetings, and then they'll go out on recess in July. So if we think we'll be ready in June, that's when we'd return to discuss those recommendations.
Yeah, I think so. We could be prepared for that.
And what is the next phase that we're going to be discussing, or that you will be presenting?
So with the conversation tonight and the helpful input from council and general affirmation of the guiding principles, what StreetSense is going to do is continue to take the data, take those guiding principles, and use that to develop the roadmap. So the next work product that'll be coming back before council really is the discussion of the roadmap and saying, if we invest here, this is the return on that investment we expect. If we sequence it this way, we think we're going to get the most bang for our buck, and this is how we're going to set up the comprehensive economic development strategy.
And there's still going to be a community engagement with all the stakeholders through this time?
So that's an element that can be incorporated a little bit, is as the roadmap's developed, we can bring people into that conversation and just get people to weigh in. I mean, as we've talked about tonight, we need to engage with partners on this process. In order for that roadmap to be implemented successfully, it cannot be a city alone led initiative. And so getting those stakeholders read in early, getting them understanding what's going on, and getting their general support for the roadmap as it comes back to council is going to be critical to success.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to close this item and move on to our next item. Thank you again to StreetSense.
Thank you very much.
Our next study session is the pre-screening study session regarding a rezone request to amend Plan Community 2343 for the property located at 2901, 2905 Middlefield Road, and rezone 702 Ellsworth Place to R1 zone for development of a one-story single-family residence. Staff?
Good evening. I'm Amy French, Chief Planning Official. I have John Late, I'm the Director, with me. Tonight, for this study session, we're doing a pre-screening. Pre-screenings are required for legislative changes. Pre-screenings are intended to solicit early feedback. And please note, the council members are supposed to refrain from forming settled opinions, supporting or opposing the project. Next slide. Should I do my own? A little history. Yeah. Thank you. This old map at the left shows 702 Ellsworth with a home footprint from back in the day. The photo shows the apartment building's guest parking area. Prior to the installation of the fence that has been placed more recently, we are in a period of discovery with neighbors and staff performing research for greater understanding of the history. Noting that back in 1926, we had a grocery store, a service station, and residential quarters on this parcel. Then we had homes built along Ellsworth in 1938 to 49. Then in 1958, a planned community came along for professional office buildings. And around this time as well, Matadero Canal became a flood control area, and the Santa Clara Valley Water District proceeded to take 30 feet of property from the back of those Ellsworth properties and created substandard lots. Then finally, in 1967, the PC that had begun as professional office became an apartment building for 12 housing units with guest parking located across Ellsworth on the lot as seen in the lower photo on the screen. The PC zoning was not reflected on the city's zoning map. Next slide. The existing lots are shown on the screen. There are 4 lots as forming PC 2343. You can see the red dash lines form the easement, Ellsworth Place. It's a private street. Next slide. The existing PC planned community shows up as these development plan here showing the 12 units as well as the parking, guest parking in the blue outlined area. And that's 702 Ellsworth with the blue outline. So this whole entire set of parcels is subject to PC 2343 as noted. If the blue lot were an R1 zoned lot, it would have substandard lot area, and that would impact what could be developed there. However, the lot depth and lot width are not substandard for R1, so it cannot be called a substandard lot by definition. Next slide. This is illustrating the applicant's request. The proposal is to create a 1-story home on 702 Ellsworth and rezone it to R1. The proposal is to provide 4 uncovered parking spaces, striping the existing asphalt to make up for tenant parking for the 12 units. The proposal also indicates a delivery space, shown in green, that would be offered up in a temporary loading unloading fashion for the neighborhood's deliveries. Then the garbage trucks and recycling would come off of Sutter. This is a change from what's been there for a number of years. Next slide. This is illustrating the concept for a 1-story home, which is the applicant's request, with setbacks as if it were an R1 property. Next slide. This further shows that concept with the site plan, indicating fence heights and some alterations that were made during this process while the applicant was engaging with neighbor conversations. Next slide. This slide shows a table and a map showing Ellsworth Place. Indicated on the map in blue outline are all of the substandard R1 lots. You'll see the Matadero Canal is along the right-hand side of the map there. And then the yellow outline is for the R2 substandard lots. So a number of substandard lots. The only not substandard lot on this street is 705 Ellsworth, and it has a 2-story home. To be considered substandard, R1 or R2 lot, it needs to be, the standard size is 6,000 square feet. A substandard lot has to be both substandard, less than 83%, or 4,980 square feet, and a lot width of either less than 50 feet or a lot depth of less than 83 feet. So that's the criteria. Next slide. We've had a number of conversations with neighbors. Neighbors have sent correspondence to the council and staff. I've tried to capture about eight of the concerns on this slide. So there is concern about the fact that the lot was sold, the fact that a fence was placed and around the former parking area for guests of the apartment building. The fact that the fence prevents deliveries from making turnarounds on that parking lot. And then some other things like bicycle safety on Middlefield and location of trash and some other things. Next slide. So to keep it short, staff's recommendation is to conduct the pre-screening process. We have a number of people that would like to speak, and the applicants are here as well to present their proposal. And then again, noting that the comments are not binding on the city or the applicant. And then a formal rezoning application has also been submitted, and that would be evaluated and then presented to the Planning and Transportation Commission, and then coming back to council. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go to the applicant right now. And how many minutes? 10. Thank you. 10 minutes.
Is this on? Yeah. Great. Well, I'll go ahead and start while I'm waiting for the presentation. Good evening, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, and members of the council. My name is Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects, and I'm joined tonight with my client, Rich Dewey of RLD Land. He owns the apartment building. And I think listening on the broadcast is Nitin Handa, and Nitin is the new owner of 702 Ellsworth. And actually, he's going to make some comments following my presentation. So let me see here. So this pre-screening. That work? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. This pre-screening is for consideration of amending a 56-year-old PC ordinance that involves 2 parcels of land, correct a zoning map error that has persisted for 56 years, create an opportunity for a new single-family home, provide parking on 1 parcel that conforms to the latest city requirements, and modify an ingress-egress easement to access other properties on Ellsworth. The existing PC involves 2 adjacent parcels with an access easement between them. The PC was created in 1967 to allow a 12-unit apartment building to be constructed on the 2901, 2905 Middlefield parcel instead of a commercial building, as Ms. French explained, and to provide the balance of the required parking on the other parcel on Ellsworth. And then at the same time, an easement, I went too far. An easement was created between the parcels to enable them to access the apartment building's parking. That easement, however, may not have included the other properties down Ellsworth. RLD Land, my client, bought the properties in 2017. The zoning map at the time showed 1 property zoned multifamily and 1 property zoned single family. And you can see it on the map in front of you there. In 2022, after discussing single family development with the city on the Ellsworth parcel, RLD Land sold that property to Mr. Handa. And he plans on building a modest single family, 1-story, approximately 1,900 square foot home. However, when Mr. Handa submitted plans for a building permit to the city, the city uncovered this mysterious unaccounted for PC 2343, and they informed Mr. Handa, to his surprise, that it was not zoned R1. So he had just bought this land. So here's some views of the property. The one on the right is standing at Middlefield looking down Ellsworth. The apartment building is on the left and Mr. Handa's property is on the right. The upper left-hand photograph is from Ellsworth looking towards Middlefield with Mr. Handa's property on the left, the apartment building on the right. You can see the parking spaces that are there now. The bottom left-hand corner is of the apartment building side property that's the rear property actually, where there's a carport and where we're proposing a couple more parking spaces. And then the picture in the middle is from the Sutter Street side, which is the front of the building. And we're proposing parking in the side yard of that property, of the apartment property. So the goals of the owner are to extract the 702 Ellsworth from the PC ordinance by amendment of the development plan, provide a compliant required parking associated with the apartment building entirely on the apartment building property, and revert 702 Ellsworth to R1 zoning, where a home once stood and a new home could be built. Now, I just learned that I should be saying create an R1 zone property, because apparently it was not R1 before the PC was created. So this is the original, sorry, the pointer's not working real well. This is the original site plan, a 12-unit apartment building that had has four 2-bedroom, 4 1-bedroom, and 4 studios. They required 20 parking spaces at the time. However, under today's requirements, there are only 16 spaces required, 12 must be covered. So the 12 would be provided for in the existing carports that provide 12 covered spaces today. And we would create, for this new plan, 2 parking spaces essentially in the side yard, and they would be accessed off of Sutter, and then 2 spaces in tandem fashion off of Ellsworth Place, accessed from Ellsworth Place. This actually reduces the number of cars using Ellsworth Place by 1/3, even after we add 2 spaces in for the new home that will be built on the 702 Ellsworth property. The green rectangle is where we have space for a delivery van, and RLD Land is willing to allow temporary delivery parking on that property in that location. And Mr. Handa can explain what he's doing, but he's essentially creating a 4-foot strip that would then allow for about a 42-foot wide area for the delivery truck to turn around and temporarily park on the RLD Land property. And that was really to respond to concerns that the neighbors had about where do the delivery trucks go, because currently they park on the 702 parking lot. So in conclusion, a previously unknown city mapping error was relied on by all parties and has resulted in a situation that can be easily rectified with this PC amendment. And at the same time, provide for an ingress and egress easement that can be expanded to include the 13 parcels down Ellsworth, and a site plan for temporary truck deliveries. RLD Land requests the City Council support amending the development plan and to right size the parking and to provide an opportunity for a single family home. Mr. Handa is, I think, on the broadcast and would like to make some remarks as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Is it possible that I share my screen here?
I think so.
Okay, hope everybody can see my screen. Good evening, everyone. And Ken, thanks for describing it quite well. Just to reiterate that we purchased this lot in November of 2022 because we were told by the seller and by the city both that it is zoned as R1 and we can build a single family homes. We had multiple communication with the city also, where the city told us clearly what we can build. And in fact, we are proposing to build exactly what the city told us. Since we discovered that, this is not really an R1 zone, city discovered it after we submitted the plans. We have been in multiple conversation with the neighbors. I think I have spent almost like, when I say neighbors, I mean I've spoken to one neighbor who has been mostly representing other neighbors. Her name is Christian. So when I say neighbors, I mean I've spoken to Christian. And I think if I look at my T-Mobile bill, I think probably I've spent about 3 hours plus of conversations with her on different things, including one meeting last week in her home to figure out a good solution to this. We have agreed on 6 items, but we did not agree on 1 item. So I'm just being very upfront on that. Like you will see, this was the old plan that we proposed. This is the new plan based on all the conversation. We agreed to decrease the lawn on the front, which is this lawn. We agreed to put pavers here to help, just help with the vehicle maneuvering there and also to help with the parking for my lot, not to give a parking to someone else, but it just increases the, we have a driveway and then, this just gives little extra breathing space for parking on a tiny street. We also agreed to widen the driveway. It was much narrower. Now we have widened it, again, just giving that little more breathing space to everybody. We agreed to cut the bushes on Middlefield side, which were blocking the line of sight for quite some time, and this was already done. We agreed not to do the basement. Originally, the plan was to do the basement for us, but neighbors did not want us because it does have a lot of downstream consequences to the basement. So we agreed not to do the basement. We also agreed to do a 3-foot tall fence on the Middlefield side. Initially, we proposed something like 4 or 5 feet, but then to help with the line of sight. And I think this is also the code. We have reduced the fence on Middlefield and the front fence down to 3 feet now. And then I think the biggest thing was on Ellsworth, that 20 feet easement, which actually is part of my lot. I have agreed to give city the right to that 20 feet easement to settle any debate regarding who can access that part of the street or not access that part of the street. I've been advised that I can block that street. I've been advised I cannot block that street, but I think beside the point, trying to resolve this issue, I'm happy to give a 20 feet easement city as a third party right to the city for that, so that there is no debate around it. So those were the 6 items that we have agreed on. There's 1 item we could not agree on. Christian suggested that I build a 2-story house for 2 reasons. I think one is she felt the massing of this house is too much for the street. Therefore, a 2-story would be better. She was under some impression that with 2-story, I can get more square footage, so it is beneficial for me, which is not true. Whether 1 or 2 stories, the square footage is same. Secondly, the neighbors also believe that, by getting permission from the council, exception from the council to do a 2-story, they would be able to build their house as 2-story, which was declined in past. So they were hoping to use this as a reason, as an example, so that they can also get an exception to build a 2-story house for themselves. Personally, I don't believe that, my house has to be 2-story for the neighbors to get an exception. I think that's a separate topic. And, I personally support the neighbors on that. If they want to build a 2-story and if city council is willing to give them an exception, I am more than willing to extend my support to the neighbors for that. But I don't think so. In order to do that, I need to build a 2-story house. We have proposed a 1-story, and that's what we would like to stick to. I think that's it from my side here. Any questions? I can answer that.
Thank you. I'm gonna now call the, go to public comment.
Madam Mayor, we have 2 coordinated groups and a couple individual members who'd like to speak. So is it okay if I give them the 10 minutes allotted time?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, our first speaker is Kristen A. Van Fleet, speaking on behalf of Han Nguyen, Chin Chong, Sun Su, and Yanni Kassin.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Kristen Van Fleet. I've been a homeowner on Ellsworth Place for almost 19 years now. And the homes have been there since 1937. The apartments came in do we have is this working? I'm not seeing it on the big screen here. The homes came in 1969 is when they were built. They were approved in 67. In 58, the ordinance for the first ordinance was put in, and the idea was that it would become pleasant or sorry, I am out of my element right now, if you can't tell, that it would become good for the whole community. And I know that they took our street into consideration because our street's right there. You have to cut through the front of where the apartments are to get to our houses, and our street is only 20 feet wide. Since that fence went up, we have had significant problems with the circulation in our street. We would not be here if we were on a normal street that was 32 feet wide with sidewalks, and we don't have that. We have 20 feet wide, which is the minimum needed for a fire truck to get down it. And so when the fence went up, neighbors started complaining. Mind you, when this went on the market last summer, I called and had a message with the city planning, and they said, this is between a buyer and a seller. It's none of our business. Your private street, too bad, can't help you. So then when it sold and the fence went up and the problem started in, we tried to figure out what we could do, and we didn't know anything until literally 4 weeks ago today. So everything we pulled together has been in 4 weeks, and the developers have had since they cut the trees down in October of 2018 to figure out what their strategy is. So we want the fence removed. It is hurting the circulation. It has been hit by trucks. It is causing a difficulty getting in and out of our street. You cannot pass two cars getting in and out. Usually if you go to pass a car, someone would pull back if someone's trying to get out and someone get in, and then they go into the parking lot and around. We have lost that ability at this point. So that fence is dangerous. Why is this dangerous? Well, we have a circulation problem with the safety of children on the sidewalks with the bicycles and Key School across from us. If we go to the next, we've had a lot of near misses. You'll see how narrow the street is. I liked their wide angle picture they had on their presentation. It's not that wide there at all. And so they want to put a fence right on that 20-foot line right on the street, and that blocks us into the size of a one-way street. The apartments also use Ellsworth Place to access their parking and half of their carports, so they are not immune to what is going to be happening here with this idea that they can put a fence right on the street. I know they have talked about the delivery trucks, but we will bring that back again. You mentioned in the earlier session that there's a problem with shopping. Well, we know this. All the big box stores are not in Palo Alto. And so we get a lot of deliveries, and those trucks have to go someplace, right? And the delivery schedules are shared with the apartments. We're pretty much integrated in that, the post office too. And as I said, that the fence has been hit more than once. When it was installed, it was nice and straight. It's now backed. And this is set 4 feet back from where they actually think a fence is going to go. So what has happened now is that the apartments have lost these 8 parking spots. They'll park against the fence. They'll park in front of our neighbor at 706. They block her house. They're blocking our street. You can see how narrow the street gets if somebody parks on it. This is why we do not allow parking. We have put in pavers. We have lots and lots of pavers. This is what I was trying to explain to Mr. Honda. Yes, I'm the neighbor he spoke to. That you put in pavers so you can put a car off the street completely. 4 feet is not wide enough. And he did not want to get that when we talked. And then you can see that our driveway and the Winter Lodge driveway, which is a one-way out right on the other side of the creek from us, are the same width. And then this is our sidewalk as we exit. There's a blind corner where the street narrows down and kids use that sidewalk. So you'll be looking right, you go, oh, there's a kid, pull back. I mean, it's crazy. So at certain times of the day, we are really worried about hitting kids. And that is what's driving most of us here to stand in front of you and say, you know, they're worried about their $1 million sales. We're worried about $10 million for a kid getting killed. I mean, think about that, right? I know my neighbors don't want to put a price tag on life, but that's what FEMA tells us one life is for. And none of us want to be the person that actually does that. So this is the approach when you leave. They're planning to put their fence right where that greenery is and see how narrow the street gets. That's what we're scared about. Right across from us is Keys School, and they have a nice big old driveway right on the other side from us. There have been a number of fender benders. In fact, one of our neighbors was in one. These are not reported to the police because the police won't come out. They say exchange numbers and go on your merry way. In this particular instance, our neighbor recounted that the Keys School parent did not see where they came from. There's also been numerous things of almost hitting kids, almost is not okay with us. Almost hitting kids on bicycles, almost hitting kids on a skateboard. My mother had this experience where a kid actually slammed his hand on the hood of the car. He was okay, scared the crap out of her. So what we found in all this research is that back in Ordinance 1810, which is what the PC 2343 was amended from, they amended section 2 of that. They were supposed to widen the driveway approach and they never did it. So we are asking for that now. We have solved for the parking issues on our street by installing pavers. That is what we have control over. We do not have control over what the city does with their streets and with that intersection. People don't see that that's actually a street. It's a driveway approach and they drive right by it thinking it's the apartments. And so when cars were trying to get out of there at certain times of day, we're not looked at. So we're like, okay, fix this for us. Go back and fix what wasn't fixed 56 years ago, right? Because that was fixed 56 years ago, and we're still waiting for you to finish the first one. So let's get that in place, and then we'll move forward. So the next thing that came up is who owns the road? They keep saying we're driving across their property. In our research, this is not true. There are 3 working facts. One is that we all have joint ingress egress based on joint tenancy deeds that were between the original homeowner or landowner, Catherine Emerson, and another guy that bought the second half of the street. Just got this information literally like last Thursday or Friday. That's how much we're just getting information daily on this. So this is some of the latest. So this is 1. 2 is a surveyor mapped our deeds for us and found that, yes, that's where the road splits. And I will tell you that the 3rd fact is that Santa Clara County thinks Palo Alto's owned this since 1968, according to their maps. So we actually wonder if when this came up again, or when this came up in 1967, if that was how it was resolved, if Palo Alto said, this is such a mess, because it is, we'll take ownership of the street. We're looking for that document. But according to Santa Clara County, Palo Alto owns it. They don't own it. We don't own it. It's Palo Alto. So we got to figure it out. This also leads to, this whole thing has been a chaos. I guess that's the only word we got for it. And they say that they didn't know about the PC ordinance. I did a quick Google search of the correct property for the 702 Ellsworth Place, and it came right up. They changed the address to 700 Ellsworth Place when they made the sale. So how are you supposed to do research when you don't have the correct property to research? And when you go there and you type in the APN number for Santa Clara County Assessors, it says it's a parking lot. How does a R1 become a parking lot? Also, Zillow has it mapped to the apartments as being, you can rent an apartment there apparently from that parking parcel. Well, Zillow gets it right? I mean, and then there's also been other errors. When the sign was posted at the apartments, it had a certain number for us to send our letters in. When we got our postcards in the mail, that number changed. When we looked at their application, things like, are you near a creek? They marked no, hello, it's right next door. And then their presentation, they got the PC ordinance incorrect on that. And all of these details matter because if you change one digit, especially in hunting deeds or whatnot, you can't find anything. So, and that also, they gave us this map for that easement that they're talking about. And this map was, well, prepared by First American Title. The deed they gave us with it was for house number 705, not their house. So there's just been a series of missteps on this. We had asked for this letter to be included in your printed packet and it wasn't. I think it was added today, but every single house is represented here, including our neighbors. We have, I think, 22 or 23 of us between online and in the audience tonight. This includes the renters. This is the homeowners. Everybody is represented on our street. We think this is a problem and we want you to please hear us before somebody gets hurt or worse, killed in this situation. So we want the fence gone. We want the circulation back on our street. We want something that makes sense for our street and our neighborhood integrated with the apartments as was always planned. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Paul Bigby, speaking on behalf of Susan Light, Chuck Effinger, An Chong, and Sean Wang.
Do you want to speak, Susan? Or do I speak for you? Okay. So I'm also a member of I live at 724 Ellsworth. I'm just going to repeat the facts around the concerns that I personally have around safety and circulation and the need to clarify that situation. I commute to work in Los Altos and I use my bicycle to commute, and I do my best to get off of Middlefield as rapidly as possible. And entering an exit where I live, and I've lived for 19 years, is hazardous. And I can tell you it's hazardous because I have nearly been run over multiple times. So I'm going to leave it at that. That situation has to be remedied. It will cause harm at some point. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robin Ziegler.
Hi, thanks. My name is Robin Ziegler, and I've lived on Ellsworth, I can't imagine, for more than 35 years. Oh, can you hear me now? Yeah, my name is Robin Ziegler, and I just wanted to let you know that I've lived on Ellsworth Place, sometimes called Ellsworth Street or whatever, but we know it as Ellsworth Place, for more than 35 years. And I especially wanted to address the issue of how the entrance exit of Ellsworth Place connects with or crosses Middlefield Road and speaks to what the others have already mentioned. Exiting Ellsworth Place to turn right onto Middlefield each workday morning as I commute up to the health department in San Mateo County has been treacherous. Vehicles needing to turn left or right onto Middlefield from the church school that's right across from Ellsworth, as well as the pedestrians and the bicycle riders coming up and down Middlefield in front of our entrance exit to Ellsworth is extremely dangerous. So I absolutely concur that the entrance, the exit to Ellsworth Place at Middlefield, which is right there where the sidewalk is, be expanded so there's more flexibility in cars coming in and out, as well as there being no obstruction for the driver of the vehicles who are exiting and entering that section of the road or place. Thanks.
And our next speaker is Robert Chen.
Good evening. Thanks for this opportunity to speak to city women and city men here. Here, I would like to address some concerns for our neighborhood. First of all, historically, the PC 2343 ordinance required the parking lot to be as an integrated part of this apartment development back then in 1967. Back then, both the city, if you look at the documents, both the city and the apartment developer, both of them have the understanding that Ellsworth Place is a narrow street with 20 feet wide. It need to be widened in the future. In the past half centuries, the front area of Ellsworth Place including part of the parking lot, service as the buffer area for both the neighborhood and the apartment tenants to get for the traffic to get in and out of Ellsworth and get into the middle field. This buffer area is actually functioned as a prescriptive easement for us, for the community, not just the single family homeowners, but including the tenants of the apartments. So I would like to say, if it is take off, there will cause a lot of issues. Public safety issues will occur. Back to 2017, when the current owner of the apartments coming in, suddenly all the trees, matured protected trees, were cut without any notice. We cannot find any information through the city's online document. The sale of the parking lot and the setup of the chain link fence broke the PC zoning ordinance. In the United States, we understand it's a law and order. So violation of the zoning ordinance, I don't know. And the cut of the mature and the protected trees, is it allowable or not allowable? In short, by allowing the rezoning will eliminate the buffering area for the community public safety will be sacrificed, put more pressure on already depressed laborers, expose our kids and other citizens of the Ellsworth community and put potential apartment tenants to more traffic risks. It will worsen the already crowded traffic flow around the Ellsworth and the Midfield intersection.
Mr. Chen, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Banu Liar.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for hearing us. I've been a resident of Ellsworth Place since 1998, and I want to focus on the fact that we are really worried about the safety of that intersection. But not only that, I want to impress upon you, this was a sale that probably should have never happened. But now that it's here, this is a Gordian knot. I want you to not cut it, but unravel it. There's a lot, my neighbors, Kristen and Robert and everyone, they've done their history, which shows that this was not something, it was an apartment complex and it should have remained that way. Somehow it got sold. And now in trying to rectify that situation, the council has to really pay attention to the details, look at it historically. What was it meant to be? Our first and foremost concern is the safety, but at the same time, we've been residents for a very long time. So whatever decisions you make, you have to make sure that it's not ad hoc to account for just one person who's not even a resident of Palo Alto, comes in and gets special treatment. We want you to look back at all the requests we've made. Living right by a body of water, we've always been told, oh, you can increase pace by going down. We'd like to go up because that's what makes sense. Especially all the flood maps, if you look at it, they say the last 40% of them were not even part of a flood zone. So with climate change, things are going to be changing. So please take your time. This is not something you should rush into. And whatever decisions you make sure that every one of us, if it's spot zoning or whatever it is, we get the same treatment and the same consideration as this new potential resident in this place. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sherry Furman, followed by Lynn Chiapella.
Good evening, everyone. I'm speaking as two personae tonight. I couldn't figure out what the plural was, sorry. Anyway, first of all, I'm the chair of the Midtown Residents Association, and I'm here to say we support the Ellswood Place residents' concerns. As we outlined in our letter to you, there are many problems with this proposal, and I'm simply going to mention a couple and as other speakers have gone into the detail. This rezoning request should have been made and settled before the property was sold, saving the buyer the uncertainty he now faces. Removal of the parking lot, which is also known as 702 Ellsworth Place, will make the apartment complex non-compliant with its RM20 zoning, even if you're going to change it to RM30 in the future. Right now it's RM20, and so this will be non-compliant. The proposed replacement parking that I have seen is problematic at best and even dangerous, as well as neither adequate nor compliant. So that's, from my MRA chair. Now, as Sherry Furman, personally, I have been on this site, and these pictures don't do justice to the problems that are being faced there. Everything is much smaller than it looks in these pictures. The parking, replacement parking proposal for losing this lot is frankly dangerous and insane. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. Anyway, so I highly recommend that at some point you go out and actually look at what's going on there. The property itself has sewer lines and stuff, and next to the creek, there's a lot of things you just don't see on these pictures. So, the city's job is to enforce the city laws, not to revise them to appease something that was frankly shouldn't have been done. That lot should remain parking for guests, for residents of the apartment, for even, guest parking for people that live on the street. So rezoning things to make things less compliant just frankly sets the wrong precedent. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynn Chiapella.
I don't know all of the facts. I've had a very hard time using the city system to find all of the pictures, to find the records. And I just wanted to show this, which I took off the internet tonight from the city site that says Ellsworth Place is a private street, and it shows it from Middlefield all the way down to 741. And that is what's on the city record tonight before I came to the meeting. So I think you need to get the facts straight. I don't know what the facts are. I think everything has been covered because people seem to have a lot more detail and found things I couldn't. But I did want to read the motion that I did find from, I think it was March 13th of 67 at the council meeting. Councilman Cooley moved, seconded by Roars, that the staff be requested to make a study of this particular area with particular reference to the right-of-way, which has been discussed in the Planning Commission and at council, concerning the future development of Ellsworth Way. That study has to be in your records so that you know exactly who owns what as of 1967. And if I could find this, God knows you can find it, but certainly staff can find all of this information. I had to use Google to find some of it. So, and just on a personal level, when I came out of Ellsworth Court, when I went over to see what it looked like, somebody wanted to come in when I wanted to go out. So they stopped because you can't do both. You have to do one or the other. And somebody came up behind them and just slammed on the brakes. They had no idea there was a street there. And the next car and the next car. Thankfully, we all got out and we're all still here. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Jeff Levinsky.
Good evening, Mayor Koo, council members and staff. If ever the city should step away from something, this is it. You've heard tonight that the owner of the parking lot didn't tell the buyer that it was part of a PC. That is not the fault of the city. PCs are requested by property owners. They put a lot of effort and time and money to get one. Each owner of a PC is responsible for telling any potential buyers and certainly the people who bought the PC. And yet that didn't happen here. The city should stay out of this. In fact, we've heard that the buyer of the parking lot was told that they could sell it back to the apartment complex. So that's the easiest way to resolve this whole matter. If you do rezone, that will cause many problems, as people have said. The underlying zoning of the apartment is RM20, but if you remove the parking lot, you're going to be creating a 27 unit per acre site. That's not legal. That's not compliant. The owner's lawyer calls this, quote, slightly more than what's permitted, but it's actually huge. One isn't supposed to be able to walk into City Hall and emerge with permission to build 33% more units than are legal on your lot. And in fact, why wouldn't every other apartment owner in town just walk in here and say, I too want my 33%. Hey, give it to me. You gave it to those people. The proposed zoning will also significantly harm existing residents on Ellsworth, as you've heard, because the parking lot is regularly used by them, delivery trucks and service vehicles for turnarounds, temporary parking, and safe passing. That's been going on for over half a century. It's made their streets safer and friendlier. How often do PCs actually return any tangible benefits? Oddly, this one did, but now they're proposing to take that away. It will further harm the neighbors and general public because the widening of the intersection at where Ellsworth feeds into Middlefield, which was supposed to happen, won't happen probably if you remove the PC from that. We know the parking lot was sold for $1 million under the pretext that the house could be built there. If you rezone it, you'll be handing the owners $1 million effectively, plus the extra 33% in units on their apartment site. And what does the city get for all that, for giving all that away? Nothing, absolutely nothing. In short, the proposed zoning is a terrible idea. It will violate allowed units per acre. It will create horrible precedents. It massively rewards investors who fail to disclose or do their due diligence. It will harm the safety, livability, and home values of the neighbors on Ellsworth. Please instead preserve the PC and keep the city out of this mess. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that's our last request.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we come back for a rebuttal? 3 minutes? Thank you. So the applicant, if you want to speak, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, Ken Hayes. I mean, this really just boils down to the fact that we've had city documents that we were relied upon with the zoning map showing the RM20 and the R1 zone. I personally had many conversations with the city planning staff and advised my client as to what they could develop on the property under R1 zoning. And they relied on that and then had a real estate transaction. So obviously there's been some harm done, and I think that we propose tonight a reasonable solution. We're willing to work with the neighbors, more, but I think some of the things they're asking for might be going a little bit too far. In terms of widening the driveway, if that was something that was discussed in the 1958 PC, that PC was changed in 1967 when the PC 2343 was approved. So whatever had taken place prior to that obviously didn't make it into the PC 2343 when it was amending the original PC. So I hope you see this as an opportunity for a new home on the property. We do believe that we can provide compliant parking on the apartment site that does respond and comply with the city's requirements because you've reduced the parking for RM. And we get rid of an unsightly parking lot. Obviously, it is serving the neighborhood to some degree, but hopefully we can resolve, how delivery trucks are handled and what Mr. Handa is doing in terms of, taking care of the landscaping in the front, and perhaps he can provide a little more space there. He's already provided 4 feet. So we have 42 feet effectively between the carport and where he would have his lawn start. So thank you for your time tonight. I don't know if Mr. Handa wants to say anything, if he's part of my rebuttal or not, but he's on the broadcast. Nitin?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. I just want to reiterate the same thing, that when I purchased the lot, that's what I was told both by the seller and the city of Palo Alto, that it's a R1 zone lot. We can build on it. We can build a single family home. That's what I totally relied on. I know there have been a lot of concerns around the safety because the street is 20 feet wide. I think that situation remains even today, that safety concern. Building a single family home there, I don't think so it increases or decreases that situation. Probably, that's fact that it's 20 feet wide, that stays even today.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, do you want to remind us of anything?
You might be asking me to repeat the planning staff's admonition that tonight is a study session, so it's preliminary. There's not an application formally before you. And so council members are encouraged, please, to keep an open mind and not come to a settled position on how you would decide on a formal project application once it's filed.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council and closing public comments. Would anybody like to speak? Have any questions, comments? Okay, I guess I'll go first then. I think Ms. French said it. This is 4 parcels forming the PC. So I'm still trying to kind of comprehend what it means to cut off part of a project, a PC, and sell it off. And if I understand correctly, the PC was created for the project, so it's the whole project. So I'm still kind of perplexed by parcel A4 split off from a PC, which helped determine the entire project and being sold off. Also, I just want to kind of put forward, as a realtor, I heavily advise my clients to perform their due diligence when they're purchasing a property. So, in this instance, I am kind of surprised by the lack of due diligence, but also on the MLS, this is listed as a lot for sale at 700 Ellsworth Place. I did match up the APN number to the documents that was presented. And also zoning as R1. So how did 700 Ellsworth Place come up? Applicant? Please don't yell out. No? Can you come up to the mic, please? I think this is all testimony.
Hi, my name is Richard Dewey. To answer your question, it's a range of numbers. So it's you asked a question. It's 70. We were told it was 700 to 704, I believe, is the house next to it, or 706. So excuse me, we just picked 700. That was it. It's a number. It's a number for marketing reasons. It's nothing else than that.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Appreciate that.
Can I also, I'm also the applicant, so can I also respond to one of your points you made?
Certainly.
Sure. So one of the things you did mention that the buyer should have done a due diligence, and it looks like we did not do that. So just to let you know, I'm the buyer. We did do our due diligence. We did go through the city, checked every inch of it to make sure that it is R1 and it is zoned to build a single family home. We have emails in writing from the city confirming that we can do that. That's one due diligence. Number two is we rely on the title insurance, the title company, to give us the title insurance. We got a clean title on it. There was nothing on it that was recorded against it. I mean, those are the two things that we did, and that was good enough for the sale to go through. And then, of course, there was a licensed real estate agent involved in the transaction, representing both sides.
Oh, represented both sides. Thank you so much for your explanation. Also, I think that it would be prudent to determine who owns the length of Ellsworth. And also, you know, like some of the members of the public that stated that this was one PC project and this portion that has been sold off was part of the public benefit. So in essence, you know, I can't see trust around PCs if this is going to be something. I think that we need to ensure that our PCs are staying intact and that we build trust around it. Also, you know, the parking issue, if it is going to be replaced over on Sutter or within the apartments, I think that's just kicking the problem onto Sutter versus addressing the problem of parking at the location for this apartment complex or this PC project. My time is almost up, so I'm gonna pass it along to my colleagues. I think Councilmember Burt is next.
Thank you. So this certainly is a can of worms, if not a Gordian knot, I don't know which, but I do think that there are prospective solutions here that could meet the interests of all three of the parties, the apartment owners, the 702 Ellsworth owner, and the residents on Ellsworth. But I think it's going to take a bit more work. First, a couple questions for staff. If this parcel is allowed to be separated from the balance of the PC, does the zoning density on the balance of that parcel allow for 27 units an acre, or is it superseded by the fact it's a PC? Or would this be a modification to a PC, I guess?
It's a PC, so it's not standard zoning that sets forth the density per acre.
And yet the current PC includes this fourth parcel. So is it still a PC, or would it need to be a PC modification to allow for that?
A PC modification is the formal application.
And under that PC modification, we'd have to allow for a greater density of units per acre than is in the underlying. Is it an RM20 at this time, underlying?
There's nothing underlying. The underlying zoning prior to the first PC here was R3G, which does not exist as a zone.
All right, thanks. And then big part of the problem seems to be that there are a number of issues around circulation and parking and ingress and egress, and it's a small parcel that's trying to have a single family home. These parcels along this lane lost kind of some of their lot sizes back 50 years ago for the creek flood control. And so they're all small lots on this lane, substandard lots. And this is a single story, and not only are they saying they're not going to do a basement, but with sea level rise, this whole area is in the future going to be real questionable for basements. So it begs the question of would a two-story home be permissible, or what would it take to allow for a two-story home on that site? Because then the footprint of the home is smaller, and a whole bunch of this other stuff that is just very constrained on being able to solve the concerns of the neighbors based on a one-story home and its larger footprint. I think a lot of these things could be resolved. So what would be allowable on a two-story, or what would it take to allow a two-story on this parcel?
An amendment to the PC?
Yeah, so if Ms. French is right. I mean, you're looking at if the council were inclined to support the application request to zone the 702 Ellsworth Place to R1, as noted in the presentation, it would be a lot that would not meet our floor area, the lot area requirements, but it would not be a substandard lot. And that's important to that issue of the second story. So a second story would be a permitted activity if the lot were distinguished as an R1 parcel. Okay. And even though it's a small lot, we're looking at prospects of two-story ADUs, and yet we don't allow anywhere in the city by right a two-story building on a substandard lot. And we have many in the city. And so we've kind of skipped past what changes we want to be looking at for substandard lots as we've gone through our zoning changes in recent years. And we went into embracing ADUs and looking at higher ADUs. And we didn't make any changes, to my knowledge, for the substandard lots. I know of a number of substandard lots that have 2 stories on them, and that allows people to have a small yard and a decent sized house, still often typically smaller houses than normal, but that second story matters a lot for them. So I would be interested in that approach in conjunction with looking at the ingress and egress and how to make that safer, and having a bit more setback for parking just off the lane, like the other homes on the lane have, and making sure that we have line of sight as we go into Middlefield. And then in addition to the other issues that I think involve the apartment complex more, which are the delivery, satisfying the needs on delivery drop-offs and parking. But I think it does need to be kind of a 3-way resolution to these tough problems. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the chair, can I ask a question of the applicant?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So perfect. Thank you. So one of the public commenters said that when the house was sold, that the sale of the house was contingent upon the applicant being able to actually build a house on that property. And if they were not able to, they could then resell it back to the original property owner.
I'm not.
Is that true? Do you know about that?
I'm not privy to any of those discussions. I could defer to Rich.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stone, no, that's not the case.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Now, as the mayor said, property owners have a responsibility of knowing what requirements apply to the property they're purchasing that might impact their development rights. But given the PC zoning wasn't properly designated on the city zoning maps nor the GIS parcel report, where could the proper designation have been found by the property owner? Is there anywhere?
The same way that staff did the research, which was to deep dive into council minutes and try to find out if there had been a rezoning between 1967 and present day, and unearth the PC ordinance 2343, and not finding any evidence to the contrary.
I'll just note that's a really high expectation, I think, to put on for a sale of a property, to do that kind of research that staff ended up doing based on information that we received really from the residents in that area. In the ordinary course of business, we would not have uncovered it until we were alerted of that and were informed of the history of the site.
Okay. I want a question of the mayor, your experience as a realtor. I mean, do you agree with that as far as due diligence is concerned? Is this far beyond what you would expect?
Well, it is a far beyond what is expected, although if the intentions of the buyer is oftentimes something that we have to take into consideration and listen to and do some investigation. But the level, as Director Late said, it is a little bit beyond, although I do want to say it's a representation of both buyer and seller here.
That's helpful. Thank you. So I'm curious, staff, what happened to the 2 heritage oaks on the subject property? I know they're gone, but do you know why were they removed? Did the city approve those removals?
My understanding is, again, staff relied on the R1 zoning on the map, and the oaks that were on the property were found to be less than the diameter that was in the tree technical manual, et cetera. So that did not meet the size of the oak trees that were protected at that time in 2018.
Okay, so the city did issue the permits, even though that was probably the wrong permit to issue because we were going off of the assumption that it was R1.
Well, so I think there's 2 points. One is, well, it was the old tree protection, and these trees were not protected under our ordinance. Had we known that it was a PC, we probably would have dug a little bit more deeply into the development plans and tried to understand if this was part of the development proposal or if this was just naturally occurring or what the situation was. We didn't do that additional analysis because we didn't have that awareness of the legislative actions that preceded it. So hard to say if we would have allowed it or not, but we probably would have done a little bit more research.
Yeah, absolutely. I think moving forward, a lot more research is needed here. I mean, I think kind of just balancing the concerns of nearby residents, the interest of the community, which spans even beyond Ellsworth Place, but also the public safety issues there. I drive by Ellsworth Place every single day. I myself have seen several near accidents in that intersection. And so if we're balancing here property rights of one potential homeowner compared to not only the safety of Ellsworth Place residents, but all who drive by that, that's not a difficult weighing of interest there. I think safety, of course, is going to have to win out at the end of the day. Curious to see if some of the suggestions from Councilmember Burt can alleviate some of those concerns, or if not. I mean, if just the best interest moving forward is a possible expansion and maybe interest by the city to buy that property in order to do that, or something else. But if it's going to come down to simply the house being constructed there, and that makes this already dangerous intersection an even more dangerous intersection, I guess not an intersection, then I don't see reason for this project to move forward. But there's a lot of unknowns at this time, and interested to see any revisions to these plans moving forward. So thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thanks very much. The vice mayor asked a number of questions that I was going to ask, but I want to continue with a couple more to staff. I want to focus on this street and the opening there. Whatever happens with this project and area, I think the city has a problem on Middlefield with access and the safety of our citizens. So that one way or the other has to get addressed. Does the staff now agree that the ownership of that street is a joint tenancy, or is that still in question?
From our understanding, that Ellsworth Place adjacent or as part of Mr. Handa's property is owned by Mr. Handa with an easement across it. The remainder of the street down Ellsworth, from some of the deeds that we're starting to see from research by the neighbors, some of that is jointly owned by, we're still trying to find, based on deeds, that we don't have access to all of those.
Okay, but then you would look into this claim of joint tenancy, which was brought up by the public tonight. just to dig that one out. And then in the current scenario there of a potential R1 home, relative to that driveway, what would the city be looking for in terms of setbacks from where the fence currently is? I did a site visit, so I saw where the fence is, and how far back from that is the potential homeowner going to be allowed? How far are we going to force him to go back to open up the space a little bit? Because obviously there's a problem at the entrance there that we're trying to address.
That's to be determined upon further study. We know what he's proposing, which is 10 feet from where the roadway ends, Ellsworth, to the face of the proposed home.
Or the roadway ends in the middle of the private road?
No, the roadway, I'll call it the southerly edge of the Ellsworth roadway to the proposed home, it's 10 feet.
Okay, but in the street, so I think you mentioned that there's an easement, I mean, there's an ownership to the middle of that street, right? But I'm talking from the edge of that street back to what would be the front of the lot. Is that 10 feet as well?
Sorry, the ownership of the Ellsworth Place in that location is fully on Mr. Handa's property.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
It's
you.
not half the street, it's the entire portion of the private street is on his lot.
Okay. All right. So before we get to that easement that he's willing to negotiate, I'm just saying, where is the front of the lot going to be when it's done according to the plan right now that would be allowed by the city?
The parcel lines are not proposed to change. They are where they are now. That the Mr. Handa's property or parcel ends at the same location as the southerly property line of Mr. Dewey's apartment parcel.
Okay, thank you. Then in the proposed use of the easement by the city, what's the legality of that? Does the city then have full discretion over what happens on that easement forever, even though it's still a private road?
I think we're just looking for, well, I mean, there's so much there. I mean, that we're trying to unpack about this site in terms of.
So, I mean, what I'm trying to
access.
get to, I see your question mark, and I'm not trying to slow things down. There's a problem at the entrance there. Everybody would like to see more space. If we have control of that easement, that's a way that we could control it as a city. And we could also control the setbacks to create some more space. So I'm just trying to figure out what the options are there.
Yeah. Okay. So,
let me put it this way. We wouldn't want him to be able to have a 6-month easement, right? As a crazy example. You know, we need to know who's going to control what's going to happen on that road.
So I don't think there's among the parties any, dispute about the need to have an easement here from Middlefield to, which is effectively Ellsworth Place, right? It's just that Ellsworth Place traverses over this 702 Ellsworth's property. And so through this process, that could all be sort of cleaned up and make sure if we don't have the appropriate documents, we can make sure that we have all those appropriate documents. With respect to setbacks or fences, from that street, how do we effectively improve the visual, that visual sort of triangle where Ellsworth intersects Middlefield? Those are all things that can be, will likely be addressed through the application process when they file. Yeah, I'm hearing clearly from the council, and we've heard from members of the community that there's a concern about pedestrian, bicyclist, vehicle conflicts. And so that's something that we clearly need to look at.
Even in a retrofit situation, which this would be, if the city owned the whole road, and obviously they have access over Middlefield, approximately how wide would the Middlefield entrance need to be? Is that be like 20 feet?
The Ellsworth Place?
Ellsworth Place in Middlefield.
Yeah. What's the minimum dimension for property street?
It's complex, but currently it's 20 feet. If a new subdivision were to be proposed, it would be 32 feet wide for serving this many homes.
Okay. And I just want to clarify one other thing, because I didn't hear the answer. This was turned into, the apartments were turned into a RM 20 and 19. Was that just random? Just part of our normal process?
Oh, that was the housing.
It was a program of the housing element at the time. The RM 15 zoned properties in Palo Alto were upzoned to RM 20.
Okay. And is the applicant correct in terms of the number of spaces that are now required there?
Well, a PC is a different animal, but in our current zoning code, we do not require guest parking spaces for apartment buildings.
Yeah, I know.
So the number of spaces for 12 units, including 4 two-bedroom units, is the 12 covered spaces and 4 uncovered spaces. And that is what they've proposed.
Okay, and as of right now, this is a future question. The current property owner of the apartment building doesn't intend to do anything, just maintain what they have?
As part of the application, it noted, and Mr. Hayes presented, the 4 uncovered spaces would be proposed on the apartment site, on the existing asphalt.
Right. But they're not going to look for an upzone, or they don't want to rebuild and make it R40 or anything like that.
They have said, they have maintained that they're interested in continuing to, they've upgraded the property inside and out and continue to rent as is. With those additional 4 uncovered parking spaces on site.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think safety has to drive a lot of the decisions here. Everyone's agreeing on that, so that's a good place to start. And then, of course, fairness to parties to the extent that we can work that out. That's all for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In this conversation, we've gone back to 1967, which I will note is the year of my birth. We've also gone back, I think, to the 1950s because something on this parcel happened then. I want to remind us that land ownership in this country was a concept created by humans who stole land from other humans. And then those humans sold that land to others, who sold it to others. And then at some point, those others created arbitrary rules about what could and could not be done. Zoning RM15, RM20, RM30, these rules are arbitrary choices of humans designed to control how we live and who could live where. So I am just as interested in asking the Muwekma Ohlone people what their thoughts are on this problem as I am in the council of 1957 or 1967, which of course is utterly impracticable. So we have to proceed relying on the rules and intentions we can untangle with an imperative to try to be equitable and fair in 2023. If the city didn't know it was a PC when they allowed trees to be cut down in 2018, how could we ask Mr. Honda to know more than the city was able to know? What's more, he did his due diligence. He did what I did when I bought my home in Palo Alto. Pull the maps, try to learn what's what. Turns out my house was built on an old pit, an old refuse pit in Barron Park, a big hole that people dump trash and metal into. They built a housing subdivision on top of it, and my home sank 6 inches into it. We didn't know that when we bought it because it wasn't properly recorded in the documents. It happens. It isn't Mr. Honda's fault. I'm not sure how adding an additional house adds to the safety concerns. It might actually help signal to drivers and so on that there's an actual home. There are homes here and driveways here. What I do want to say is a person with a dream of home ownership in Palo Alto who shells out close to $1 million for a lot the city has told him is suitable for a single family home is not the bad guy. Nobody in this room is responsible for the knot that we are trying to untangle. So I am simply asking us to try to proceed with compassion for everybody involved as we deal with this mess. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add that we do have to question the legality of the application and also still the question about how did a portion of a PC get separated to be sold off. So I think there are questions that needs to be thought of. And these are all technicalities, and I would love to be empathetic also. And but at the same time, we do have to have trust in our PC system and our zoning. So, okay. I guess Councilmember Venker.
Yeah, I just wanted to say briefly that I wanted to thank all the residents for coming here today. And I want to thank the applicants also for their presentation and staff, because this is a thorny problem with a long history and probably not a simple solution. But I do concur with Councilmember Burt that hopefully we can find one that works for everybody. As a longtime litigator, I've learned that the facts continue to evolve and it takes time to figure them out. And we have some that are just being unearthed now. So I will stay tuned to see how this plays out and hope that we can help facilitate your all good work to try to come to some conclusion that will make some sense. This is an unfortunate situation, but we humans are very fallible and this happens. But thank you for coming to explicate it for us, because it's hard from paper to get the full sense of what's going on. And, listening to your stories, looking at the photos from all sides has been very helpful to me tonight. And I look forward to going with you down this journey to hopefully find a good resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to close this study session. Thank you very much thank you everyone for being, I'm sorry, Councilmember Tanaka.
Can I go still or?
If you don't mind, is it okay I closed it and then his light came on.
Councilmember Tanaka can be heard.
Okay, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
So it's not closed completely yet.
No, sorry. So first of all, thank you for everyone for coming out. I think it's an important topic. It's way more complex than I thought it was. And thank you for the applicant for looking to invest in our city. I really appreciate that. One thing I wanted to ask staff, and you talked about it, but I wanted to understand this a little bit more clearly, and more importantly, how do we prevent it from happening again? So it seems like the applicant went to the city, or the applicant's agents went to the city, talked about it, and it seemed like they could do it okay, that this was okay to do. But I guess I don't know if you guys could talk about it in a little bit more detail about how did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to go back to the 1960s when the planned community zoning was approved. The administrative process of updating the zoning map did not follow through. And so for decades, it was information that was not readily available to us. And then later, when we made our information available online through our property parcel reports, the old zoning information was also communicated through that, medium. So that's what's happened. It's been a decades-old omission that we've just now discovered.
Yeah, because from the perspective of someone who talks to the city and they say, yes, you could do it. And then you find out, oops, sorry, just kidding. It's got to be incredibly frustrating. And, we've had other situations where sometimes this happens. And I mean, is it a matter of us going through our records and trying to get them updated, or how do we prevent something like this from happening again?
Well, again, I appreciate the question. It's hard for me to defend the actions of 50 years ago, or more. But I'll tell you how we do it now. And the way we do it now is when there's an action of the council, we work with our mapping group, and we make those changes to our online maps and to our printed records. That's how we do it now, as a function of a decision that's been made.
But should we go back and look at our prior PCs and try to get all this stuff cleaned up and kind of get up to the modern standard?
I would love to do that. I don't have the resources at the moment to pour through all of that data to see that everything was done, decades ago. In the 60s, there were a lot of PCs that were approved, and many of them were for things like single-family homes. Even it was really quite odd why they were issued. So, this may not be the only mistake out there. But I hear your concern about it, and it would certainly be an effort to go through all of those parcel records.
Yeah, it seems like it might be worth it just to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again, because it leaves everyone in a very difficult position. Anyways, it's kind of water under the bridge, I guess, right now for this property, but we should think about how do we do this, or how do we fix this going forward for maybe prior PCs. And I did find the two-story idea interesting, so perhaps that could be explored more, but thank you guys for your work.
Thank you. And now we're closed on this study session. Thank you. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and we will be back for agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Okay, I think we have a quorum. No, Leslie's not here. All righty, we're going to do agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Do we have any?
We have none.
Thank you so much, City Manager. Now we're going to go to public comments for items that are not on tonight's agenda. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. I have 3 people who have signed up. I do have a question, Mr. Vincent Wong and Rohan Bhatia. I wasn't sure if you were speaking for just item 4 or item 4 and public comment. So if you're speaking for general public comment and not item 4, then yes. Did you just want to speak on item 4? Okay, thank you. Okay, so our only public speaker currently is Mr. Aram James. Okay.
Well, thank you. I wanted to draw your attention. You saw the headlines in the Daily Post on March 10th, 2023. Raunchy cop keeps job, but that involves a Mountain View police officer. But good reporting by Braden Cartwright on that article. But there was a little sneaker article. It was kind of stuck back in maybe page 4 or 5 back on March 3rd. That's very disturbing to me. Titled "Police Chief to Hold Off Naming Assistant Chief." And Braden got this information through a Public Records Act request. I don't know who Chief Binder was writing to, so I'm going to have to look into that a little bit further. But here's what the article says. It's "Police Chief to Hold Off Naming Assistant Chief," March 3rd. New Palo Alto Police Chief Andrew Binder says he won't hire an assistant chief while he develops the leadership skills of the department's 3 captains, according to emails obtained by the Post. "I strongly believe we have the talent to fill this position in our building," Binder said in an email on October 25th, obtained using the California Public Records Act. Binder that said that one of the common themes he has heard working in Palo Alto is that the department could do a better job of succession planning and developing its employees. Most, if not all, officers could agree on this, he said. This includes the assistant chief position, Binder said. Binder was assistant chief for 2 years and was hired in August to leave the department, and after former Bob Johnson retired to become the Santa Clara County sheriff. The 3 captains are April Wagner, James Reifschneider, and Zach Perrone. They each oversee their own division. Binder said that in the immediate future, he wants to diversify their management experience and better prepare them and our department for future success. Whoever gets a promotion will get a raise. Binder made $283,000 plus in 2021 as a chief. But that means what? That means that Zach Perrone, who's never been disciplined, who's never apologized for the alleged racist comments, is in consideration. They're trying to sneak this in for the next assistant police chief, which appalls me. As you know, I have asked that this officer, this Captain Perrone, be disciplined for many years. Nothing's happened. Now they want to sneak in a rehabilitation for him and secretly probably appoint him as the next assistant chief. Well, let me just say something to you all. You may not be able, and you've probably been well schooled by the city attorney, not to talk about Perrone vis-a-vis his personnel files, but you certainly have plenty of ammunition to speak about him and how repelled you would be, by his being the next assistant chief, simply on the public record on this officer. So I would ask you to speak out, not be silent on this critical issue. Zach Perrone should not be this next assistant chief, police chief in Palo Alto under any scenario. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Talia Shube.
Good evening, council members. I hope you're doing well. My name is Talia Shuby, and I'm a sophomore at Gunn High School. I'm here today as a representative of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. One of the reasons I joined PASC this school year was because I had experienced numerous ramifications of climate change, and they have only increased in severity. I was inspired to see the Council's actions to pass a carbon neutrality by 2030 target. We must now take tangible steps to achieve this goal by reducing and eventually stopping the use of natural gas in homes and buildings. The City of Palo Alto has made powerful progress on this issue by passing the heat pump water heater electrification program. We must keep this progress going by switching out gas-powered stoves for electric ones. Not only are gas stoves detrimental to the environment, but they can severely impact people's health. According to a study published in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, 13% of childhood asthma in the US is caused by gas stove use. Out of all states, California experiences the second to highest burden, with 20% of asthma being caused by gas stoves. This is because California has a high percentage of gas-powered stoves, 68%. My brother grew up with severe asthma, and I witnessed him being taken to the hospital or hooked up to a machine at home to help him breathe. This is something no child should have to go through, especially not because of the stove they have in their home. The impacts of gas cooking on lung health are largely unrecognized, and it is imperative that that changes. Natural gas use in Palo Alto is the second to highest emitter of greenhouse gases after transportation, at 32% of our total emissions. Electric stoves are better for both our planet and public health. We urge the Council to address this issue, which will help achieve the challenging but imperative climate-related goals Palo Alto set. PASC hopes to work with the Council to bring awareness to electrification in Palo Alto. We are here to support the city's efforts to achieve climate justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Those are the last requests to speak, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to consent calendar items. Go to the public. Thank you.
We do have a group coordinated to speak on item number 4.
Thank you.
And so they'll be our first speakers. One second. Okay, Paul Trainer, you can come up and make your comments on behalf of, I apologize if I mispronounce these names, Turji Osberg, Curtis Golden, Raj Mashwala, and Jack Van Dam.
Evening. So I've sent you all emails and even a video about the e-bike ban and on the paved roads in the Baylands, and I gave you our argument that we believe that that you should not do this. And so I'm just going to walk through quickly that presentation. It's kind of long, but I'm going to shorten it up because I only got 9 minutes. So first of all, I know that one of the issues in questions and concerns has been that e-bikes disturb wildlife, and I believe that's incorrect, and that's just because the e-bikes and the motors are extremely quiet. They can even be quieter
Actually,
than a pedal bike.
Are there supposed to be slides so we're not seeing them?
The e-bikes have actually less noise and derailleur noise. The motors are very quiet. And so just the motors themselves and the bikes themselves aren't really any noisier than a regular pedal bike. The rolling noise, which is the noise of tires in the gravel or on the dirt, rubbing up against the dirt, is actually way louder than the bicycle itself, whether it's an e-bike or a regular bike. There's also, and so that rolling noise is really what's loudest. You can't hear the e-bike itself and its motor, but the rolling noise, which is equal for a pedal bike and an e-bike, is a little bit noisy, but it's really dependent on the surface. So gravel is noisier than dirt, and dirt is noisier than asphalt, which is the quietest. And this rolling noise, anything over 5 miles an hour, doesn't augment. So up to 5 miles an hour, it gets a little bit louder. And then from 5 miles an hour to any speed, it doesn't get any louder. So the reason why I'm talking about that is because it just shows you that e-bikes do not make any more noise than a regular bike. In fact, when you're out in the Baylands, you can see a lot of other things making a ton more noise than bikes or e-bikes. You got Highway 101 is extremely noisy. You got airplanes, you got water utility trucks, you got ranger carts. These are way louder than any e-bikes, and they're all allowed out there. And so I have a hard time understanding an e-bike that doesn't make noise, why you think that that should be banned. Some of these airplanes actually disturb the wildlife. I sent you guys a video as well, where you can actually see the e-bikes. When I'm driving up and down past a number of wildlife, the e-bike does not disturb that wildlife whatsoever, even at very close distances. However, in that video, you also see an airplane flying over from Palo Alto Airport. Those airplanes are really loud, and in one case, there's a burrowing owl that we were observing, and the airplane scared the burrowing owl. So it just gives you an example. There's a whole lot of other stuff out there that disturbs the wildlife, and it's not really an e-bike more than anything else. In fact, it's even less. So the other concerns that I saw and heard about is that some people are concerned that e-bikes might go too fast. And to be clear, it's not really the bike or the e-bike that we have to about worrying goes fast, but the rider that's on the vehicle. And that's because e-bikes as well as pedal bikes, either case, they can go faster than 15 miles an hour if you consider that the speed limit on these trails. In particular, the e-bikes class 1 and 2 have an electronic speed controller in there. By law, they have to have that limits the speed to 20 miles an hour. So they can't even go over 20 miles an hour because of the electronics built into the bicycle. And that 20 miles an hour is actually less than a pedal bike. A pedal bike, a biker admittedly in good condition can easily go over 20 miles an hour. So they can actually go faster. So, why ban e-bikes when pedal bikes can go faster? And just to be clear, because I've heard this before, e-bikes are not motorized vehicles. The Department of Motor Vehicle, the California Department of Motor Vehicles specifically says that e-bikes are not motorized vehicles and that e-bikes are bicycles and that they don't have anything to do with it because they're the Department of Motor Vehicles, not Department of e-bikes. Okay, so, and in general, the power of an e-bike is actually very low. An e-bike is really designed to give a little extra power to typically older people that don't have enough. There might be either older and are unable to pedal as much as they could before, or they might be have a health, a physical disadvantage. They're not very strong, and so so the e-bike is there to provide that little bit of assistance to those people so that they can do the same things that regular bikes can do. In other words, they can go up an overpass, they can go up a hill, or they can go on these rougher roads that take more power. And that's what the e-bike does for those people that need that assist. It's not to go fast. That's not the purpose of the e-bike. Most people that have an e-bike, first of all, the e-bike design caters specifically to people, older people. And they're usually designed so that you're in a very upright, comfortable position, and you're low to the ground, and you don't have to have big long legs to pedal them or anything like that. And that's because they're catering to older people. So an e-bike is not even designed to go fast. So anyway, there's other things I could go into, but I'm going to skip to the next page. So e-bikes are actually ideal for these trails because because they have wider tires, they have good traction and all this stuff. So they're actually very good for these off-road trails. And it makes them a whole lot safer. And these off-road trails, by the way, out in the Baylands don't really allow you to go fast. There's a lot of gravel out there. You cannot go on those trails at 15 miles, even at 15 miles an hour. You can easily skid out or skip out in a lot of the places. There's some places downhill you might be able to go faster. So my point is that it's very difficult to go fast out there. The other parts of the dirt trails have potholes in them. You just can't go fast out there. So really, e-bikes do not go too fast because they can't, and the rider really doesn't want them to go fast, and because of the state of the trails. So the Bay Trail philosophy, and Palo Alto is part of that. There's part of the Bay Trail is here in Palo Alto, and it's those exact trails that you want to, that's being questioned about whether you should ban e-bikes on them. The Bay Trail philosophy is that they're to provide a shoreline pass for everyone to enjoy. So banning this means that it's not everyone, because now you got a whole section of the population that would be banned from those trails. And so that's totally against the Bay Trail philosophy. Okay, so as far as there's a lot of myths and untruths, I've talked about a couple of them, going too fast and scaring wildlife. But I'm going to skip over some of these, but I would like to say that there is another kind of myth that I heard that says that the paved road access into the Baylands for e-bikers is sufficient. And that's totally untrue. There's only one paved road that gets you into the Baylands, and that's Embarcadero, and it doesn't get you on a nice spot. 90% of all the other trails are all dirt roads, and those are the ones that are on the ban, which means that you're essentially asking to ban that whole park from e-bikers. Again, I'm gonna have to go fast here. So I'm gonna just literally go to my conclusions, which I'm skipping over a lot of interesting stuff. But so in conclusion, I don't agree with this ban. I know there's some concern about even if you don't know if it scares the wildlife, let's just do a ban to protect the wildlife. I don't agree with that. I should note also that Mountain View and San Mateo used to have e-bike bans, and they stopped that ban years ago. So they figured it out. So why can't Palo Alto figure it out, given the fact that those other two places, neighbors have allowed the e-bikes and it went through the same thing you guys are going through. And then the other thing is that all of our national parks now say that e-bikes are allowed where bicycles are allowed. The California state has passed a law that says e-bikes can go with bikes. So again, I'm questioning, why in the world are you trying to ban e-bikes? And what it does is essentially it's not a ban on e-bikes, it's a ban on older people, because you're not allowing them access to that park. And that to me is just absolutely the most horrible thing that you could possibly do. And not only is it discriminatory, it's regressive, and it's not a good idea. And so I think that if you really want to have questions about this, I think you should be having lots of questions about this, that you should give yourself more time to understand what's been going on in the past, other cities, and get more up to date on what's going on in the world about it with the e-bikes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Richard White online, followed by John Kuntz in the council chamber.
Hello, in the city council, hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for listening. My name is Richard White. My wife is 72 years old. She's had open heart surgery, and she simply does not have the stamina to be able to pedal a bike from Shoreline to the Palo Alto Duck Pond, and she certainly can't walk that. We regard that trail, that Adobe Creek Loop Trail that winds its way out through the bay, as truly a Bay Area treasure, where you can have a chance to see white pelicans and night herons and northern shovelers. For us, it would be a sad, sad day if a ban on e-bikes kept my wife and me from being able to enjoy that resource. We probably ride that trail at no more than 8 miles an hour. And I don't believe that we are offering any risk to any of the fellow trail users, or that we are disturbing wildlife in any way, not that we've seen. So I would ask that the city council not pass an ordinance which would discriminate against that section of the e-bike community that really isn't causing a problem. I think to do so would be really unfair to that segment. If speeding e-bikes or speeding bikes is really the issue, which was causing the noise and the disturbance, then I think what would make sense would be to put and enforce a speed limit for not just e-bikes, but all bikes. So thank you very much for your attention. And I ask for your empathy for me and my wife, and for all of the senior citizens in the area who would love to enjoy that resource, who won't be able to if you pass this e-bike ban. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Richard Kuntz in the council chamber, followed by Mike Morgenstern.
John Kuntz, but thank you all of you for your attention and patience. I'm here because my wife told me to come. She tells me, you're grumpy, you are tired, get out of here, take a bike ride so I can stand to be with you. So that's why I'm here. My background is that I have been biking my entire life. I had a deep vein thrombosis, which led to a pulmonary embolus, which almost killed me now roughly 10 years ago. And I could not at all keep up this tradition that I had. And so with the encouragement of one of my kids, I bought an e-bike and I have used it just a lot. I've been in Arrestradero at least 100 times in the last year. I've been in Baylands at least 50 times in the last year. I will say that I almost never see an e-bike in either place, almost never. Just today, I saw a couple of egrets about as far away from me as the screen, the computer screen, and they were perfectly happy with my being here. There was no problem at all. I have a class 1 e-bike. Mine only goes 15 miles an hour. And so for my wife, please enable us to continue to do this. So today I saw roughly 30, I pay attention to the just the number of people I saw. I saw a total of 3 bikes, including my own. And I saw roughly 30 people. Everybody was, I say hello to everybody. Everybody was very nice. The egrets were perfectly happy. There was just every reason for people like my wife to have your support. I surely am pleading for it. And there's no reason not to.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Mike Morgenstern, followed by Vincent Wong.
I'm not particularly in favor of any e-bike ban, but assuming that one might pass, I think that that Shoreline should be excluded. I mean, Shoreline doesn't have mountain lions, bobcats, deer. What it has is coots, pelicans. And when I pedal up Shoreline, or if I walk up Shoreline, I occasionally scare a jackrabbit, ground squirrels, coots. Whether I walk, use a pedal bike or an e-bike. Furthermore, biking on Palo Alto city streets has gotten more dangerous in recent years. People treat stop signs as encouragement and roll through them. I've had 3 close calls. So I like to bike on Shoreline because it's safe. I will say this, that with climate change, there often is very strong wind from the northwest in the afternoon, and having an e-bike helps to compensate for these increased wind forces. And the city of Palo Alto put in this beautiful new bike bridge. And if e-bikes are banned, it can only be used in the south direction, because in the north direction, you'll only be able to get past the duck pond a little bit. If you want to go to Bedwell Park, for example, which you can do now on a pedal bike and on an e-bike, or Cooley Landing, you won't be able to do that because you have to go on a dirt path. So I think given that even walkers disturb whatever little wildlife there is in shoreline, that shoreline should be excluded from any restrictions for e-bikes. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I'm 81 years old and e-bike really helps me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vincent Wong, followed by Rohan Bhatia.
Good evening, Palo Alto City Council members. My name is Vincent Wong, and I'm a sophomore at Palo Alto High School. I'm the leader of the Pali Electric Vehicle Club and the director for Infocus News, where I've produced packages on e-bikes. I'm here to express mine and the Pali EV Club's distaste with the proposed e-bike ban on unpaved roads in Palo Alto. While I understand concerns regarding safety and alleged environmental disruptions, I believe that e-bikes should still be allowed in the park for several reasons. Firstly, e-bikes are no more dangerous than traditional bicycles on unpaved roads if ridden responsibly. E-bikes have been designed to provide assistance to riders, but they still require pedaling and can be controlled by the rider. This means that e-bikes can be ridden at a similar speed to pedal bikes. And riders can still exercise caution and maintain control over their bike. Just as you wouldn't ban all cars due to some bad actors speeding, you shouldn't ban all e-bikes for the same reason. Secondly, e-bikes can improve safety by allowing people from all ages and abilities to enjoy the nature preserves trails. With e-bikes, older adults, people with disabilities, or those recovering from an injury can navigate the park's unpaved roads with greater ease and comfort. This allows people from all walks of life to enjoy the public nature preserve meant for all. Furthermore, banning e-bikes in the park would enforce many visitors to resort to using environmentally damaging gas-powered vehicles, only further increasing carbon emissions in Palo Alto, which risks the longevity of the park. Not only will carbon emissions increase traffic and a dip in air quality, and over-reliance in cars will soon follow suit, endangering the strong biking culture of Palo Alto. Some of the arguments made advocating for the ban of e-bikes in the recent newscast, Palo Alto bans e-bikes on unpaved roads, unpaved paths in open space preserves by CBS Bay Area includes, e-bikes disturb many threatened or endangered species. I believe that the nearby airport provides a much greater disturbance to all these animals than some bikes do. E-bikes are louder and faster than regular bikes. I believe that this is not true because e-bikes have electric motors which produce little to no sound, and they do not produce any excess sound that is any different from a regular pedaling bike. And one interviewee said that it would be okay if the bikes had regulators so they don't go above the speed limit. And this is found in many bikes. All bikes sold have a regulator built in so they can't surpass a speed limit, which is usually around 20 miles per hour. I propose that a regulated speed limit on certain sections of the Baylands Nature Preserve rather than the complete ban of e-bikes on unpaved roads. Lastly, it is essential to note that e-bikes are a growing trend and have become increasingly popular in recent years. By allowing e-bikes in the park, we can promote this trend and encourage more people to adopt this sustainable mode of transportation. This, in turn, can reduce the number of traditional vehicles on the road, leading to a safer and cleaner environment.
Mr. Wong, sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rohan Bhatia.
Hello, I am Rohan Bhatia, a distinguished representative from Palo Alto High School's Electronic Vehicle Club. I come in addition to Mr. Wong to voice my concerns for this ordinance preventing e-bike use on unpaved paths. I believe that those who are affirming this ordinance are not fully aware of the operation of electric bikes and are affirming it for the wrong reasons. From my research, the three primary reasons that this ordinance is being put forward is due to concerns about environmental harm, concerns to safety to the other citizens of Baylands, and potential noise disruptions. But I would like to explain to the council why these are not solved when you're putting forward this ordinance, and it also limits benefits of e-bikes. Firstly, concerning environmental destruction, by nature, e-bikes are limited to paths. They absolutely do not contribute to any environmental destruction. The destruction happens when people venture off paths into protected areas. But this is not done by e-bikes. This is done by pedestrians. Also, noise concerns. Anyone who's familiar with electronic bikes will understand that they are driven by an electric motor, which is silent during operation. As Mr. Trainer already told us, the tire noise from bikes is even greater from the noise from the motor. Baylands is next to a commercial airport and a busy freeway. Restricting e-bike use will not solve noise problems. And finally, safety to other people at the Baylands. I have heard a lot of concerns about e-bike speeds, but once again, if you are familiar with e-bikes, you will know that depending on brands, e-bikes are electronically limited to anywhere between 15 to 20 miles an hour. Furthermore, due to the unpaved nature of the paths, e-bikes must ride slower if they are wanting to avoid a wreck. I would like to include my personal experience when it comes to this. When I've personally ridden my e-bike through the Baylands, I can hardly surpass 10 to 15 miles an hour. I rarely, if ever, surpass the speeds of other bikers who are operating manual bikes. If you pass this ordinance, the problems that you think you are solving are not actually being solved, but there are downsides as well. When you put this ordinance into effect and limit e-bike riders' ability to use their vehicles around Palo Alto, you reduce incentive for people to purchase e-bikes. The incentives include people being able to get out and enjoy fresh air, get exercise, but most importantly, e-bikes are an important transportation tool. E-bikes are one of the cheapest and cleanest modes of transport. Every person on an e-bike is one person who is not in a gas-guzzling car, a car that contributes to Palo Alto's crowded roads and car dependency, as well as climate change. When you put this ordinance into effect, you are reducing the incentives to own an e-bike. I personally follow Mr. Tanaka's examples. As an e-bike owner himself, I believe out of all people, he is the most well-versed and most understandable of the effects of this ordinance, and he himself opposes it. That, along with the strong crowd response that you have seen from the speakers before me, should give you the reasons you need to oppose this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Rachel Fussell, followed by Jay Chesavage.
Hello, my name is Rachel Fussell. On behalf of People for Bikes Coalition, I am speaking out against the ban on e-bikes that is proposed currently. To start with the speed and safety concerns that are brought up, Class 1 electric bicycles travel at similar speeds to bicycles and should be regulated like those traditional bikes. E-bikes simply give riders, regardless of age, physical or cognitive ability, an extra assist while pedaling. And Class 1 e-bikes have a motor that cuts off after the rider reaches 20 miles per hour. However, this is not the average speed. When introduced on or off-road, studies in Jefferson County, Colorado have shown that there appear to be minimal conflicts between e-bike riders and other user groups, with no material safety distinction between e-bikes and conventional bike use. For example, a study by Cherry and MacArthur in 2019 found that on flat and uphill surfaces, electric bicycles travel on average 2 to 3 miles per hour faster than traditional bikes, which would make them around 13 to 14 miles per hour. Studies show that electric bikes do not travel significantly faster than regular bikes. In some instances are even slower depending on the location and the rider. Furthermore, Tahoe National Forest completed a NEPA environmental assessment and concluded that differences in speeds on single-track natural surface trails are largely dictated by the rider's ability as well as trail conditions, alignment, and design. Additionally, in the study, it was noted that Class 1 electric bikes and conventional bikes have almost indistinguishable frames and components, making their stopping ability similar and trail etiquette guidelines the same for both types of users. Accordingly, we believe that e-bikes should generally have access to infrastructure that is designed and designated for bicycle use, such as unpaved roads. Absent evidence of actual adverse impacts from the use of e-bikes, that access should continue. Additionally, with wildlife concerns, again, the Tahoe National Forest completed a NEPA environmental assessment. There are several species included in this assessment, including the California spotted owl, California red-legged frog, foothill yellow-legged frog, Yosemite toad, etc. There's lots. They determined that the introduction of e-bikes would not disturb these species. And they noted that over a year after allowing e-bikes on these trails, these animals, including those owls, were still present, nesting, and thriving. The largest concerns would come from trail building, which in the case of Palo Alto, these trails already exist and multiple types of users are already utilizing these trails. So the NEPA analysis determined that there are no additional negative impacts to wildlife due to e-bikes being present like any other user. We believe that an outright ban would be premature in absence of the evidence of actual adverse impacts from the use of e-bikes. This access should continue. We also believe that e-bikes are a key component to fighting climate change, as they are an emission-free transportation alternative to cars and other fossil fuel vehicles. We also recognize that e-bikes are bringing new riders into the world of biking who may be less familiar with the activity. Thank you for your consideration, and we appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jay Chesavage.
I'm Jay Chesavage. I'm encouraged that the range of speakers represents both extremes of the age group. And when I hear folks talk about the e-bikes being good for old people, I want them to know I resemble that remark. I got an e-bike because I was riding with a group of folks in county parks. And they were waiting for me climbing a long grade. And I overheard them say, "You got to cut him some slack. He's a grandpa now." And I thought I had three choices. I could quit this group, I could shoot myself, or I could get an e-bike, which is what I did. I got a dual suspension e-bike because I have back issues to replace the previous dual suspension on e-bike, and I take it everywhere. So I only have one bike. It's the e-bike, which I use everywhere. It's a class 1 e-bike, and other folks have made this point, but class 1 e-bike is pedal assist. So when I stop, it stops. And by and large, it's used for strenuous uphill grinds. I've never seen anybody on an e-bike use it on a downhill. You can use it on a flat to reduce the load. Class 2 and 3 have more throttle type mechanisms, in which case rider participation may not be part of it. But most of the folks that I see riding are on these class 1 bikes. The ordinance bans the equipment rather than its use, which I think is the thing to really consider carefully. Because there's really no difference, as other folks have said, between what I did in the Baylands in a conventional bike and what I do now with an e-bike. Generally in the Baylands, I don't even have it turned on, but according to the ordinance, it's banned as equipment, which I think is structurally unfair. The legislation related to use of equipment, or legislation related to the Baylands equipment, should be responsive to the specific problems. And I, as a rider who's had both types of bicycles, I just can't identify any difference between a class 1 e-bike and the bike that it replaced. When I ride with my wife, she has pinched nerve issues, and so she rides that e-bike, and I ride a conventional bike. It's just a way to equalize different riding strengths. So that's I just wish that you consider those points. I'm just opposed to the ban on e-bikes in the Baylands. It's just a nice area to go and relax, and I'm not able to see the problems that this legislation proposes to solve. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cedric Pidat de la Boujadière.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. I'm also speaking tonight on the second reading of the ordinance regulating transportation modes in parks and open space. I urge you to reconsider your decision of February 27th, to review whether the amendments as noted are really what you wanted, and to reject the ordinance amendment. These amendments are a big mistake. They don't just impact e-bikes, but they also impact all bikes and other types of wheeled devices. I note that the amendment section 2204-220A now reads, no person shall operate, drive, or ride a bicycle, electric bicycle, unicycle, skateboard, roller skates, scooter, jogging stroller, or other coasting device, horse, or any other animal in a park or open space lands, except as expressly permitted to do so pursuant to park regulations. The unamended ordinance would allow these types of vehicles on paths and walkways of parks and open space. I question whether council really intended to ban even pedal-powered bikes and jogging strollers from all park paths, except where expressly permitted. In addition, it is very difficult to ascertain which parks and open space actually allow bikes and on which trails. So if this ordinance amendment is reapproved tonight, the city really needs to make an effort to clearly delineate for each park and trail whether bikes and strollers, etc., are permitted or not, and to communicate this information to the public. I'd suggest adding this information on the city's website under the bike section, the park rules section, and on each of the park and open space maps. I'd also strongly encourage the city to review all their paths and walkways and set liberal policies of allowing all such vehicles. I really think you should regulate bad behavior, not all bikes and strollers. These amendments will set back the city's efforts to encourage people to switch from cars to bikes, and they penalize all vehicle operators for the bad behaviors of a few. As a cyclist myself, I often ride my bike through parks to avoid busy streets and to enjoy the natural scenery. I often ride several miles out of my way in order to ride through the baylands and creek trails instead of on busy roads. And I certainly don't want to have to ride next to the freeway when I could be riding next to the baylands. Despite my general resistance to switching to an e-bike, because frankly, I need the exercise, there are many good reasons to use e-bikes. For instance, I've often made the mistake after some activity in San Jose of thinking, hey, I'll just make a scenic detour through the baylands, only to remember belatedly about the strong south-blowing evening winds. This strong wind friction is a really good use case for an electric bike to make a car-free trip actually doable rather than exhausting. Similarly, older folks or people with health issues can use e-bikes to keep their mobility independence from cars. These amendments will deter people from taking these sorts of trips and force them to either drive or ride on roads with traffic. So in closing, please reconsider this amendment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jose Garcia Franco.
Hi, thank you for the time. This is the third time I address the council regarding the e-bike ban initiative, and I think there's a few points we need to revisit. First, I think we must re-raise the point that the PRC recommendation is not based on research or evidence of any kind. The recommendation stems from a narrowly selected set of conversations, and contrary to what Councilmember Loving said a couple of weeks back, it doesn't even get close to checking all the boxes that an unbiased study should involve. Now, the lack of data has been generally acknowledged in council meetings. However, what's news to me is that it seems that organizations such as People for Bikes had contacted the PRC and other City of Palo Alto committees back in January to provide input on this issue, and no one replied to their letters. It looks like instead of leveraging data and resources that could inform the proposal, they were ignored. If this is the case, it doesn't take a huge leap to conclude that the reason they were ignored is that their information likely would not support a ban decision. Before enacting any bans, I believe it is in the community's interest to take a step back and allow the PRC to corroborate and explain its actions if applicable. I see Mr. Greenfield is on the docket to speak, so maybe there's an opportunity to do so. Second, the rationale of erring on the side of caution for the sake of the environment, or critters first, as it has been characterized, is not based on evidence, but rather on scattered and unqualified opinion. There is no shred of evidence that e-bikes are currently causing any additional harm to our ecosystems, And quite frankly, in the greater scheme of things, any argument to that effect seems to defy common sense. I realize that some people, such as Council Member Byrd, may prefer to enjoy their hikes on the Restadero Preserve without the inconvenience of having to share the trails with cyclists and horse riders. But as someone that has been hiking and riding those foothills since the early 90s, I have come to understand that the preserve is enjoyed by a broad community that has generally found a way to share the open space in a peaceful manner, and that enacting any restrictions is a major disruption to the status quo. With the facts at hand, I think we are not morally equipped to deny a family with kids of different ages or groups of friends with different levels of fitness to go out and enjoy a ride up the preserve together. Someone will have to be left behind if they want to do things without breaking the law. Lastly, we have talked about speed and safety. I think there's enough consensus within the council that as far as e-bikes are concerned, safety is a behavior issue and not an equipment issue. However, going over past public comments, one can see that the attitude of e-bikes are fast and reckless still persists. And it seems that the council is responding to that input. Not all e-bikers are reckless, and this should illustrate how restricting any group based on individual characterizations is not a policy we would like to pursue in the city. We didn't want that at the national level a few years back, and we certainly don't want it now. Once again, I respectfully urge the council to revisit their vote and remove this initiative from consideration at this time. Thank you. By the way, Vincent Wong, you rock.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is James Bell.
Hello, Council. Firstly, thank you for your time tonight. And again, to Greg Tanaka, whom hosted my wife and I last night on this matter in hand. I'm James Bell. I'm a Midtown resident, and I'm against the e-bike ban. I'm a keen cyclist myself, and I own only one bicycle, which is an e-bike itself. I actually found out about this incoming ban, and I felt incredibly saddened as my wife and I enjoy cycling in the Baylands and including the bird watching, while it's there as well. I'm deeply concerned about the impact this ban is going to have on me and many others' abilities to enjoy the outdoors and maintain an active and healthy lifestyle. I believe banning e-bikes is a misguided and ineffectual approach to protecting our open spaces and its inhabitants. Points against the ban are as follows. It's going to take away the rights of cyclists to choose their preferred mode of transportation. It's going to disproportionately impact older residents and those with less mobility who rely on bikes for transportation. The ban also lacks scientific merit, as there's no evidence to support claims that e-bikes are louder than traditional bikes and that they disturb habitat. I've also been on the trail many times and have been overtaken at speed by regular bicycles going just as fast as an e-bike's top speed. This ban is counterproductive. It discourages the use, by discouraging the use of e-bikes on the trails, you are more likely to push people to using cars instead, which is only going to increase pollution and traffic congestion in the area. Banning e-bikes and allowing planes to fly over the Baylands from Palo Alto Airport poses a much greater risk to birds in the area and causes more noise and environmental pollution than e-bikes. There have been at least 82 recorded bird strike incidents in the area from 1990 to 2015. I cannot, however, find evidence to show any e-bikes killing birds during this time. There was also a plane crash in 2021, which caused serious damage to the area. This would also be another ban to be enforced in the city, spreading resources further across the area. Municipal codes already broken every day are unenforced, such as dogs off of leads and people cycling where there are pedestrians. In conclusion, I strongly urge the council to reconsider the ban on e-bikes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jeff Greenfield.
Good evening, council members. Jeff Greenfield, I'm the chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission. I stated to you a couple of weeks ago that the matter in front of you is a difficult issue with genuinely passionate support for competing priorities, including transportation corridors versus enjoyment of nature and community recreation versus habitat and wildlife protection. Balancing these conflicting goals ultimately requires difficult decisions and compromise. Staff and the Parks and Rec Commission took a thorough and thoughtful approach in the recommendation that a majority of you have supported. Many speakers have spoken this evening against this new e-bike policy. I appreciate a lot of this frustration and acknowledge that people will be impacted, at least in the near term, by this policy. Most of what we've heard this evening is conjecture, and not too much new information has been presented this evening. I recommend, as I did before, that we work to keep the policy I'll note that a policy with carve-outs for different e-bike classes is neither practical nor enforceable, at least right now. This is something we can work on looking into, though. We've got to recognize our current lack of sufficient education and communication about the speed limits and general etiquette at our preserves for both e-bikes and bicycles. Again, this can be improved with updates to our web pages, kiosks, and signage, and look forward to getting help from Payback to address this gap. I will point out that the national park permits does permit e-bikes where all bicycles are permitted, but while they do that, each park superintendent has the discretion to selectively restrict e-bikes anywhere in the park, and an extensive impact analysis study is required before opening any pathway to bikes or e-bikes, resources that clearly our community lacks. We should consider what is required to support e-bikes on some, but not all, unpaved trails. Have to decide where this would be, and more importantly, how to communicate and enforce this without impacts. We've got to recognize that that Palo Alto has a long history of supporting its baylands. It's important to give the benefit of the doubt to preserving this true city gem, and I ask you to continue to support this policy and send this back to the Parks and Recreation Commission for further analysis on how to create a policy that can potentially expand access of e-bikes, but do it in a way that the city can support, and that both our community and our environmental resources that we've looked to preserve. Thank you for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Our final speaker is Aram James.
So there's been a lot of really extraordinary speakers. The vast majority, clearly, certainly the preponderance of the speakers oppose this ban, and I oppose it. I'm hopeful that I'll be able to ride an e-bike. Riding a bicycle right now, where I have to pedal, is a little bit of a difficult problem right now. But I enjoyed the Baylands for many years. I walked out there with my mom, who lived, to almost be 98, and she knew all the birds out there. We walked. We loved spending time together. Like I said, she could identify all the birds. I could identify very few. But in any event, 74, my issues with not being able to walk or ride normal bikes as well as I would like to suggest that I've got to try one of these e-bikes. And I wanted to mention to you that I did file a public records request that the city got back to me on very quickly. I was really surprised. Over the last 5 years, I asked for them to go back 5 years. No record of litigation of bike accidents, including e-bikes. So that's a positive. I really wanted to, give credit to both City Council Member Tanaka and Julie Lythcott-Haynes. So their original arguments, both made compelling arguments. And I would certainly, at this point, if I was going to go out on a ride with my grandkids or one of my sons, and I couldn't ride a regular bike and I could ride an e-bike, I would really feel like that was unfair and discriminatory. So I think that the city council would be well advised tonight to reverse themselves. The logic of the speakers in opposition to this ban far outweighed any of the arguments, including Mr. Greenfield's arguments in support of this ban. So, I think I've told you, when I was out at Bull Park walking there, and also the Baylands, bicycles in general, a lot of the folks that rode them were not courteous and came up way too fast and frightened myself, my mom, one of my sons. And so again, it's really, and that would apply to both bikes and e-bikes. So the question becomes not banning them, but enforcing common sense rules and common sense speeds and letting them go anywhere in the Baylands. And I think the points were well taken about the airport noise, 101, all these other stuff. And now you're gonna ban e-bikes. It just doesn't make good common sense. Please reverse yourself on this one tonight.
And that is the last public comment, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. I see a light. Councilmember Lithcutt Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I request that we pull item 4 from the consent agenda. If it is not pulled, I will likely vote no.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Same statement. So I'd like to pull 4, and if not, I'll vote no.
Councilmember Byrd.
I will support pulling 4, and then I wish to vote no on number AA1.
Thank you. So my understanding,
Yes, you've got it, Mayor.
thank you. My understanding is this is a second reading, so we're going to need 4 council members to pull an item. Not seeing any, I'll take your no votes. So we'll come back to a motion for moving the consent calendar.
So moved.
I'll second. Madam Clerk, also Councilmember Tanaka and Lithcutt Hames have registered no votes.
And I have a light. I would also like to vote no on 4 as a result of not pulling.
Okay, so Councilmember Lithcutt Hames, Councilmember Tanaka, and Councilmember Byrd registers no votes for item 4.
Okay. Calling for the vote, Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcutt Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously on items 3 and 5, carries 6-1 on item AA1, and it carries 4-3 on item 4.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcutt Hames, would you like to speak to your no vote on item 4?
Yes, I would, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much. While noting that time is always a concern with our council, I will use some precious minutes now to acknowledge the many residents we've heard from for whom the e-bike ban on unpaved trails interferes with their ability to enjoy the out of doors the way others do. I want to register my concern that the council would deprioritize the experience of older and mobility challenged people who are numerous and for whom e-bikes provide access to exercise, the out of doors, social interaction, and overall improvement to quality of life that comes with all of that. What a beautiful mashup it was tonight to see some of our more elderly residents advocating for their right to use the latest technology and to have some of our youngest residents agree with them. A beautiful synergy. As young Vincent from Pally said, it's about whether the item in question is ridden responsibly. When some of us suggested a few weeks back regulating not the device, e-bikes, but behavior speeding, we were told there's not enough staff to monitor speed limits. So this decision also begs the question, where are we getting the staff to monitor the e-ban bikes, the ban on e-bikes then? And if so, why can't those staff not be repurposed to nab speeders of all vehicle types instead of e-bike users, period? The point was made that over 80% of the emails received from residents 2 weeks ago were in favor of the ban. But if we look closely at those emails, we see that many emanated from a coordinated campaign, which one can discern based on similar, if not identical language. And there is nothing wrong with that. but it does make ever more compelling the many emails we receive from individuals opposed to the ban who seem to have written their emails out of their own heartfelt accord, often in concert with the concerns I've mentioned. I fear that the policy we appear poised to adopt, we have adopted, is short-sighted and potentially discriminatory and also lacking in compassion. It also does fly in the face of the National Park Service regulations, which have classified e-bikes as the equivalent of bikes in their regulations governing millions of acres of American land. To those whose recreational needs and abilities the city has overlooked with this decision, I stand with you in the hope that this subject will one day be reconsidered. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no vote on item 4?
I would, thank you. So first of all, thank you to everyone that came out tonight. A lot of you guys came out. I know it's late. And I know you guys a lot of you guys put a lot of effort into this. I think the first time around, I think my fellow council member said it correctly. I think a lot of people didn't know about this. You guys found out about it later and came out and spoke. You guys did research. I sincerely hope that we can reconsider this. I think enforcing this is going to be crazy hard. There's a lot of e-bikes that look identical to bikes. So how do you even catch people? I don't know. Tonight we saw overwhelming opposition to this ban with very clear, compelling arguments. I already opposed it, but I'm firmly against it at this point as well. And so I would just say, hopefully, within a year or so, this can be revisited and we could see that this ban was not necessary, and it really, as my fellow council member says, discriminating against people. And I think e-bikes are very democratizing, and it's very unfortunate that this is the decision. But thank you, everyone, for coming out. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt, would you like to speak to both 4 and AA1? Thank you.
Thank you. So 2 weeks ago, I spoke against this ban, but then agreed to a compromise where the issues would be reconsidered this coming year. But the more I have heard from members of the public and on this, the more convinced I am that this was really not a well-considered decision. As I stated 2 weeks ago, I think that we should allow Class 1 e-bikes on unpaved roads at Arastradero and the Baylands, that we should set a speed limit, and that we should consider restricting bikes and horses on narrow single track trails where they do significant damage. I was just up at Arastradero. I'll just say that I'm a heavy user of both Arastradero and the Baylands, and I don't own an e-bike. So this is not out of a self-interest. But I was just up at Arastradero yesterday, and the ranger was repairing a big cut through of a trail where bike riders, non-e-bike riders, had done considerable damage from cutting off of a main trail. I think the issue is, once again, that we want to look at what are the things we want to restrict, and it's where they're allowed to go and the speed that they're allowed to go. And I further think that these things are largely going to be self-enforced. We don't have rangers out there that are going to have these restrictions, but that pertains to whether it's a bike speed or the difference between someone having a Class 1 bike and not. All those things are largely going to be dependent on being self-enforced. So then speaking briefly to AA1, I think that overall the audit plan is good, and I've heard really good things about our interim auditor and the work being done. My concerns are twofold. We've had the interim auditor over 5 months now, and previously we had one-on-one meetings with council members, in particular those who are not on policy and services, to be able to have at least some input on the audit plan for the year. And we haven't done that. This is just coming to us also on consent. So the council as a whole has not had any opportunity to wade in. And the one area that I'm very concerned about, as I've expressed before, is under the citywide risk assessment, the need to specifically look at wildland wildfire risk, which has just multiple drastic threats to the financial, the public health, and the public safety impacts on the community that are just overwhelming. And I remain concerned that we're under appraising the level of risk that we actually are facing, and it needs to be a high priority. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll close our consent calendar items and move into our action item.
Actually do have manager
city
comments
manager.
if
Sorry.
it works.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Let's go to the next slide, please. Just have a few items of note for council and community awareness. First off, hopefully no surprise to anyone that we are expecting additional weather starting this evening and through the next day or two. And as such, we have been updating information available both through our website as well as ensuring that members of the community are preparing to the extent that they can. We will continue to monitor and provide additional information as conditions dictate. Next slide, please. Then taking a step back from the immediates of the next day or two, then to consider the month. It is Women's History Month, and it is an opportunity to recognize achievements and role of women in our communities. And we do have a number of events lined up. Dates here on the 15th, the 18th and 31st, the 21st and 26th, a wide variety of activities that we hope members of community might find interesting. All the information and details on these programs are available on our homepage under our news items. Next slide, please. And sometimes there can be survey fatigue, but for those who are interested in weighing in on a variety of topics, we do have a number of surveys that are currently online and available for community members to weigh in and provide their thoughts on a variety of topics, including the University Avenue Streetscape Project, the potential Recreation Wellness Center, the Woki bike and pedestrian bridge treatments, and finally, lived experience of Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders in Palo Alto. That last one's a project of our Human Relations Commission. These surveys are closing soon, so once again, for anyone interested, please go to our homepage and under our news items for additional information and how to log in. Next slide, please. Then upcoming community meeting on the topic of quiet zones along the Caltrain right-of-way. This meeting this project is being undertaken in cooperation with the City of Menlo Park, and the upcoming meeting is in person on March 23rd at 6 p.m. at the Arriaga Family Recreation Center just over the creek in Menlo Park, or you can participate virtually. And again, with the March 23rd date, you can find that on the city calendar on our homepage. Next slide, please. Then finally, looking at some upcoming dates, let me just hit the next few. Next week, the council will be discussing the protocols section of your procedures and protocols handbook, hopefully finish off that annual review. Then on the 27th, we've got 2 study sessions, one on community engagement work planned for the year, the other with to review potential terms for an extension of our agreement with Pets in Need for the operation of the Palo Alto Animal Shelter. And then finally, coming back with a referral to staff on the prospective gas utility rebates for the spike experienced this past December and January. And then at your next meeting, following meeting on April 3rd, we'll have follow-up recommended action from the police department on automated license plate recognition technology, a hearing on a track map for 2850 West Bay Shore, and then finally a discussion and direction on what's known as the Measure E site adjacent to our regional water quality control plan. And with that, I will end my comments. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you, City Manager. We'll go to action items. Item number 6, provide direction on permanent parklet program regulations and proposed ordinance and approval of budget amendments in the general fund, CEQA status categorically exempt. Staff, do you have a presentation?
Sorry, just a moment for our staff to take their spots.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and good evening again, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. In a moment, I will be joined by Hannah Chain Smythe with Urban Planning Partners. She will lead us through the presentation for the parklets discussion. And we can go to the next slide. Tonight, I will walk you through our motion or our proposed recommendation, but I want to note that this is an effort that has involved a lot of our staff from many different departments over the course of years now. And the item that we're bringing forward to you is a further refinement from the work that we have done from October when we had last presented this item to you. So what I'll ask Hannah to do, and Hannah, welcome to the City Council. Hannah was here in October. She presented, and she'll pick it up from here, from our purpose and overview for this evening.
Good evening. So the purpose of this item is to review and provide direction on A, the proposed changes to the parklet standards provided in attachment A in the staff report, including changes related to the parklet size, specifically providing a maximum of 2 parallel parking spaces or 3 angled parking spaces, heaters, parklet location, eligibility and design standards, application requirements, and B, parklet fees to be collected, specifically the license fee. Second, amend the fiscal year 2023 budget appropriation for the general fund, increasing the public works expenditure for contract services by $85,000 and decreasing the budget stabilization reserve by $85,000. To provide a little bit of background, parklets became crucial for businesses to remain open during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. And in June 2020, City Council adopted an ordinance and resolution allowing for temporary parklets. The temporary guidelines, however, while expedient, has led to many parklet designs and operations. And in addition, compliance with the guidelines has varied greatly across permit holders. Council directed staff to develop a permanent program in April 2021, which has been developed to focus on safety and aesthetics of parklets in Palo Alto. The permanent program seeks to better serve the program's intended purpose of adding vibrancy to the public realm and enhancing the civic experiences of diners, pedestrians, motorists, and cyclists. In May and October 2022, staff returned to council with updates on the program's development and to seek feedback on the design standards. Most recently in October, council extended the pilot parklets through June 2023 and directed staff to require a letter of consent in certain cases beginning in January 1st, 2023. Council directed staff to implement the draft permanent standards upon adoption of a permanent parklet ordinance and to return with a recommendation for continuing propane use, establishing parklet fees, and limiting amplified sound to only come from buildings. As of January 1st, 2023, next slide. Thank you. The Public Works Department required new and existing parklets under the temporary program to renew their permits and demonstrate compliance, including the letter of consent requirement. As staff have continued to refine the permanent program and implement the letter of consent requirement, several added dimensions have arisen that has led staff to propose changes to the permanent standards. In addition, as we near the end of the COVID-19 state of emergency, businesses, property owners, patrons, and residents are all contemplating parklets' continuing presence in the public realm and their role over the long term. Businesses and property owners have also raised concerns over parklets' permanent encroachment over neighboring businesses' frontages. As a result, the primary issue that staff would like to discuss surrounds the overall size and scale of parklets and the suitability of parklet regulations across varying sized parklets and structures. Next slide. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Thanks. Attachment A reflects staff's proposed changes since the October 22 meeting. The council is encouraged to review the standards and identify any concerns or modifications. Specifically, the topics highlighted for today's discussion are addressing the size and scale of parklets, including a size limit for parklets up to 2 spaces, the revised heater standards, and then the license fee for use of the public right-of-way and cleaning fee. So first, size and scale of parklets. Staff recommends limiting parklets to 2 parallel parking spaces or 3 angled parking spaces and requiring letter of consent consistent with October 22 council direction. This recommendation effectively scales back the parklet footprints with the objective to balance the needs of restaurants and businesses with safety requirements. The proposed change also seeks to streamline the program administration for applicants and staff. Under this recommendation, the 2 parallel parking space limit applies even if a store's frontage is greater than 2 spaces. If a store's frontage is less than 2 spaces in length, the letter of consent requirement would apply, where if 50% or more of a parking space is not in front of the store's frontage, they would require the neighboring tenant and property owner consent. There are a number of factors that support providing a maximum number of parking spaces. First, per the Palo Alto Municipal Code, any new structure over 350 square feet requires an automatic sprinkler system, which requires a water connection and a separate fire permit. Limiting the parklet size to a maximum of 2 spaces ensures that they will stay under this 350 square foot size and avoid the need to install a sprinkler system. Second, electrical panel load needs and lighting demands scale with parklet size and footprint, and so limiting the size would minimize these impacts. There's an interest in balancing the public and private use of the public right-of-way, and a size limit, again, helps us reach this balance. A maximum parklet size also allows staff to estimate occupancy increases with a parklet, which is discussed a little bit more in the next slide. Limiting parklet size ensures that street sweeping can take place on streets with parklets, and a smaller streamlined parklet footprint limits encroachment over neighboring storefronts, which provides a greater level of certainty for our businesses and staff. There are other jurisdictions that limit parklets to 2 spaces, including San Francisco, Campbell, and San Mateo. Regarding bathrooms, staff is not recommending requiring that permittees add additional bathroom capacity. The recommended limit to parklet sizes would minimize impacts on the existing restroom facilities, and this approach is similar to parklet regulations that in other jurisdictions. If council wanted to explore a bathroom requirement based on additional patron capacity, parklets, one option could be to reference the bathroom standards contained in the California Building Code. But council may also want to consider the feasibility of requiring additional bathrooms, including the space, cost, and practicality. Regarding heaters, following council direction in October, the permanent standards include provisions for both propane and electric heaters. The use of propane heaters on parklets will require a valid hazmat permit. And those requirements include showing how and where propane will be stored, where the heaters will be used, and the quantity of propane that will be used. Storing propane securely outside. Propane cannot be stored on parklets, indoors, or in the public right-of-way. Storing and operating propane at least 5 feet clear of flammable material and at least 5 feet from exits or exit discharge. Heaters cannot be used under roofs, canopies, or tents. And annual inspections are also required with a hazmat permit. Staff recommends establishing 5 fees that would be required to establish a parklet under the permanent parklet program, including an initial application fee of $2,000 to $2,250, an annual renewal fee of $750 to $1,000, a cleaning fee, a fully refundable deposit of $3,000, a license fee for the use of the public right-of-way. Staff seeks specific guidance on the cleaning fee and license fee for the use of the public right-of-way. After reviewing peer city approaches to pricing the right-of-way and pricing parklets, staff propose establishing a rate per square foot using current ground floor retail lease rates and applying a discount to account for the public right-of-way being unfinished. There's no electricity, walls, heat, etc., and it's directly adjacent to the travel lane. Using ground floor retail rates from CoStar, there are 3 potential rates to inform the license fee. The first are downtown rates, which do include the Stanford Shopping Center, where the average 2022 rental rate was $79 a square foot. The second are the non-downtown areas, which had a rate of $56 a square foot, and the rest, all of Palo Alto combined, where the average rate was $71 a square foot. So this table here compares the rate per square foot and corresponding cost for 1 or 2 parallel spaces. This table provides a sliding scale where council could assign a discount and that lists what the corresponding cost would be for a 0% to 90% discount. Council may want to consider Palo Alto parklet fees in comparison to other jurisdictions. This table compares the 5 fees that Palo Alto is considering across 5 other jurisdictions that also have a license fee for the use of the public right-of-way. And as you can see, the license fee varies from $1.50 to $10 a square foot, with the total parklet fees ranging from $1,000 to $5,500 in the first year for a 2 parking space parklet. I did want to note a small error on this table in the staff report. The total first year sum at the bottom is for 320 square feet, as shown in this table on the screen, and not 160 square feet as shown in the table on the staff report. So the 2 sums at the bottom are comparing the total first year cost for a 2 parking space parklet and an ongoing cost for a 2 parking space parklet. In October 2022, council directed staff to consider a fee for the increased cleaning associated with parklets. However, it's challenging to calculate a cleaning fee to charge parklet owners because the cleaning costs are fixed, but the revenue ultimately generated by parklets is dependent on the number of parklets that participate in the program, which is not known at this time. So staff is not prepared to offer recommendation. Staff's preference is actually not to tie a cleaning fee to parklets, but did want to provide a couple options for cleaning in the downtown. So the table here represents the current and increased annual cleaning costs for the downtown areas for monthly, semi-monthly, and weekly cleaning. And another option would be to have a full-time staff who would help with cleaning. And so staff seek council's direction on this topic as well. Lastly, over the past 2.5 years, over 40 temporary parklet permits have been issued, including review, enforcement, inspection administration, and ongoing project management. On January 1st, staff began work to implement the council's direction to require a letter of consent if more than half of a parking space is in front of the neighboring frontage. This effort has taken over 160 hours of additional work by Public Works staff and additional hours from other departments. Staff does anticipate that a large percentage of the 35 parklets, parklet permit holders will transition to the permanent program. And so the Public Works Department requires staffing resources to implement this permanent program. Lastly, in terms of next steps, following direction today, staff will refine the standards and program operations as needed and return in the spring with a formal ordinance to enact the program. Just to provide a little bit of context, the temporary parklet program is authorized through June 2023. Continuing this temporary parklet program would require an ordinance amendment to go past June. Past the end of June 2023, and staff can bring an amendment to council in early April to extend the program to the end of the year or any other date. And then if the permanent program ordinance is adopted in the meantime, that can always be adjusted.
Great. That looks like it concludes our presentation, but I wanted to just maybe clarify a couple of things. Did we talk about the administrative changes that need to be made to the parklet attachment?
No, I can, there are a couple changes into the actual attachment A, which is the red line version of the standards that we just wanted to highlight. The first is on page 6, I think, of the attachment. Yeah, on page 6 under setbacks, item C, it says all parklets are required to include a 2-foot setback. That's an error and it should be 15-foot setback, which is consistent with the proximity to utilities and public facilities item further below, that parklets next to alleys need to be at least 15 feet. So I wanted to make that correction. The second
Which packet page was that? Which packet page?
Packet page
94.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So again, that was packet page 94 under parklet setbacks, letter C should be 15 feet.
Yep.
Not 2.
And then second on packet page 91. Under 2B, it says parklets within angled parking spaces are permitted to occupy up to 3 parking spaces or the width of the applicant's storefront, whichever is less. It's just up to 3 parking spaces, and then the letter of consent requirement would apply. Pardon me? On packet page 91, 2B at the top of the page.
And if I might ask, so 2B, after the or, it would be consent letter applies?
It would just be a period, but yes, the consent letter would apply.
So delete everything after spaces.
Yeah,
Just the one on page 91.
on page 91. So 2B would read parklets within angled parking spaces are permitted to occupy up to 3 parking spaces, period.
Okay, and Mayor, Ms. Chen Smythe may have said this in her presentation, and I may have missed it. But just to reiterate and be really clear about where these standards would apply, these parklet design standards would apply to the University Avenue area, and that would include that portion of Ramona Avenue that is car-free. So these standards would apply in that area. It would also apply in the area of California Avenue, but it would not extend to the car-free zone on California Avenue. That's a separate process that the city's going to come, staff will come back to the council with later. There's some logistics that we're still needing to work out related to the farmer's market and some other components. So that'll be a subsequent discussion. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then just to clarify the inclusion of this to Ramona Avenue, the car-free areas, is subject to council, discretion, of course, as any of the aspects that we've presented at a staff level here for you today. So anyways, we'll end there, and happy to hear if there's any technical questions before or after public comment.
Actually, I need clarification on what you said about Ramona Avenue and California Avenue. So what doesn't apply to California Avenue?
So the standards as we've presented them today, again, subject to council's direction, would not apply to the car-free portions of California Avenue. It would apply to the rest of the California second downtown area, and it would apply to all of the university downtown area, inclusive of the car-free portion of Ramona Avenue.
Okay, so basically some of the side streets on California Avenue that has parklets, that's part of this discussion.
That's correct. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, does council have any technical questions? No? Yes, Councilman Berleth-Haynes.
Thank you. Actually, Madam Mayor, your question just jarred a question in my brain, which is I did not appreciate until this exchange that there is a car-free section of Ramona that is to which these proposed rules apply, but the car-free section of California is not subject to these rules at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, that's how staff is proposing they be applied in our recommendation, the way that you described it.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, Councilmember Lowing.
I'm not quite sure what you want included in technical questions. I have a lot of questions. So if you want to narrow that down, we can do that. But
just to get clarification on what was presented and what's in your packet.
okay. So one of the concepts, somebody can rule me out if I'm going beyond technical questions here. But one of the questions that I had was, I understand basically what you're trying to propose in terms of two parallel spaces or 3 angled spaces. What happens in the case of a kind of a lot that spans more than 2 and it's not interfering with any other building? For example, I think Taverna on Emerson goes way down there, and there's no building, no business to the right of them. So are there going to be exceptions for that kind of thing, or are we just going to keep it strict?
So yeah, we would have uniformity in our application. So if it would be, the way it's proposed is to keep the parklet size to this discrete, 2 parallel space maximum. And for the reasons set forth in the staff report. And so, so that would be.
Okay, well, at 77 and 78, you talked about that, but then on 79, there was a reference to some neighbors might not mind. And so that could be worked out. Let me get over to that.
True. But I think you were describing a scenario where the restaurant frontage exceeded 2 parallel parking spaces. And so our staff recommendation is to keep the maximum size of the parklet to 2 parallel parking spaces.
Okay.
Right. For those, again, and I can highlight those reasons in the staff report why we want to, why we thought it was important to keep those parklet sizes.
Okay, so then I'll shift separately to the question of the consent letter. Was the implication on page 79 that if there wasn't any objection, then it could slip slightly beyond 2? That's on page 79, as seen in table 1, jurisdiction limits, et cetera.
Yeah. So again, I think what we're saying is in the scenario where you've got a restaurant that has 2, the parklet size could be 2 parallel parking spaces. If the restaurant size, if the restaurant storefront was smaller than the 2 parallel spaces, and that second parallel space extended in front of another business, that's what that sentence is referring to, that opportunity to extend to that full 2 parallel parking space dimension.
Okay, so that was a technical question. Good.
Okay.
You answered that correctly. The other one I know is a technical question, but it's also a judgment question. You could have chosen to suggest that we have to go with electric heaters, but it seems like you're giving the option, even though as I did the numbers over time, actually the electric is probably going to be better, more cost efficient. Was that based on feedback from retailers or?
Principally from the city council when we were here in October, before you were on the dais. We received direction to explore that further.
Okay, that's all for now.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. First, I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Lowing's question on the circumstances where we may have a business that has, like Taverna, that has, if I recall correctly, one structure that occupies maybe 2 spaces or maybe more, and then around the corner on their same building, another structure that occupies a couple of spaces. When I read in the staff report, I thought it said that the reason that it was being recommended to be limited to 2 spaces or 350 square feet was to not exceed our definition of a structure at 350 square feet. So if they're 2 separate structures, is there still an issue?
So I think we would have to check in with our fire staff, and I don't know if we've got them on call right now. We can take a look and see if they're on, but that's something that we can take a look at. But again, just to reiterate that part of this two space recommendation flows from our study of what other cities have done, and should really balance that use of the public right of way for the private good or private interest, and have it be as de minimis an impact as possible. That's just some of the background as to why we were looking at that in addition to the 350 restriction.
Yeah, so there's one issue that is kind of a technical issue on the structure size, and then another that's a value-based one. Okay. And then the
I'm
staff.
sorry, Councilmember, I think worth also noting that as referenced in the staff report, the issue of restroom capacity is also a factor, as well as any other design requirements for the additional structure.
Yep. I'll just note, I just haven't seen restroom issues even with these larger parklets. But the staff presentation also noted 3 cities that do restrict the size of parklets to 2 spaces. But I wasn't clear on whether that means, what does that mean about other cities? Are you saying that other cities don't restrict it, or what do these other cities do that aren't mentioned?
Other cities that are not included in our list in the staff report?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are 3 that do restrict to 2 spaces. Otherwise, there's a mix of approaches across the cities.
I'm sorry.
Otherwise, there's a mix of approaches across cities in the Bay Area. Some have restrictions that aren't space-based, but limit to store frontage. Some don't have limits at all. There isn't a consistent approach.
Okay, because when I read it, it was kind of, these 3 cities have this recommendation and nothing else was said about any others. Okay. And then on the propane, which we had really kind of moved back toward when we, 2 reasons. One, we had come to appreciate that many restaurants will have issues providing electrical power. They may have to go through an extensive process to upgrade panels or whatnot. And that propane is only about 1/4 the GHGs of methane. We still prefer the electric. But with these propane standards, before the pandemic, we had a lot of restaurants that use propane outdoors, sometimes in pretty warm weather. These standards appear like they would apply in the same circumstances where restaurants had historically used propane, but now we're being much more restrictive. And what's the reasoning why for years we didn't have restrictions or fees, and now we would have such restrictive ones?
Great. I don't know that it's more restrictive now, other than just setting the policy, but I would like to invite our fire marshal to join the conversation. Ms. Jasso, would you be able to answer that question, and then maybe perhaps the other question about the 2 structures and the 350 square feet?
Yes. Let me turn my camera on. So we've actually always required permits, so this is not new. We did during the pandemic kind of stop for enforcing that. We wanted to be able to allow businesses to use them and not, enforce the requirements, because we were trying to be business friendly through the pandemic. And so now that it's not necessarily completely over, but we're moving back towards more normalcy, then we're moving back to enforcing those permit requirements.
Okay, and I wonder how rigidly we were even enforcing them before the pandemic. But on the structure issue, if a restaurant had 2 separate structures, whether they be on 2 streets, if it's a corner restaurant or otherwise, is there any, and that each of those structures is under 350 square feet, is that a problem?
I don't believe there's any issues on the fire code side. I think the issue could possibly be on the building code side, was mentioned previously regarding bathrooms. There are building code requirements for depending on square footage.
Right, and we're kind of already using latitude there. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What is the approximate square footage of 2 parallel parking spots?
2 parallel parking spots would be 320 square feet. So like, is that the parklet or the space? It's the spaces. The parklets would have certain setbacks from that. So the parklets itself would be smaller, but 2 spaces is 320 square feet.
Okay, so there's a little bit of wiggle room there up until 350. So
Yeah.
come back and discuss that after public comment. And just, I mean, I know they range, but is there any type of ballpark estimate as far as what is the average length of a storefront in downtown? Or at least as far as restaurants go that would utilize parklets?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't know that we have that number. I'm not aware of a, there are 50-foot lot widths, for the most part. If you divide that, by 2 tenants, maybe you've got 25 feet, if you were to split one, but that's really crude. Yes.
Okay. And then so talking about the propane tanks, the report says that a propane tank emits 0.024 metric tons of CO2. Is that per year? Because that one didn't have any qualifiers with it.
Let's see. Ms. Boyd, do you have insight into whether that's per year?
Yes, good evening, Council. Holly Boyd, Assistant Director, Public Works. I believe that is per year.
Great, thank you. And then just one final kind of technical question. I assume, so we have the options that are proposed with street cleaning, frequency, all of that. I assume we could also just, fine a parklet owner if litter or other conditions are not satisfactory around. Just trying to understand what are our options there instead of collecting a base fee every month from everyone, regardless of how much litter is released from their parklet. Is there ability to kind of charge people based on what they generate?
Sure. And let me invite Ms. Boyd back to the conversation, and also note that it's not just litter, but also if things spill on the sidewalk and that cleaning effort as well. Holly?
Yes, hi. So it is a possibility. I'd have to look up. I don't think our administrative citations cover cleaning fees. That's something I would have to talk about with our city attorney's office. It's not something that's usually covered in our standard encroachment permits.
Let me also add, I think just acknowledging our practical experience that our ability to implement fees or fine effectively as a means of ensuring that compliance is pretty challenged.
Yep, I would imagine, but I was curious if there are any other cities that do something similar, just kind of thinking out of the box. Okay, those are my technical questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Lythcott-Haims.
Thank you. I had one more question. I apologize for not getting it all at once. Regarding amplified sound, I was surprised to read on packet page 108 that amplified sound is simply not permitted on parklets. Clearly, it was the original language seemed to condone it, and then that's been stricken. So as a technical matter, what are we concerned about regarding ambient sound emanating from a parklet rather than the interior of the building?
So on, other than, well, 2 things. One, I guess we received direction from the city council in October to actually make that edit. So that's why you see that reflection. And presumably it's related to issues of noise intrusions. I think there were a couple of parklets where it was loud and bothersome to some.
There's so much enjoyment of live music now outdoors, thanks to the pandemic. And that's why I raised it. It feels like maybe something that ought to be permitted going forward. All right, thank you.
It's a real easy editing fix, should the council direct us that way.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you for your guys' work on this. I wanted to ask you guys, first, where's the overall, I think it was maybe, 6 months ago or so, you guys talked about the overall streetscape design for University Avenue. Where are you guys at on this project right now?
That project is in progress. We had a community workshop a couple of weeks ago, so it will be a while before it's finalized, but it is underway.
Okay, is there an ETA at this point?
Let's see, I think we're looking to have a design concept by the end of the calendar year, but Ms. Boyd, please correct me if that's incorrect.
Yes, Ted, we hope to go to council and have an improved concept plan line by the end of the calendar year.
Okay, is there any way we could accelerate it? Because, I think the temporary nature of the park is not necessarily a good look for our city. I think I've seen some other cities where they have some really nice looking parklets, and because, people don't know what's going to happen here, it's hard for them to invest in something like that.
I would just note that, and I say this with some exasperation, it would be years before we could actually reconstruct University Avenue. So even in that scenario, if we were to move it as quickly as possible, it's likely to be years out.
And why is that?
Just really the process of evaluating options, developing a recommendation, council approval, which will then lead to discussion of financing for a project, and ultimately implementation, which, as is typical of our construction projects, will take several years.
Can staff talk a bit more about the bathroom restrictions in terms of, so if the capacity of a restaurant is increased with more tables outside, how does that affect the bathroom? I was listening to that, but I wanted to understand. So it's not, is there any increased requirement by having more bathroom capacity?
So arguably, the more patrons you have occupying your restaurant, the more folks that will be in need of restroom facilities. If the council, so that's one of the reasons why we've proposed the parklet size limit that we've recommended. But the council could decide that there is a standard that you would like to apply toward bathrooms if they exceeded a certain size. And we can, we've offered in the staff report, one guidance could be to look toward the state uniform building code for guidance. You could choose a different standard. But yeah, we recognize at some point you may want to have additional facilities.
And have you guys done a calculation for downtown, the number of spaces that could be lost and how we'll make up for it in terms of a new garage or something like that?
So let me see. There might be a couple folks on the call that might be able to help us with that. And you're asking the number of, is it a capacity of parking spaces lost from downtown or more of the lost revenue from the parking spaces?
Oh, no, not so much loss of revenue, although that is something to think about too, but more just the capacity, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just respond qualitatively and staff can respond if they'd like to expand. But I think Councilmember Tanaka, what you're raising is a legitimate trade-off between the area available for vehicle parking versus parklet use.
Yeah, so maybe we need to factor that in and also, plan for increased capacity for garages. Have you been monitoring what the parking load's been in downtown?
I'm sorry, I missed the question, but I do see we have our chief transportation official available. So if you could restate your question, Councilmember.
What has the parking load been like so far in our downtowns? I realize that there's still a lot of vacancies, and this is probably not representing a true load, but how has that been in terms of how filled are our spaces?
Thank you very much. I'm Philip Kami, Chief Transportation Official. Can speak to this a little bit. Just to note that although there are parking spaces that would be lost through parklets that are not planned currently to be offset in new spaces in the garage, we do have a lot of existing capacity right now in the garages. We've sold less than or approximately 50% of our permits in the downtown area and significantly less in the California Avenue area. However, regarding parking counts, we're getting ready to do counts, so we haven't conducted those yet. We're getting ready to do it, but we do have a lot of capacity in every single one of our garages right now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All righty.
Mayor, I'm sorry, if I may, I noticed that we have one correction on our response to the greenhouse gas question. So if I can ask Ms. Boyd to come back on.
Yes, this is the question that the vice mayor asked. It is not 0.024 metric ton per year. I misspoke. It's each 5-gallon propane tank emits 0.024 metric tons. So the 5-gallon is the standard propane tank size. So I just wanted to note that.
Thanks for that clarification.
Okay, Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. And I want to thank Steph generally because you've answered a lot of my questions before tonight. So I just have one at the moment that may have been answered earlier, but if so, I missed it. So I apologize. It's quick. It has to do with the letter of consent I know it was discussed earlier about if more than half a parking space is in front of someone else's, but is that still within the 320 foot or the 2-spot limit? So it's an and not, so it's not a letter of consent to go beyond that. It's only a letter of consent to go beyond your face, your front facing thing, but still within that size. Is that correct? What you're proposing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more lights, we'll go to the public for public comments.
Our first speaker is Tim Pham in the council chamber, followed by Nancy Kupal.
Tim wants me to go first, if that's okay.
We'll start with Nancy then.
Good evening, everybody. You probably already know I'm Nancy Kupal, the founder and CEO of Kupa Cafe, with 3 locations in Palo Alto and neighboring cities. Another 6, something like that. Anyway, we all know that the Parklet program was designed to enhance the quality of life for our residents and the greater community. I don't think we can lose sight of the purpose of this. They were established during the pandemic on public property, and I believe it's clear that our lives and our community have changed as a result of the pandemic. Parklets and pedestrian-friendly streets have become a mainstay of many communities and welcomed in our changed world. At this point in our lives, I believe it is accurate to say that COVID is not over. Case in point, our governor, Newsom, currently was diagnosed with COVID. By coincidence, my daughter and my son-in-law were also diagnosed with COVID this last week. So it's not over. It's a disease that we're going to have to learn with, just like we live with the flu. The difference is that we have also learned that outdoor transmission is much less than being indoors. Aside from the fear of contamination, the community has shown that outdoor dining is what they want. Without a doubt, on a sunny day, of which there are many, people choose to be outdoors rather than indoors. The city needs to listen to what the community wants and help provide it at a reasonable cost. Also, it helps us all stay in business because people do not want to be indoors on a sunny day. They want to be outdoors. So it's not that you have more people using the bathroom. It's the same amount of people that just sit outside instead of sitting inside. Contrary to what some landlords may say, parklets have definitely contributed to the livelihood and continued existence of restaurants, which are the primary businesses promoting Palo Alto as a destination for visitors. Retail has suffered as times have changed, and frankly, without restaurants and eating establishments, Palo Alto would not attract visitors to the downtown or Cal Ave area. Landlords who object to pedestrian-friendly streets or parklets in front of their property most often use this as an excuse for not being able to rent vacant space. If the parklet is not obstructing the view to the neighboring storefront, this excuse is probably not the case. More likely, it's a result of the rental rate and terms of the lease. Furthermore, it should not be forgotten that many vacant spaces have no parklet in front of their buildings. It could be said that some, not all, retail may be doing poorly due to the change in consumer habits, who often prefer to order online and not as a direct result of pedestrian-friendly streets or neighboring parklets. It is also important to acknowledge that most restaurants employ more lower-income workers with increased outdoor dining, and a parked car or empty space where a parklet was denied consent contributes nothing to employment or to city taxes. The city owns 100% of the sidewalks and the streets in Palo Alto, and parklets will only increase sales tax revenue with the outdoor seating as well as the proposed parklet rental fee to the city. Finally, I urge City Council to utilize the findings of the studies by private consultants hired to enhance economic development for the city and come up with guidelines for a coherent plan to revitalize the city with parklets and pedestrian-friendly streets that benefit the community and business vibrancy. This comprehensive plan is proposed to be discussed on March 30th and should not include neighboring landlord consent for parklets as a requirement, considering they are on public property. Removing a parklet on a closed-to-car street just creates emptiness.
Thank you.
Just
You've
finishing
gone
a
over
minute and a half over. Sentence, just the last sentence. It's important to take into account that the majority of parklets in Palo Alto are already built, and those parklets were established to accomplish the goals of the program. Restricting size to only 2 spaces for parallel parking and 3 spaces for diagonal parking will mean that many of the parklets already built at a great expense will have to be torn down to comply. Instead, we should turn our
Thank you.
attention to making
Ms.
sure
Copeland,
there is
thank
no
you.
obstruction of neighboring storefronts and a high-quality
Please,
aesthetic.
thank you.
So our-
You're over by 2 minutes now. Thank you.
Sorry, it's too long.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And I just want to remind, public comments is 3 minutes.
Our next speaker is Tim Pham.
Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Councils. My name is Tim Pham. I'm the business manager of Tea Time in Palo Alto and Lisa's Tea Treasures in Los Altos. I want to express my a few points to give you for your consideration about the parklet. First, our tea room is still existing thanks to the program of the pandemic. We survived 2020, 21, 22 because we were able to open our store in front. So thanks for that. So we have customers from Palo Alto in Bay Area, San Jose, because there are not many tea rooms in the area. So they visit us. And also people who visited Stanford, they really love the patio dining scenes. So they wish that we should keep it. So this is very good for your consideration to keep it permanently for Ramona Street. We also want to build a parklet in front of our patio, but right now it's not possible because the rainwater accumulate in front of our store. And because the street was not leveled well, so all the water could not go to the storm drain. So I have sent many emails to the planning department to ask for a solution. But until now, I haven't got any response back. So if you want us to build a patio, we need to get the street level in such a way that water should go to the drain storm. So that's why Tea Time has not built a parklet. The storage requirement for the propane tank is not feasible. If we just have one parking spot and we need to build a stainless steel storage tank for 2 propane tanks, we don't have anything left for the patio. So it's not realistic at all. And electricity is not feasible with our building because it's a historical building. So it's real hard to change all kind of structure related to electricity. And I would like to say that Ramona Street, if we don't make use of the front patio, we should give that opportunity for the adjacent neighbor restaurants can make use of that space. So to make the street vibrant, not less abandoned. That's it. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Clayton Adelhelm.
Hello, my name is Clayton Adelhelm. I'm managing partner at Local Union 271 Restaurant on University Avenue. The goal of the parklets was designed to add to the community and bring back the vibrancy of the city streets. These streets are owned by the city and should not require any landlord consent in order to enhance the parklet. My situation at Local Union is a little different. When we first built the parklet, we received a letter of consent from our neighbor Restoration Hardware. We spent $80,000 to build the parklet with electricity, chandeliers, lighting, and heaters. Our parklet is full every night, and we sit over 1,000 people in front of Restoration Hardware's windows. These customers often go into the retail store after dining in our restaurant. Before I came here today, I took a picture, and our entire parklet was full, including in front of Restoration Hardware. Restoration Hardware fully supported this until 4 months ago when Sandhill Properties purchased the property. We've since received a letter that Restoration Hardware and Sandhill Properties no longer consent to our parklet. Replacing our parklet with one parking spot will cause me to have to fire a portion of my staff of low-income families. Our parklet was permitted and built to code 2 years ago, and tearing half it down for a parking spot will harm the vibrancy of our community. Allowing landlords to dictate city-owned streets will not enhance the city or outdoor dining. It will only enhance an empty parking spot. I strongly oppose limiting the parklet to 2 parking spots. I also believe we need to revisit the size of the parking spots. I measured mine. Mine are 6 feet by 18 feet, which is 100 square feet. 3 parking spots would be 324 square feet. I do believe we need to revisit that. I also strongly oppose any cleaning fees. I power wash my parklet every morning. And the city has continuously moved the goalposts on these rules and regulations for these parklets, and it's only coming at the expense of the small business owners. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is online, and it is named Giuseppe. You can unmute and speak for up to 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I think I kind of echo a lot of what my fellow restaurant owners are saying. I run Osteria there on the corner of Ramona next to Tim and Nancy. I would love to see things be a little more homogeneous, even though it would, hurt us in some ways. I think we've got a pretty good thing going on Ramona. But maybe reducing the size of the parklets would level the playing field for those restaurants that, for whatever reason, can't make it happen on their street. I don't agree with landlord consent. I would probably propose a right of first refusal if a new tenant wanted to actually use the space. But to leave a space vacant, kind of like we're talking about there with Local Union and Restoration Hardware, to have that be a more kind of, I don't want to say capricious, but to make it a half-assed decision, I don't agree with it. I do think that if the landlord or the tenant, and I'm thinking more about the tenant than the landlord, if a new tenant wanted to use a space, they should have first right of refusal to do so. If that would mean reducing an existing parklet because the previous tenant agreed, but the new tenant doesn't agree and wants to use the space, well, I think we would have to allow the new tenant to get the space. But to just make it a landlord's decision, I don't think is right. Echoing what everybody else has said, it is a public space, not the space of the landlords. We're talking about sidewalks and streets, not the actual buildings. And then, again, back to the size. That's a tough one. I don't know what the size of a parking space is in front of Osteria, and I know that all of us there kind of share those spaces together to some extent. But to have a more uniform look, and I don't know why California was left out. California is a complete nightmare. I was by there again today. It's like the worst thing we got happening on. And I'm not talking about removing any of that. I definitely think all of that should stay in some way, shape, or form, but there needs to be some structure. Talk about heaters under tents, weird tents, weird stuff. I mean, I've seen umbrellas thrown down on the ground for weeks. The farmer's market is not an excuse. There was a farmer's market there prior to any parklet situation, and there can be a farmer's market there that can work in conjunction with a future parklet situation. But we definitely need to clean up California Avenue as well. I don't know when that conversation is going to happen, but as a person who lives in Palo Alto, I'd love to see that get on the table soon. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Megan Kakab.
Good evening, City Council. My husband, Mark, and I currently own the patio at 412 Emerson Street here in Palo Alto. We have had a parklet from the beginning, and it was a lifeline, and it did greatly help us through COVID. Customers love it. My staff loves it. We love it. However, I see the position that the city is in, where we do have parklets that are a little out of control, a little too big, a little too boisterous, shall we say. I'm fine with conformity. However, I do worry a little bit about the 2 parallel space or 3 vertical space. Currently, my parklet would then be chopped down by about 12 feet. And I've actually given quite a bit of my parklet space to my neighbors who are also a restaurant who butt up next to me. That does worry me a little bit. But I appreciate all of the hard work that the city has put into trying to get this figured out, because this is a big one. I'm curious if we are going to go ahead when we do a permanent parklet to take out our parklets. Are we ripping out our parklets that we currently have now and going with a nice solid one as we redo the streets? I still have quite a few questions. But other than that, I really want to thank Palo Alto for giving us the opportunity to even have parklets, because they did save all of us during COVID and we needed them. And I think we all need to realize that this was a gift that was given to us. And I know it's hard for the city because the city is now having to kind of reel back in that gift, but that's where we are. And I just wanted to say thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And our next speaker is John Schenk.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is John Schenk with Theuts Brothers. As a few of you know, the Theuts family has been an integral part of downtown Palo Alto for almost 140 years, having served on past councils, been a part of writing the city's charter, and being involved in our community in a very positive way over the decades. While some of our retail tenants are enjoying significant parklets, through a lens of what is best for the downtown, I'm asking you to not approve a permanent parklet program. Just earlier this evening, the Street Sense update was heard. There's also a wonderful committee being run through Public Works who had a community outreach meeting just last week and is still in its early stages, but we have had many productive meetings. Both are focused on revitalization of our city's retail areas. Both are focused on the physical environment. To approve a permanent parklet program that will be very expensive for retailers to pursue, when at the same time we're pursuing plans that will make them obsolete in favor of a best design, is not right. Outdoor seating is a wonderful aspect of a re-envisioned downtown. Such areas will be safe, cleanable, of uniform quality and consistent design. If timing is so far out for that to happen, a part of the plan may be to convert some parking areas to parklets, as other communities have done, that result in a quality, cleanable, and cohesive look. Parklets served a great purpose at a point in time. We built the first one, and we're supporters given the dramatic need for somewhere for restaurants to serve customers. Restaurants can now be fully seated indoors and use the sidewalks per the city's existing encroachment permit program. The parklets we have are not safe. They're very difficult, if not impossible, to clean, and many conflict with neighboring businesses in a time no retailer, food or otherwise, should have to suffer such impacts. They should only be in front of the businesses using them. Instead of approving a permanent plan, please use many of the requirements for code compliance and changes to design to allow for the street gutters to be cleaned, sidewalks to be pressure washed, et cetera, by extending the temporary parklet permits with these caveats. I also think waiving bathroom capacity is just kicking the can and making Palo Alto subpar in one more way. Waiving standards, industry standards, building codes, fire codes. It's a terrible precedent. And for what? The folks who are using parklets have had record revenues, and doubling their seating, et cetera, has been great for them, and I don't fault them. But there's no reason we should be trying to bend all of the rules. I also ask you to please respect the Ramona Historic District in design and access for all. Only restaurants are using parklets, and having parklets in front does constrain the adjacent uses to basically be more food service type uses as opposed to non-food who won't use a parklet. That does impact them. We need our parking for all of our uses in the downtown. I'll stop there. I see him over, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and our final speaker is Cedric Pito de la Boujadier.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just briefly would like to say that I do support the Parklet program, and I hope that it will continue. As a diner myself, mostly on California Avenue, but sometimes on University. I think it's great to be able to dine outdoors, not be indoors, given, we kind of think, oh, COVID's over. COVID's not over. I prefer not to be indoors. It's just safer to be outdoors. So I'd like to see that continue. I think that some of the restaurant owners have brought up some good points about existing parklets that they've invested a lot of money into and not wanting to lose those. So I think if you have some regulations on the maximum size, then maybe you should have some provisions in there for handling existing parklets that might be oversized and what the process might be for making an exception to allow those uses to continue. Also, I would encourage you to seek to minimize the fees, whatever is the minimum amount of fee that you actually need to apply in order to, pay for the program that the city would run, would be the right fee to do. I don't think we should try to be making a profit off of the restaurants, but rather supporting our restaurants and businesses. And potentially the parklets could be more than just restaurants too, right? I mean, maybe a store wants to be able to show their wares outside as well, and make it more accessible to passersby to see what wares they have for sale. So, so those are some of my thoughts, and thank you.
Thank you. That ends public comments. We're going to bring it back to council. Anybody with comments or questions can continue. Before we go, I want to just say that it's 10:37 p.m. and we have one more item after this, which is board and commissions. So I wanted to see how council feels about taking this on and finishing it, or
Yeah.
Can we finish this? We
Yeah.
can try.
I have a question.
Yes.
My light's on.
Yes, go for it.
So this seems very complex to me with a very high number of questions and concepts that all have to be hashed out. I don't see how we can postpone the next item since it's so time pressured, and we have to take some action on that and calendaring of that and get that thing going. And it being already 11, we're at a break point now. It's possible that we should just continue this to the next meeting and take the next item. If we get through the next item in 5 minutes, potentially we could come back to that. But I don't see how we're gonna get through both of these before after midnight.
Do we need to take a vote on this, or is, what is the consensus? It will have to take a vote. So will you make a motion?
If I make a motion to continue, that needs a second, and then there's discussion or not? I don't think there's discussion on that. If I make a motion to continue and there's a second, I don't think there's discussion on that. I mean, I'd rather listen to colleagues first to get other opinions. I mean, anyway, just want to, that's what I think we should do, but I don't want to cut off debate. So
Well,
procedurally,
is the motion to, for this moment, to continue it for this evening, and then we can make a second decision on whether to.
Do that.
I just want to do it in a way that doesn't cut off debate on this and gives us a way out. So I would be happy to, I think the word is something different, but I would be happy to table this motion for the time being and take on the next item and then see where we are.
Yeah, I'll second that. I think the next item will be perfunctory and we'll be able to at least do a little more work on this tonight.
Sorry, Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
That's yes. Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Very good. Now we'll take up AA2, which is another action item, and this is to review revised list of applicants for open board and commissions openings on the Historic Resources Board, Human Relations Commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, Planning and Transportation Commission, Utilities Advisory Commission, and provide directions for interviews and appointments. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This item is a continuation from last week's item where the council directed us to allow the council members to nominate up to 6 individuals for the Parks and Recreation Commission, up to 5 individuals for the Planning and Transportation Commission, and up to 6 individuals for the Utility Advisory Committee. We received the nominations and that eliminated 5 individuals, but you still have a large number of candidates, and it's up to the council tonight to discuss how they would like to proceed with the reviewing of the applications, who to interview, and how to proceed with the appointments. So, available to answer any questions.
Is there any questions or a motion to move forward or a motion to revisit this? Councilmember Vinker.
I actually have a question, if that's all right, instead of a motion. I would be curious, the number of people who got only 1 vote or the number of people who got 4 or more votes, just so that we know whether there's an easy additional cut we could make and get the numbers to a more manageable size without going through a lengthy additional process. So that data would just be helpful.
Through the mayor. I do have some data that I can share. One of the things that we had talked about before, and it seemed that the council was in agreement with, is we were trying to make sure that we weren't discouraging future applicants from applying. So we're wanting to show it in a positive light. So what I have to show, I thought this might be helpful. You can see that for the 3, you could vote 5 or nominate 5 or 6 people. There are some that only received 1 nomination, some that received only 2 nominations. So you could potentially say those that received more than 2 nominations would be then forwarded to the interview process or something of that effect. Is this helpful to see how your fellow colleagues voted?
Just to make clear, I'm sure I'm understanding. So, for example, if we look at the number who received 1 nomination, let's say for utilities, there were 6 of those. So right now we have 15 applicants to interview, includes those 6. So if we were to eliminate those, we would have 9, just as an example.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then likewise for PTC, it would be 8. And for PRC, it would be 11. Okay. There's an option. I'm not making a motion yet.
Very good. Let's take public comments for this item.
There are no requests to speak.
Okay, bringing it back to
I might
council.
ask the question of the remaining council members, not the 3 newbies. Conceptually, doing this was an option of what we were going to get into. And was there a plan for how we would interview 50 now down to 40 some people? Or did that not actually get discussed in the past? I just didn't know if there was a game plan in place earlier.
Well, in the past, we didn't have one interview period. It was staggered.
Right, I know it's new, but the prior council decided to do that. So this was a
First I
foreseeable
would say
consequence.
that the number of applicants is probably at least these 3 commissions is at least double historic. And I don't think the council anticipated this volume.
It was an excellent recruiting effort for sure.
Could the clerk put those numbers back up?
So Councilmember Vinker, you wanted the list back up. Okay, it's back up.
Yeah, thank you. Another point of clarification, the interviews that we conduct are typically how long per applicant?
In the past, they are 10 minutes for all commissions, but 15 minutes for the Planning and Transportation Commission. That's not written in the Board and Commission Handbook. That's just been past practice.
I have a question. So the one that says applicants received 0 nominations, how did they get on the list?
Oh, yeah. There were
Oh,
no
you're just saying, that they're, okay, thank you. So this is all the 56. Thank you.
And we did have one more individual withdraw their name from consideration. They had applied to 2 different commissions, so they withdrew their name from the PTC application.
One thing we discussed last meeting was that we could just spread this out over the number of weeks or months and just go ahead and do the interviews, prioritize it. We could prioritize it by the need, which I think would be good, or we could prioritize it by the fewer number of applications so we could get the 2 commissions that have the fewest applicants done first. But for example, UAC canceled their meeting this month because they don't have a quorum. So we're not getting the city's work done.
Councilmember Lithgow Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I know we're all trying to balance equity, fairness, expediency, and these things are in conflict. I know I've heard from at least one candidate who is quite unhappy at the thought of everybody not being interviewed. And I'm just trying to do the math. I added up the 10 minutes for all the commissions, the 15 for the PTC. It was 595 minutes. That's close to 10 hours of meetings, assuming no breaks, no conversation in between. We are incapable of adding 10 hours of meetings to March in light of the other work of the council with the imperative to fill these spots. So we're in this very tough position of delight that so many people have applied. And yet, surely we could all agree, if we'd had 200 applicants, we would not be contemplating interviewing all of them, right? So we're trying to come up with a reasonable number that allows us to consider a broad range of applicants, but that doesn't become the only thing that gets done in March. The question I have is, and I've lost track of, maybe I should just do the math myself here, but perhaps the clerk can tell us how many did we arrive at that have at least one vote? Was it 46? the bottom row that have one or more. Okay, 15 plus 11 plus 13.
Plus the other two commissions where we're interviewing
Right.
all the
So I'm just wondering how many
applicants.
minutes we're down to now, because I know PTC is 15 minutes, everyone else is 10.
It's
If we
approximately,
were at 10 hours, what are we at now?
we've eliminated 6 individuals.
Okay, and some of them were three of them were, none of them were PTC. So 6 individuals, so 1 hour. Okay. So we went from 10 hours to 9. Thank you.
It doesn't absolutely have to be in March. We could extend it into May.
Can you all turn on your lights for speaking? Thank you.
So if we went with eliminating those who only received one nomination, realizing that anybody would have to get 4 votes to be selected, that would eliminate another 125 minutes, which is 2 hours. So that would be 2 plus 1, 3 hours gone. And we would have 11 PRC applicants, 8 PTC applicants, and 9 UAC applicants. Do we think that's enough to be fair? It just seems like that's still quite, that sounds like it's more like the normal numbers of applicants. And it's everyone who has 2 or more dots or votes. I hate to call them votes at this point because they were 2 or more council members selecting them as interviewees. It feels it's still a lot, but it feels more manageable. But I don't know if people have those same kinds of concerns about eliminating some applicants. I guess I'd be curious to hear from my colleagues about that, because I think the number is more reasonable.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in agreement where I think Councilmember Vinker is going, and I agree absolutely with Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. I wish we could interview all these applicants. If this was a full-time body, we would be able to dedicate that time. We're already struggling to get through our agendas. The rest of this month only gets more difficult, and as we get into budget season, all of that becomes compounded. I also just don't want to, I would hate to waste a nominee's time. You know, they only have 1 nomination and there are several others who already have a majority nominations. I wouldn't want to waste somebody's time coming in here if they don't have as much of a chance. I think we all greatly value their applications and hope that they will apply again in the future. But this is an anomaly of how many we have. And I think we just have to be practical here. So I'll make the motion that we remove applicants that received 1 nomination from the list and moved and interview the rest.
I'll second that.
And I don't need to speak to it any further.
Would you like to speak to it, Councilmember Vinker? Your second?
No, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
I appreciate the motion. I think the reality is that when any of us is in the minority in terms of ideology or perspective, we are in a position of very much valuing having that 1 vote that might at least allow a person to get the interview. So that's my fear. I think if we were to reveal the names behind the numbers, some number of us would be like, but wait, I really wanted that person. And it's my job to allow them to come forward, make their case, for me to make, to advocate further. Maybe I can end up convincing a couple of my colleagues. And so that's the rub here. And I wonder if you might permit a friendly amendment, which is sort of counterintuitive, but just hear me out. Like each of us gets 1, what do you call it? Wild card. Where we could say, there's 1 person I need to, we do the cut at 2 or more votes, but we get the potential of 7 wildcards. I don't think we'll need 7 wildcards, but that is my fear. And I just want to put it out there.
I like the out of the box thinking, but then we are adding then another 70 minutes to this. So, I will decline that.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I'll second that motion.
Did she make a motion?
If you want to make a motion, I'll second it.
I mean, I think where I am is imagine there's a council member whose votes were all in the one category. And they result in having nobody they were advocating for even getting an interview. That would feel pretty frustrating. I guess the point is they have very little chance. Right, yeah.
Would you like to make a motion then?
So yes, I would like to make a motion that each council member be given one wildcard vote. After seeing the results of the 2-vote cut, that each council member get one wild card.
And I think this is not a substitute motion, it's a unfriendly amendment, right?
It's an unfriendly amendment. Oh,
Yeah,
right,
okay.
sorry, because the vice mayor smiled at me but did not want the amendment. What? When would that happen? Once we see who's gotten the 2 votes or more, we see the names, and then we would submit to the clerk. There's one additional person that I want to choose as my wild card. It may be that that person is on a couple lists, but it would be a maximum of 7 additional.
I have a,
Okay.
I have a friendly amendment to your substitute if, oh, I'm sorry, the mayor is speaking.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're going procedurally. So right now we have an unfriendly, which is a substitute motion on the floor. Okay, so is that how you read it? Is that correctly written?
Yes.
Okay. And do you want to speak to it?
I do not. I mean, yes, I'll say one more thing, which is that it's highly unlikely that we're going to get 7 wild cards. We're going to get wild cards from people who are not in the majority.
Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak to your second?
Sure, yeah. Actually, just to clarify, because I think my fellow council members accepting the motion that's on the floor right now, and so technically it's a unfriendly amendment because she's not saying we don't want to do what's on there. It's just modifying it, right? But it's not, the modification hasn't been accepted. So I think it's technically a unfriendly amendment. Is that right?
Yeah, we usually just call that an amendment.
Or amendment? Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. It's called amendment. Okay, well, with that said, I actually like this idea a lot. I had a very, very similar idea, but actually I think this idea is superior. And because I think our boards of commission, the value they provide to council is the diversity of opinion. Because what we want is we want our commissioners, our board members to battle it out, to really vet an item really well. And so we want that diversity of opinion. And I had the same concern that the maker had about this. And so I really like this idea. I think it's going to be something that's important. I agree also. I probably, once we see the list of names, a lot of us may not choose to even use it. So I don't think it's going to add another 70 minutes, but I do think it provides the diversity we need on our boards of commission.
Councilmember Burt? Oh, Councilmember Vinker?
I just had a friendly amendment to this, but I've been listening to you. I think it's implicit in it. I just want to make clear that we don't have to use this. In other words, we aren't, like before we said you should list X number and now it's you may, right? And so I don't know what, I hadn't figured out
Agreed.
the language, but we don't necessarily need 7 more because then it would
Yeah.
completely undo. It would actually be more, I think, that
We
we
got
took
it.
out.
Okay.
So do we need to do some changes to the wording in this amendment?
Just may.
I think you could say that each council member may have one additional wild card, may make one additional wild card nomination.
Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, so I think I'm going to vote for the amendment, but for a slightly different reason. So I just want to share that, and it might be a little more compelling. And I don't think there's really real value in saying that if a council member has completely different perspectives and values, they should have one person interviewed. If that person doesn't have a chance to be selected for the very same reason. On the other hand, I've seen circumstances where candidates who came forward, who nobody knew, who you didn't necessarily off of the resume think that they were the strongest, and they knock it out of the park. And that's my reason I'm probably going to support this.
I just want to make sure that, oh, Councilmember Lowing, I'm sorry, I didn't see your light.
I just had one sentence. This has been my concern all along. So I welcome Councilmember Lithcott-Thames' approach here, so that somebody's just not left out, that somebody else knows is fantastic, or we don't know, as Councilmember Burt said, is fantastic, but we learned that in the interview process. So I will support it.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor.
I would, just counting the votes at this point, I'd accept the amendment if my seconder will.
Absolutely. I like it too.
Great, we'll save time.
I just want to make sure, City Attorney and Madam Clerk, this is going to be fair to the applicants, correct?
Well, as fair as
I
we can
mean,
be.
Well, I mean, without, you know, the list of numbers of how many votes, how many nominations for each, kept it very clean where you don't see the names. So it's just, you make a decision based on numbers. I'm not seeing how, with the wild card, how we're going to end up seeing, well, I guess it's going to see names. I just want to make sure it's not going to make compromises.
It's a judgment call, and it's a reasonable way to proceed if it's what the council wants to do.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more lights, so we can take the votes, please.
Councilmember Lithcott-Thames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Mayor, could I just add one more thing we could do on this? No, you're not the mayor anymore. It will have credibility coming from a former planning commissioner, but we could trim the 15 minutes to 10 for planning commissioners, which would save another hour, I think, or so.
We already voted.
Second.
No, I'm just saying that that's a process we could just add to this, because that's not in the code or the motions or anything. We still have to structure how we're going to do it and, you know, the number of minutes
I
and so on.
think, you know, I think next time when it comes back, we can structure it into the motion if you want.
I don't think it's a motion. I just think we can procedurally decide how many minutes we're going to give to each person. So.
Okay, Madam
thanks.
Clerk says it's okay. All right, thank you.
And let's see, just one clarification in terms of timing. There was not direction on how quickly this would come together. I assume, just to check this, it will be dependent on your ability to schedule sufficient time.
And just to note, we do have one standing date held for March 31st to interview candidates. I think it's a block of 5 hours. We can see how many, we can prioritize the committees that have the most need to be able to continue to hold their meetings, and we'll schedule the rest as the council's available, if that's okay.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
We have a meeting already held on the calendar for March 31st to do interviews. That's a 5-hour block. We should be able to accomplish a significant portion of the interviews. The rest of them we can schedule as quickly as we can in April as the council's time allows.
Thank you. And if you would also take a look at the committees that are not able to meet and put those up top. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're closing this discussion and moving back to item 6, which is about the permanent parklet program regulations and proposed ordinance. Where were we? I think it was with council, right?
Yeah, you just closed public comment and we're ready for deliberation.
All right, so we bring it back to council. Please light up your lights. Councilmember Burt.
Not because I need to go first, because you know there are no lights on. Okay. So just a few thoughts. First, we had this discussion about whether we should limit the size to 2 parklets, to 2 parking spaces, even if there's not a conflict with a neighbor. And I don't think we should. I think the structure is the main issue. And so I'm open to not limiting that. And that could also mean that even if it's not around the corner like at Taverna, but you have a space in between, which we've had these requirements between one restaurant's parklet set and another restaurant's, we have to have a space in between. So there's no reason you couldn't do that if somebody had a bunch of street face. And then I do want to put out on the table a consideration that I had put forward in October, and I think it was a little early for folks to digest, which is when we have this conflict of a neighbor who has argued, well, it blocks parking space. Well, we're making that decision. That's public land. And then the other argument was it blocks my sign or street face. And the compromise would be that someone could pay for a parklet in front of there, but tables only, no structure. And I've asked a couple of these restaurants that have had that issue about they've had parklet spaces in front of a neighbor, and they've now had a landlord that in some cases I will say has coerced tenants into objecting. And they were okay with this compromise. I didn't know if they would be. So I'd encourage us to consider that. Somehow I think, I don't really know the answer, and maybe staff can think about this, but if we have, on the cleaning fees, we heard that some folks do self-cleaning, and I don't know if there's a way that we could enable that. Some restaurants are real diligent on that, and others are not. So I don't know the answer to that. If we adopt these same standards for a car-free street like Ramona, we have a certain distance that these are allowed to go out, right? It's how far out on University?
It's not specified. It's restricted to the commercial areas of the University Avenue downtown area.
Yeah, but how far into the street are they allowed to protrude?
I can answer that. So they typically, this is Holly Boyd, Assistant Director of Public Works. The parking space is typically about 7 to 8 feet deep. Needs to be a little bit about barriers. So it's about 6 to 7 feet they protrude out.
So the reason I raised the question on Ramona, we aren't restricted by cars coming by. We're only restricted by the fire lane. And in that case, I think that should be the restriction rather than protruding into the street. And no reason not to allow them to come out a little bit further. I also want to make sure that we, in this amplified sound prohibition, and we don't have much music going on University. We aren't addressing Cal Ave tonight, but I'd say that we're now up to, I think, 6 nights a week that different places are having music on Cal Ave. It's a really happening scene, and I don't want to do anything to discourage that. I don't know what we ought to do on University and Ramona. I've frankly thought that Ramona is missing music as well. And maybe we want to make, for tonight, just address this issue on University and leave it open on Ramona, or if we roll it over to another time. I am particularly concerned about vehicular, the safety of the parklets and people getting hit by a car. And I didn't hear any details on the strength of bollards and what our requirements are going to be. That's one safety concern that I really do have. And I frankly have been surprised that more cities haven't run into this issue. So what are we requiring in terms of barriers or bollards to prevent a wayward car from steering into a parklet?
Just looking for the
specific section, but there is a load requirement for the barriers. And I believe it's 500 pounds. Yeah.
So by 500 pounds, it's 500 pounds of what? It's a barrier against I'm not sure what 500 pounds is referring to.
Yeah, so the periodic barrier shall weigh at least 500 pounds when filled with soil, sand, water, or concrete. Yeah.
Would weigh that much.
Yeah.
So do we have any sense of whether that'll stop a car? We don't have concrete curbs. And I'm not sure what other cities have looked at, but this is one safety concern that I actually really do have. And we aren't deciding everything tonight, so some of these things can be rolled over.
Yeah, I think we can follow up on that further. There's I think it depends on how fast the car is going too, and what kind of standards we can impose. Obviously, pedal confusion is a concern. And so, let's find out what 500 would do, and we can have a conversation.
Sounds good. And my last subject area is about kind of impacts on parking downtown. As we've heard, I mean, the downtown garages are fairly empty still. We do have on the horizon a study on surface parking lots and looking at affordable housing on those lots, and that development in theory would not replace the surface parking. It would include it. But we also have a fund that is sitting there of parking impact fees downtown. And several years ago, the council recognized that they had intended to build a whole new parking garage, incorporating as a fraction of that cost the in lieu parking fees. Council backed away from that. There weren't enough dollars in the infrastructure fund. And frankly, I don't think that the city should be paying significant subsidies to the landlords to provide them parking for free. But I do think the city should be looking at using those impact fees for a future garage. So I want to look for, we don't have to do this overnight. We got plenty of spaces. I want to put on the table that on the horizon, when we hear back on the affordable housing projects, whether we can incorporate additional parking in that scheme so that we would utilize those impact fees to provide the spaces that they've paid for when we do that future project. So I just want to put that out there for people to think about. I think in the meantime, we're in good shape on parking.
Madam Mayor, may I speak briefly? So thank you, Councilmember Burt. So we are in litigation over that parking in lieu fund. We just had the Court of Appeal argument last week. The affordable housing RFI that you're referring to does include parking as a component. And what the RFI would provide is that the parking lost to a structure built on a surface parking lot would need to be replaced, plus additional parking using those parking in lieu funds.
The in lieu funds are envisioned to be folded in to that project, you're saying?
For the purpose of parking, yes,
Great.
for the
Okay.
parking component.
For just that incremental increase in parking, not to substitute for the lost surface parking.
Both.
Well, we'll have to see the details. Okay.
Yes, we will
good.
have to see the details, but my point to council, and it's important that this be a part of the record tonight, we are defending this in litigation as we speak. Those funds are for parking. And if council ultimately decides, as in relatively soon, decides that additional parking is not needed, then the city will need to refund those
No,
funds.
my
to the
point is that I'm supportive of using those funds for parking in the
Yes.
future.
Yes. So
Okay,
I
thank you.
just need the whole council to understand that those parking in lieu funds need to be spent for that purpose in relatively short order. There needs to be a plan to do that, or the city can withdraw that program and refund those funds.
Got
Thanks.
it. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just get some of my thoughts out, hoping we're not going too much longer tonight. I don't know about everybody else, but the time change is not not sitting with me well. So I mostly am in agreement with Councilmember Burt, not only on the size. I'm interested to maybe see, especially if this does maybe, and there's no way we're finishing this item tonight. So, when we do continue this, maybe if staff is prepared to kind of talk about that possibility of sort of the breakup of the structure, as Councilmember Burt was suggesting, if that's not possible, I'd be interested in seeing and I understand kind of staff's interest in maintaining the structure under 350 square feet, seeing the size of the parklet being limited to the two parallel or the three angled spots, or the length of the storefront, whatever is greater. So I think there's definitely some creativity and some flexibility we can have there. And the size, I think it's too restrictive where it's at now. On kind of go back to what I was advocating for back in October, I really think the right of first refusal is the way to go with regards to the letter of consent requirement. I don't think neighboring property owners should be the ones who are having a say with how public land is being used outside of their building. I do think that is something that a neighboring business owner should be able to have the right of first refusal, because they're the ones who are actually there, who have a relationship with their neighboring business. Oftentimes the property owner or the landlord does not have that business and that relationship with their neighbor. And at the end of the day, understandably, they're just interested in their own bottom line. And so I think this works better if we remove the property owner from the equation, and allow neighboring business owners to have to require the letter of consent from them. On the fees, I think that needs to be a more robust discussion. I am definitely interested in some form of discount, trying to understand where neighboring cities are with that. I mean, I did get a little concerned looking through all of the fees that were adding up, and when you take all of those fees in addition to even the discounted rate, we're getting pretty high up there. And so I'm interested in kind of in exploring that a little more. So this is a very complex, difficult debate to be having past 11 o'clock. I guess my only one question then with staff, the recommendation to increase insurance requirements from $1 million to $2 million. It's a pretty significant increase for the businesses. Why is there a need for that increase?
Thank you. Yeah. So the reason we made that adjustment was to respond to the roof structure over some of the parklets, and just making sure that there was sufficient liability coverage for that component. Ms. Boyd, do you want to add further to that answer?
Now I'm unmuted. Yes, so staff had a conversation with the city's risk manager and talked about whether or not this is something we should look at, given how many customers are at these parklets at one time. So based on discussions with her, she recommended that, it's something that we do ask as part of this encroachment permit. Typically our encroachment permits are for traffic control and other various natures that are on a single time frame. They get in, they get out. This is having the public sit in the right of way out in the street. It also it does have an increased cost to the property owner and parklet owner as well, though.
Okay, and I guess is this consistent with surrounding jurisdictions?
That I'm not sure. I'd have to defer to Hannah on that. Hannah, do you know?
Again, it looks based on the scan of some peer jurisdictions that it ranges between 1 and 2 million. Most are 1, but there are a handful of jurisdictions that have $2 million liability requirements as well.
Okay, thank you. Agree with Councilmember Burt's concerns and hope we can get a little more discussion next time too on some of the safety issues here. And then finally, not that I'm proposing this at this time, but I think an interesting conversation. It struck me, not only our public speaker, but I've talked to other business owners as well about the amount of money that a lot of these businesses have spent on developing some very nice parklets and structures, close to $100,000 and for some, and interested to see maybe a discussion possibility of grandfathering in existing parklets if there is a letter of consent from a neighboring business in some limited circumstances, because there are some very nice structures there. Would be a shame to lose them if there's no need to lose them. So those are just my thoughts for tonight. But again, hoping we continue this conversation to another night.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few thoughts in no particular order. The music idea. I just wanted to note that on Ramona, there is the President's Hotel without air conditioning because it's old, so it may have windows open in the evening. So I'm not saying we shouldn't have it, but maybe it needs an earlier curfew perhaps than California. So there may be some site-specific things we want to think about if we decide to go with music from the parklets. With respect to the cleaning fees, I kind of feel like we could waive those. They're hard to assess. I know there's additional ones from the parklets, but I would tend to focus more on the license fee. And I would tend to look somewhere between 70 and 80% discount. So it'd be like 25%-ish of the all Palo Alto. So I would put it around $6,000 because that's just above the Redwood City's $5,500. And I think we're worth Redwood City rates. Plus a little, so that's kind of high, but I would waive the cleaning fee and just go with the license fee. Exactly what they were saying. If we were to stick with a consent situation, I do like the idea of the business owner, be it the building owner or the tenant, whoever's running that business, as opposed to both if they're separate. But could you tell me more about the right of first refusal? And is it just that the person who operates the business has the right of first refusal of the space in front of theirs, and then if they don't take it, then the other person gets it without needing consent? Is that the idea?
No, that's how I intended it.
And then that goes on in perpetuity, or every next person that comes in gets a right to?
I think last, because what sorry if I may respond. Because the renewal is every year, correct? As staff has proposed it here. So I think the idea would be every year you'd be able to then come back, have that right. But it would last until, so if they move out mid-year, somebody else comes in, they'll just have to wait for a few months.
So that kind of leads me to my next question, which is, so this is our permanent parklet program. Is it permanent in the sense that the program's permanent? Or would these physical parklets necessarily have to change? In other words, if the parklets conform with these new rules, they don't necessarily have to tear them out and put new ones in, or is there something fundamentally impermanent about the ones currently built?
Well, I welcome anybody else to weigh in on this. I think permanent is distinguished from the temporary standards that we have now, and that's the sole distinction. So permanent might not be the right word choice to have on our guidelines. We could just say parklet standards.
Yes, it's a fine word. I just want to make sure what it modified. So some of the existing parklets may be able to stay under the permanent program.
If they meet the standards.
If they hit the standards, right. If they hit the standards. Okay. And then my other question was for Councilmember Burt, because I early on when you were speaking, you said there was some sort of compromise, and I didn't catch exactly what that was. And could you restate that, please? I think this is about
Yeah, and this goes to this issue of asking an adjacent business owner. We thought that worked for a while until we saw that there was coercion.
Right.
It's still default. It is the landlord who controls it when they can threaten the tenant. And we've heard about this. So it is that only tables would be allowed on the adjacent space unless the landlord and the tenant consented to a parklet. But so without consent, with just us saying, well, it's public space, we'll determine it, they can have tables, but they can't have an awning and.
Okay, so one option, thank you. One option could be, I think, and this may be getting to this downtown area plan idea that one of the speakers spoke about, but is that the city could have designated dining areas. I mean, is that what you're thinking? And you could, maybe it's not just, the next door neighbor's dining, whoever, if people buy food and walk over and can sit there and eat it. Is that the idea? Or it could be?
That wasn't the idea, but that's plausible as well.
Okay.
So maybe next meeting.
Interesting. Okay, those are my thoughts and comments. Thank you all.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. I will run through this quickly. If I read it right and hear it right, I'm really concerned about the geography. Because when we talk about University Avenue and Ramona, what does that mean about things like Peninsula Creamery or Taverna that I did before? Is that going to be in the university area, so those are being included, or is that going to be excluded? Or maybe you haven't decided yet.
Yeah, I think let's pull up a map and we can show that to you. So we can go to your next question and we'll pull up a map.
Okay. Obviously, we need to get to California Avenue, and I presume that in sense this is kind of phase 2. And I get it because you can't do everything at once. So I understand that, but we just need to send out the message that we're going to, address this issue in California Avenue as well. Similarly, on the putting them up and putting them down, I was going to use the exact same word as I think that we probably want to grandfather some of these in if they can be spruced up and made compliant without going through a whole new process. I think that would be really good. If we can't, then I still think I think we can't do these all at once. So I think we should probably just give a longer time to comply in order to just get through the process of this many projects going up. We don't even know when the ordinance is going to be approved. So this idea of starting to fine people if they don't take it down, I think that deadline has to be pushed back. That's just a administrative point. Completely in agreement that we don't want the landlord driving these decisions, preferably the tenant. I actually don't understand the annual renewal part, because what does that presume? They have to just pass the inspection and they're okay? Or we can throw them out if we don't like it, or we change the rules? It just feels the way it's stated a little bit uncertain for the restaurateur.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a sort of discretionary action. We would just be looking for compliance with the parklet guidelines.
Okay,
yeah,
great. That answers that. I have a lot of comments and questions on fees. I think in general, there are too many of them. I think the cleaning fee, which I think Councilmember Vinker talked about, we're the landlord now and they're the tenant. And, usually tenants have to keep their buildings clean. So we obviously can inspect that, but that's an example, without going into a lot of details tonight, of how, that would probably be the tenant's responsibility. I think that's kind of the highlights for tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. The purpose of parklets is to enhance the vibrancy of the community. They saved us in the pandemic. And yet we've also discovered the silver lining of them. What a great vibe can be achieved with outdoor dining and live music. So I like the right of first refusal idea. if the adjacent tenant, not landlord, declines, I'd love to see that area be given over to someone who can make use of this space. Like Councilmember Burt and others, I'm concerned by stories of landlords being against parklets and pressuring their tenants to withhold consent. And I am particularly concerned if a few landlords who might own a number of properties in Palo Alto are driving this decision. I note on packet page 86 that it says 4 businesses are unable to obtain the letter of consent and need to resubmit parklet plans to reduce their existing footprint. Could staff confirm or inform us, if you're aware, whether any of the 4 businesses that have been unable to obtain a letter of consent share the same landlord?
Holly, do you
I
have?
don't, so I do want to make a correction. There's only 3 businesses now that can't obtain the letter of consent. We actually received one after the staff report was published. I don't think any of the 3 have the same landlords, but I can't be definite, but I'm pretty sure they don't.
Okay, thank you very much. I feel that as a matter of public policy and good governance, we should be asking ourselves, why would we allow a small number of landlords to control the future and destiny of our city? They don't repair or maintain the sidewalks or the streets. They don't own those places. And I feel pretty strongly that the city ought to get to decide what happens in those areas. In terms of the vacancies, which some landlords attribute to parklets, my understanding is, as a business matter, they can write off that expense. But per the report on item 1 hours ago tonight from Mr. Guagliardo and Street Sense, we need a vibrant, energetic commercial landscape, and parklets are helping us achieve that. So can we cool the rents? Can we impose a vacancy tax and heat up the vitality of the city? That's kind of my mindset when I put together the item we're on now with the item we started out the night with. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll go through, I know it's 11:30, so I'll try to spend 5 minutes on this. So I guess, first of all, I think in terms of our parking lots, I think we want all types of housing of our parking lots, not just affordable housing. So I think that's going to be really important. And I think it's important that we provide enough parking for downtowns, because I think this helps provide some of the vibrancy. Is people getting to our downtowns, making it easy. One question for staff is, what happens when restaurants go broke? Because it happens all the time. Restaurants, they turn over, and what happens to the parklet that they have?
So that I can answer that. That has happened a couple times, and that is why we are asking for a deposit fee, because staff has had to go in there and remove it when it became unsafe. I know of one that hasn't been dealt with yet, that the business is no longer a business and they still have a parklet remaining that needs to be dealt with. So that is one of the reasons we're asking for a deposit fee to cover costs to remove and dispose of the materials.
Okay, and if a parklet's not used, you guys do the same thing, or just when it's not safe?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. When
sorry.
it's not used, we remove it?
If the parklet's not used, what happens?
So we are going to send, we would send notice to the business that they're required to remove it. If they don't, and a new business isn't going in there.
I'm saying if the parklet's not used, does it get turned back into a parking spot automatically, or what happens?
Yes, it does get turned back into a parking spot.
Okay. One thought about the cleaning is, because we already have cleaning for all of our downtowns, and I'm just wondering whether it's something, because we have to scale and we could ensure the consistency of the cleaning if the city does it. So I understand the argument of having each person do it, but kind of enforcing that could be difficult, and we have the skill and we could ensure a typical kind of consistency. So anyways, that's something I'm thinking about. And then in terms of the bathroom requirements, I do wonder whether we should try to have that, because otherwise it's kind of unfair to the other restaurants nearby, right? Like what happens, where do the people go, right? I think it's something we have to think about. And kind of what I'm getting to is I really think that especially given today's report or study session, is we want a beautiful downtown. We want it to be vibrant, but it can't look like a tent city, right? I think we need to do better than what we have. I think we have that vibrancy, but I think we do have we are a higher end town in general, but from our temporary look, I don't think it's great. I think it could be a lot better. And so I think this is why I keep pushing staff. And I know our city manager probably doesn't like this, but I really think we should accelerate our downtown plan. We should not take 2 years or a year and a half or have some intermittent timeline. I think we should try to get to a 6 month plan. In fact, I kind of feel that this is kind of distracting staff a bit because I'd rather have staff just focus fully in getting this downtown plan solved, so it does not just cloud over everyone's head. But anyways, I know it's running late, so I want to just kind of piggyback off of what the vice mayor was saying, which is maybe what we should do is the motion to continue because I don't think we want to keep going until past 12 o'clock on this one on something so important. So I'd like to make the motion that we continue to a time uncertain.
Second.
Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, just that's late.
Vice Mayor.
I agree.
Wow, if only we could do this all the time. 2 words. Okay, I just want to say that if I may also provide some comments. What Mr. Shank said, with Toit Brothers, makes some sense. We're going through street sense and having this economic development strategy working on it. And I think that, making it permanent is not going to include the discussion of our analysis from Street Sense and how we're going to revitalize retail and also small businesses. Also, with the Ramona district, I think in terms of music and whatever else that can create noise. I remember talking to the manager over at Cardinal Hotel, which is what you said, Councilmember Venker, that they do have noise concerns over there. So I think that's something that we have to be cognizant about. And I also agree that, if looking at Redwood City's licensing fee, that might be something that we might adopt as well instead of the cleaning fee. But also, looking at parklets, it was something that was created during the pandemic in order to accommodate the businesses that can operate during that time. And so kind of looking at now making it parklets, permanent in between brackets. I do think that we do have to have some conformity and also some regulations. So once and for all, I think that would also create the what people can expect. And I think we just need to implement it so people know what is required. I also believe that, in looking at the picture for the city, it has to be a fair way of doing it. And I don't really think that we should be playing favoritism, and we should be putting the city's best interests for the greater good for first and foremost. There's also the $85,000 that is going to be used from the budget stabilization reserve. And I would say instead of using it for for what is proposed, it should probably be for someone to do code enforcement or compliance. Can you talk a little bit about that? Is the $85,000 for the one person for cleanliness and to look at the parklets?
Ms. Boyd? You want to speak to the I think the 85K is to get the program started, but then the halftime position is to help with ensuring compliance. But I'll let Ms. Boyd respond.
Yes, that's correct. To date, Public Works staff has been doing all of the processing of and reviewing of encroachment permits. The 85,000 is to help us with consultant support to help us move to a permanent parklet program, while the halftime FTE would provide an ongoing. It's just a supplement until we can get that recruitment done.
And the thought is that this is borrowing from the stabilization fund. And once we, these parklets are actually, fees are collected, then it can reimburse.
I'm not sure. I suppose it can. With the parklet fees. I don't think staff thought about this. It was just a general fund fee or funding that we needed to continue the work.
Well, some of the staff thought about that, as we always do. So certainly, putting the revenues back into the program would certainly support the ongoing needs. Ultimately, depends on the fees levels that are set and the ability to cover.
Okay, because the goal is not to continue subsidizing it. We've subsidized this program ever since the COVID, and there was a reason for doing it. But moving forward, we also know that there are certain businesses that are making revenues and generating revenues, high revenues. So we should not be subsidizing this anymore. I did want to ask that next time when this comes back and it's with regards to California Avenue, can we also get clarity on the parking assessment district for California Avenue? I understand that the bond has been paid off, but our municipal code still states that it is still intact. And what I'm interested in actually is to see, with those in the past, that committee actually collects funds in order to pay for a lot of cleaning events and other police patrol or maybe downtown streets. Mr. Gargagliardo is approaching the podium.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, you said when we returned to discuss California Avenue, and then you mentioned the Cal Ave Parking Assessment District. Did you mean the University Avenue Parking Assessment District?
Don't they have one on California Avenue as well?
It's just seeking
It's
clarification.
expired. Yeah.
Just seeking clarification on the question.
Okay. Well, my understanding is that the bond is paid off, but the assessment is still it's still in the
There's no.
It's still in the
assessment
code.
district anymore. Unfortunately, there's no assessment district. It was
Okay.
allowed to lapse. I don't think it should have been, but it was.
Well, I do have questions about the assessment, the parking assessment districts, because we often wonder if the parking is actually being provided. But I did want to just kind of follow in that how they structured it so that there is a committee in order to ensure that the funds are being used to provide a vibrant area for businesses. Or maybe am I misunderstanding
So
that?
I think that's a worthy topic, but already the parklets item has many components to it, and that's a significant expansion.
Okay.
So
Actually, I think that actually fits under the work we're doing on the car-free streets and Cal Ave, not really directly connected to the parklets.
To tonight. Okay, great. Well, then I withdraw that question. Thank you. Okay, so I got my 2 cents in. Councilmember Lithgow Haynes.
I'm sorry, that must be here.
Okay, in that case, we can go ahead and.
Councilmember Byrd is liaison. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we can take the vote then.
Motion to continue the item. One clarifying question, Councilmember Tanaka, you asked to continue it to a date certain.
Uncertain. I think unless you guys have a good date in mind, but
I'm going to look to city manager.
We will need to look at your docket. We don't know here tonight what date we would recommend.
so uncertain.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lipcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, this closes this item, and we go to council member questions, comments, and announcements. I just want to say that some residents have asked to inquire about the council meetings on TV. Sometimes when they're watching, it freezes and they lose some comments that has been discussed. So can you look into that? Thank you. And I see Councilmember Tanaka's light.
Yeah, just really briefly. I think probably all of us have heard about Silicon Valley Bank and First Republic Bank and a bunch of others. And it's kind of crazy times out there. So it's for us to be kind of cognizant of that and sensitive to the economic situation.
Thank you. And I see no more lights, so we are adjourned. Thank you so much.